"We'll have supper right here, if you don't mind. Do you?" "Of course not." "Good. Sandwiches and something to drink. I've got to meet my wife for some beastly charity thing at 10. My days of eating 2 dinners are long over, I'm afraid." Szara did mind. Going upstairs, he'd caught a glimpse of a silk-walled dining room and a glittering array of china and crystal. All that money invested at the barber and the dry-cleaner, and now sandwiches. He tried to smile, like a man who gets all the elaborate dinners he cares to have. "Shall we stay in French?" de Montfrid asked. "I can try to get along in Russian, but I'm afraid I'll say awful things." "You speak Russian?" "Grew up speaking French en famille and Russian to the servants. My father and uncle built much of the Russian railroad system. Then came the Revolution and the Civil War, and most of it was destroyed. Very entrepreneurial place at one time, anyhow. How's it go? Sugar by Brodsky, tea by Vysotsky, revolution by Trotsky. I suppose it's aimed at Jews, but it's reasonably faithful to what happened. Oh, well." He pressed a button on the wall, and a waiter appeared almost instantly. De Montfrid ordered sandwiches and wine, mentioning only the year 27. The waiter nodded and closed the door behind him. They chatted for a time. De Montfrid found out quite a bit about him, the way a certain kind of aristocrat seemed able to do without appearing to pry. The trick of it, Szara thought, lay in the sincerity of the voice and the eyes. "I am so very interested in you." The man seemed to find everything he said fascinating or amusing or cleverly put. Soon enough he found himself trying to make it so. There was no need for Szara to find out who de Montfrid was. He knew the basic outline. A titled Jewish family, with branches in London, Paris, and Switzerland. Enormously wealthy, appropriately charitable, exceptionally private, and virtually without scandal. Old enough so that the money, like game, was well cured. Szara caught himself seeking something Jewish in the man, but there was nothing, in the features or the voice, that he could identify. The only notable characteristics were the narrow head and small ears that aristocrats had come to share with their hunting dogs. The sandwiches were, Szara had to admit, extremely good. Open-faced, sliced duck and salmon, with little pots of flavoured mayonnaise and cornichons to make them interesting. The wine, according to its white and gold label, was a Premier Cru Bon called Chateau de Montfrid. It was easily the best thing Szara had ever tasted. "We've my father to thank for this," de Montfrid said of the wine, holding it up against the light. "After we were tossed out of Russia, he took an interest in the vineyards, more or less retired down there. For him there was something rather biblical in it, work thy vines. I don't know if it actually says that anywhere, but he seemed to think it did." De Montfrid was hesitantly sorrowful. The world would not, he understood, be much moved by small tragedies in his sort of family. "It is extraordinary," Szara said. De Montfrid leaned toward him slightly, signalling a shift in the conversation. "You are recommended to me, Monsieur Szara, by an acquaintance who is called Bloch." "Yes." De Montfrid paused, but Szara had no further comment. He reached into the inside pocket of his dinner jacket, withdrew an official-looking document with stamps and signatures at the bottom, and handed it to Szara. "Do you know what this is?" The paper was in English. Szara started to puzzle through it. "It's an emigration certificate for British Palestine," de Montfrid said, "or Eretz Israel, a name I prefer. It's valuable, it's rare, hard to come by, and it's what I want to talk to you about." He hesitated, then continued. "Please be good enough to stop this discussion now if you feel I'm exceeding a boundary of any kind. Once we go further, I'm going to have to ask you to be discreet." "I understand," Szara said. "No hesitation? It would be understandable, certainly, if you felt there were just too many complications in listening to what I have to say." Szara waited. "According to Monsieur Bloch, you were witness to the events in Berlin last month. He seems to feel that you might, on that basis, be willing to provide assistance for a project in which I take a great interest." "What project is that?" "May I pour you a little more wine?" Szara extended his glass. "I hope you'll forgive me if I work up to a substantive description in my own way. I don't want to bore you, and I don't want you to think me a hopeless naive. It's just that I've had experience of conversations about the Jewish return to Palestine, and, well, it can be difficult, even unpleasant, as any political discussion is likely to be. Polite people avoid certain topics. Experience shows the wisdom in that. Like one's dreams or medical condition, it's just better to find something else to talk about. Unfortunately, the world is now acting in such a way as to eliminate that courtesy, among many others, so I can only ask your forbearance." Szara's smile was sad and knowing, with the sort of compassion that has been earned from daily life. He was that listener who can be told anything without fear of criticism because he has heard and seen worse than whatever you might contrive to say. He withdrew a packet of gitanes, lit one, and exhaled. "I cannot be offended," said the gesture. At the beginning of the Great War in 1914, Great Britain found itself fighting in the Middle East against Turkey. The Jews in Palestine were caught up in the Turkish war effort, taxed into poverty, drafted into the Turkish armies. A certain group of Jews in the town of Zichron Yaakov, not far from Haifa, believed that Great Britain ought to win the war in the Middle East, but what could they do? Well, for a small, determined group of people arrayed against a major power, there is only one traditional answer, other than prayer, and that is espionage. Thus, a botanist named Aron Aronson, his sister Sarah, an assistant called Avshalom Feinberg, and several others formed a network they called Nili. It's taken from a phrase in the book of Samuel, an acronym of the Hebrew initials for "the Eternal One of Israel will not prove false." The conspiracy was based at the Atlit experimental station and was facilitated by Aron Aronson's position as chief of the Locust Control Unit. He could show up anywhere, for instance at Turkish military positions, without provoking suspicion. Meanwhile, Sarah Aronson, who was ravishing, became a fixture at parties attended by high-ranking Turkish officers. The British at first were suspicious. The Aronsons did not ask for money. But eventually, in 1917, Nili product was accepted by British officers stationed on ships anchored off Palestine. There were, it's a typical problem, I understand, communications difficulties, and Avshalom Feinberg set out across the Sinai Desert to make contact with the British. He was ambushed by Arab raiders and murdered near Rafah in the Gaza Strip. Local legend has it that he was buried in the sand at the edge of the town, and a palm tree grew up from his bones, seeded by dates he carried in his pockets. Then the spy ring was uncovered. Too many people knew about it, and Sarah Aronson was arrested by the Turks and tortured for 4 days. At that point she tricked her captors into letting her use the washroom, unsupervised, where she had secreted a revolver and took her own life. All the other members of the network were captured by the Turks, tortured and executed, except for Aron Aronson, who survived the war, only to die in a plane crash in the English Channel in 1919. Of course, the Arabs fought on the side of the British as well. They too wished an end to Turkish occupation, and their revolt was led by skilled British military intelligence officers such as T.E. Lawrence and Richard Meinertzhagen. The Arabs believed they were fighting for independence, but it did not quite turn out that way. When the smoke cleared, when Allenby took Jerusalem, the British ruled Mandate Palestine, and the French held Syria and the Lebanon. But the Nili network was not the only effort made on Britain's behalf by the Jews. Far more important in its ultimate effect was the contribution of Dr. Chaim Weizmann. Weizmann is well known as a Zionist. He is an articulate and persuasive man, but he is also known by people who have an interest in the area as a biochemist. While teaching and doing research at the University of Manchester, he discovered a method of producing synthetic acetone by a process of natural fermentation. As Great Britain's war against Germany intensified, they discovered themselves running out of acetone, which is the solvent that must be used in the manufacture of cordite, a crucial explosive in artillery shells and bullets. In 1916, Weizmann was summoned before Winston Churchill, at that time First Lord of the Admiralty. Churchill said, "Well, Dr. Weizmann, we need 30,000 tons of acetone. Can you make it?" Weizmann did not rest until he'd done it, ultimately taking over many of Britain's large whiskey distilleries until production plants could be built. Did Weizmann's action produce the Balfour Declaration? It did not hurt, certainly. In 1917, Balfour, as Foreign Secretary, promised that the British government would use their best endeavours to facilitate the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. The League of Nations and other countries supported that position. It would be pleasant to think Weizmann had a hand in that, but the British are a wonderfully practical people, and what they wanted at that moment was America's entry into the war against the Germans, and it was felt that Lord Balfour's declaration would mobilize American Jewish opinion in that direction. But Weizmann played his part. De Montfrid paused, refilled Szara's glass, then his own. "By now, Monsieur Szara, you likely see where this is headed." "Yes and no," Szara said, "and the story isn't over." "That's true, it continues. But this much can be said. The survival of Jewish Palestine depends on the attitude of the British, and from that perspective, the Chamberlain government has been a disaster." The Czechs would certainly agree. No doubt. When Chamberlain, after giving in to Hitler in September, asked why Great Britain should risk war for the sake of what he called a faraway country of which we know very little and whose language we don't understand, people who share my views were horrified. If he perceived the Czechs in that way, what does he think about the Jews? You see Munich as a moral failure, then. De Montfrid teetered on the edge of indignation, then asked quietly, "Don't you?" He wasn't precisely angry, Szara thought, simply, momentarily, balked. And he wasn't used to that. His life was ordered to keep him clear of uncertainties of any kind, and Szara had, rather experimentally, said something unexpected. To de Montfrid it was like being served cold coffee for breakfast. It wasn't wrong. It was unthinkable. "Yes, I do," Szara said at last. But one ought to wonder out loud what Chamberlain was hearing from the other end of the conference table, the generals and the discreet gentlemen in dark suits. But then, after they made their case, he had the choice to believe them or not, and then to act. I can theorize that what he heard concerned what might happen to England's cities, particularly London, if they started a war with Germany. Bombers and bomb tonnage, and what happened in Guernica when it was bombed. People get hurt in war. People get hurt in peace, de Montfrid said. In Palestine since 1920. Arab mobs have murdered hundreds of Jewish settlers, and the British Mandate Police haven't always shown much interest in stopping them. Great Britain runs on oil, which the Arabs have, and it doesn't. That's true, Monsieur Szara. But it's not the whole story. Like Lawrence, many officials in the British Foreign Service idealize the Arabs, the fierce and terrible purity of the desert and all that sort of thing. Whereas with the Jews, well, all you get is a bunch of Jews. Szara laughed appreciatively, and de Montfrid softened. "For a moment," he said, "I was afraid we were very far apart in the way we see these things." "No, I don't think so. But your Chateau de Montfrid gives one an elevated view of existence, so I'm afraid you're going to have to be very direct with me." Szara waited to see what that might produce. De Montfrid thought for a time, then said, "The Arabs have made it clear they don't want Jewish settlement in the Middle East. Some are more hostile than others. Several of the diplomats, in person, are more than decent in their understanding of our difficulties and not insensible to what we have to offer them. The German migration brought to Palestine a storehouse of technical information, medicine, engineering, horticulture, and they are people for whom the sharing of knowledge is instinctive, second nature. But Rashid Ali in Iraq is a creature of the Nazis, and so is the Mufti of Jerusalem. They've chosen the German side. Other Arabs may join them if they don't get what they want. England is in a difficult position. How to retain the goodwill of the Arab nations without alienating America and other liberal countries. So they've adopted, on the subject of the Jewish question, a regime of conferences and more conferences. Instead of actually doing something, they have taken refuge in deciding what to do. I'll grant it's a legitimate diplomatic maneuver, one way to simply avoid trouble. Thus, the Peel Report and the Woodhead Commission and the Evian Conference, and next we're to have in February the St. James's Conference, after which a white paper will be issued. Meanwhile, Kristallnacht. That was not a conference, Szara said. Hitler spoke to the world. Jews may not live in Germany any longer. This is what we intend to do to them. 100 dead, thousands beaten, tens of thousands locked up in the Dachau and Buchenwald camps. The German and Austrian Jews certainly understood. They're fighting to get out any way they can. But the problem is, they can't just get out. They have to go somewhere. And there is nowhere for them to go. I happen to have a rather accurate forecast of the white paper that's going to be written after the St. James's Conference. You, journalists will understand how one comes upon such things. One is never entirely without friends. One had better not be, at any rate. Just so. We hear that emigration to Mandate Palestine is going to be limited to 15,000 Jews a year for 5 years. Then it stops dead. At the moment there are still 300,000 Jews in Germany, another 65,000 remain in Austria, and only 15,000 of them can get into Palestine. And if this thing were somehow to spread to Poland, and the way Hitler talks about Poland is the way he used to talk about the Sudetenland, then what? That's 3,300,000 more. What is being done? De Montfrid leaned back in his chair and stared. His eyes were dark, difficult to read, but Szara sensed a conflict between mistrust, the natural, healthy sort, and the need to confide. "Beginnings," he said finally. "From all points on the political compass, the established groups have been fighting this battle for years. The labor people in the Histadrut, Vladimir Jabotinsky's New Zionists, and the organization they call Betar. David Ben-Gurion and the Jewish Agency, and others, many others, are doing what they can. It is a political effort, letters written, favors called in, donations given, resolutions passed. It all creates a kind of presence. Also, in Palestine there is the Haganah, a fighting force, and its information bureau, known as Sherut Yediot, generally called Shai, its first initials. But it is all they can do to keep the Jews of Palestine alive. Then, just lately, there is something more. As you know, emigration to Palestine is called by the name Aliyah. The word has the sense of return. The British entry certificates permit a few thousand people a year into the country, and there is a Jewish organization to administer the details, travel, reception, and so on. But there exists within that group, in its shadow, another. There are only 10 of them at the moment, 9 men and a very young woman who call themselves the Mossad Aliyah Bet, that is, the Institute for Aliyah B. The letter indicates illegal as opposed to legal emigration. This group is now in the process of leasing ships, whatever derelict hulk can be found in the ports of southern Europe, and they intend to bring Jews out of danger and effect clandestine landings on the coast of Palestine. Will they succeed? They will try, and I am in sympathy with them. A moment comes, and if you wish to look upon yourself as human, you must take some kind of action. Otherwise you can read the newspapers and congratulate yourself on your good fortune. Weizmann, however, makes an interesting point. After Kristallnacht he said to Anthony Eden that the fire in the German synagogues may easily spread to Westminster Abbey. So the self-congratulatory souls may one day have their own moment of reckoning. We shall see. And you, Monsieur de Montfrid, what is it that you do? I invite you to the Renaissance Club of Neuilly, among other things. I somehow happen to meet Monsieur Bloch. I have a few friends here and there. We try to spend money wisely in the right places. When I can, I tell important people those things I believe they ought to know. A group of friends. It has, perhaps, a name? No. Truly? The less official the better is what we think. One can be without structure of any kind and still be of enormous help. What kind of help, Monsieur de Montfrid? There are two areas in which we have a very special interest. The first is simple, legitimate emigration certificates above and beyond the publicly stated number allowed by the British Foreign Office. Each one represents several lives saved because they can be used by families. The second area is not simple, but can be of far greater impact. Shall we call it a demonstration? As good a word as any, a demonstration that groups sympathetic to Jewish settlement in Palestine are a source of assistance that the British cannot ignore. It's a way of buying influence, as Neely did, as Weizmann did, by serving the interests of the governing nation. It's what, finally, the British understand, quid pro quo. The White Paper will be debated in Parliament, where there are those who want to help us. We'd like to make it easier for them. The only way to accomplish that is with concrete acts, something definite they can point to. Not in public. Nothing happens in public, but in the halls, in the cloakrooms, the gentlemen's clubs, the country houses. That's where the serious business is done. That's where we must be represented. Can the emigration certificates be produced privately? Forged, you mean? Yes. Of course it's tried. And if one can be proud of forgers, Jewish forgers are among the best, though they have been known to go off on their own and produce the occasional Rembrandt. Unfortunately, the British have a tendency to count, and their colonial bureaucracy is efficient. The weakness in the system is that the civil servants in their passport offices are underpaid, a situation that leads only one place. Bribes have been offered and accepted. Also discovered. The same situation is present in many embassies. Argentine, Liberian, Guatemalan, Jews are turning up as citizens of virtually everywhere. There are also instances where passport officers just give in to compassion when confronted with the unbearable condition of certain applicants. The horrors of this thing simply multiply the more you look at it. But forgery and bribery and whatever else occurs to you do not begin to create the numbers we need. What we have in mind is quite different. A private arrangement that produces real certificates. Difficult and sensitive. De Montfrid smiled. Monsieur Bloch has great faith in you. Theoretically, in what way would a Soviet journalist involve himself in such matters? Who can say? It's been my experience of life that one does not try to control influential people. One can only present one's case and hope for the best. If on reflection you find yourself in agreement with what has been said here this evening, you'll find a way, I suspect, to bring your abilities to bear on the situation. I myself don't know the solution, so I seek people out and pose the problem. But if I could believe that you would go home tonight and think about these matters, I would be frankly overjoyed. Gently, and by mutual agreement, the conversation was allowed to drift off into pleasantries, and, just in time for de Montfrid to attend his beastly charity thing, they parted. Outside the little library, a club member with a bright red face and white hair greeted de Montfrid effusively, pretending to pull an engineer's whistle cord and making the French sound for toot-toot. De Montfrid laughed heartily, the most amiable fellow imaginable. "We've known each other forever," he said to Szara. They shook hands in the downstairs hall, and the steward returned Szara's umbrella, which had apparently been dried with a cloth. January 1939. 08942 57661 44898, and so on, which turned out to mean Esnovim Godom and Esnovim Shastyam. Happy New Year and the best to you all. Cold and formal wishes from the great Father Stalin. During his week in Berlin, Szara had found himself in the neighborhood of the storage building that held the painting with the Duboc dossier secreted behind the canvas. It had seemed to him remote and very much beside the point. This is a lesson about time, he thought. With the surge of German power into Austria and Czechoslovakia, Russia assumed the role of counterweight. And if Stalin had been vulnerable when he decimated the military and intelligence services, he wasn't now. Hitler was driving the world to his door. Stalin's murders were achieved in basements. Hitler's work was photographed for the newspapers. Russia was weak, full of starving peasants. Germany built superb locomotives. The Ochrana dossier had best remain where it was. In early January, Szara suddenly ran a terrible fever. He lay amid soaked sheets, saw, when he closed his eyes, the splashing in the moonlit river Havel, and heard again and again the scream for mercy. It was not delirium. It was a sickened memory that refused to heal. He saw Marta Hecht dancing in the yard of a thatched-roof cottage in some Ukrainian ghetto village. He saw the eyes of people who had stared at him in Berlin, a long tile hall, the broken face of a Wittenau policeman, the room in the narrow house. It had no name, this sickness. That was its secret, he thought. It fed deep, where words and ideas didn't reach. He tried the writer's time-honored cure, writing. Unshaven, in wrinkled pajamas, he spent a few mornings at it, producing journalistic short stories in pursuit of the German character, brutal, nasty stuff. He attacked hypocrisy, cruelty, fulminous envy, an obsessive sense of having been wronged, grievously, and misunderstood eternally. Rereading, he was both horrified and pleased, recalled Lenin's wondrously sly dictum that paper will stand for anything you write on it, and thought for a moment he might actually seek publication. But it was not, he came to realize, the blow he needed to strike. All it would do was make them angry. And they already were that most of the time. It was not something he'd accused them of, yet in some ways he saw it as their dominant characteristic. He had no idea why, not really. One morning, as a fall of thick, wet snowflakes silenced the city, he tore the stories up. Chauverly was his January angel, crisscrossed the icy streets of Paris and made his treffs with valets, paid the concierge to bring him bowls of thick amber soup, and sat on the edge of his bed when she had a spare moment. He came to understand, eventually, that the possibility of feverish babbling made them nervous. They didn't want him in the hospital. Nobody quite said anything about it, but a doctor from the medical faculty at the Sorbonne, a sympathizer, suddenly made house calls to a man with a bad fever. A professor with a grand beard, peering down at him from the heights of professional achievement to say, "Rest and keep warm and drink plenty of hot tea." When Chauverly stopped by, they'd gossip. Like himself, she really had no one to talk to. After the meeting in the Berlin theatre, she told him, Cherova had apparently redoubled her efforts, joining the rather lively circles of young Nazi Party intellectuals, and thus maneuvering her sub-agents into extremely productive relationships. "What did you do to her?" Chauverly would ask, teasing him as a great lover. He would smile weakly. "Really nothing. She is just so Russian," he would say. "A little sympathy, a kind word, and the flower suddenly blooms." The fever broke after 10 days, and slowly Szara began to work again. In the last week of January, Abramov ordered a third-country meeting to pursue certain details regarding a reorganization of the Opel network. This time it was to be in Switzerland, near the town of Sion, a couple of hours up the Rhone Valley from Geneva on the night of February 7th. The transmission took its time coming in, and Kranoff was annoyed. "They've changed wireless telegraph operators again," he said, lighting a cigarette and sitting back in his chair. "Slow as mud, this new one." Goldman wired the following day, ordering, as he had when Szara had gone to Berlin, a piggyback courier delivery. 60,000 French francs were to be taken to Lausanne on the day after his meeting with Abramov and passed, using a complicated identification parole procedure, to an unnamed individual. This was a lot of money, and it caused a problem. Couriers were limited to a certain level of funds. After that, Moscow, evidently in fear of temptation, dictated the presence of a second courier, specifically a diplomatic or intelligence officer, and not just a network agent like Odile. So Maltsev told him anyhow. Szara was eating dinner at his neighborhood bistro, the thon folded in half and propped up against the mustard pot, when a man materialized across the table and introduced himself. "Get in touch with Ilya Goldman," he said by way of establishing his bona fides. "He'll confirm who I am. We were in Madrid together at the embassy." He was now in Paris, he continued, on temporary assignment from Belgrade, where he'd been political officer for a year or so. Szara immediately disliked him. Maltsev was a dark, balding young man with a bad skin and a sour disposition, a man much given to sinister affectations, a man who spoke always as though he were saying only a small fraction of what he actually knew. He wore tinted eyeglasses and a voluminous black overcoat of excellent quality. Maltsev made it clear that he found courier work boring and very much beneath him. The order to accompany Szara to Switzerland offended him in any number of ways. "These little czars in Moscow," he said with a sneer, "throw roubles around as though the world were ending tomorrow." He had a pretty good idea what went on in Lausanne, he confided. Typical of the desk-bound comrades to try and solve the problem with money. Typical also that some unseen controller in the Dzerzhinsky Square apparat was using the occasion to make Maltsev's life miserable, screwing him with some witless assignment that could be handled by any numbskull operative. "Another enemy," he grumbled. "Somebody jealous of his promotions or his assignment in Paris. But next we'll see if he gets away with it. Maybe not, eh?" He pointed at Szara's plate. "What's that?" "Andouillette," Szara said. "What is it, a sausage? What's in it?" "You won't want it if I tell you," Szara said. "Probably the chef's mistress," Maltsev said with a laugh. "Order me a steak, cooked, no blood, or back it goes." His eyes were animated behind the tinted lenses, flicking around the room, staring at the other customers. Then he leaned confidentially toward Szara. "Who is this Abramov you're going to see?" He looked triumphant and pleased with himself. "Surprised I know that?" "Boss. One of them, anyhow. A big shot?" "He sits on one directorate, certainly. Perhaps others, I don't know." "Old friend, I'll bet. The way things go these days, you don't last long without a protector, right?" Szara shrugged. "Everybody's got their own story. Mine's not like that. It's all business with Abramov." "Is it?" "Yes." "Hey!" Maltsev called as a waiter went past and ignored him. It snowed on the night of the 6th, and by the time Szara and Maltsev left the Gare de Lyon on the 7th of February, the fields and villages of France were still and white. The 19th century, Szara thought with longing. A pair of frost-coated dray horses pulling a cart along a road, a girl in a stocking cap skating on a pond near Melun. The sky was dense and swollen, sometimes a flight of crows circled over the snow-covered fields. But for the presence of Maltsev, it would have been a time for dreaming. The frozen world outside the train window was unmoving, cold and peaceful. Smoke from farmhouse chimneys, the only sign of human life. Following the rules, they had booked the compartment for themselves, so they were alone. Szara kept a hand or a foot in permanent contact with the small travelling case that held the 60,000 francs, each packet of 100-franc notes bound by a strip of paper with Cyrillic initials on it. But even though they were alone, Maltsev spoke obliquely. "Your friend in Sion, the man in Brussels." A glutton's appetite for gossip, Szara thought. Who do you know? How do the loyalties work? What's the real story? Maltsev was the classic opportunist, probing for whatever you might have that he could use. Szara parried him on every point, but felt that eventually the sheer weight of the attack might wear him down. To escape, he feigned drowsiness. Maltsev sneered with delight. "Going to dreamland with our dear gold on your lap?" They'd left at dawn, and it was again dark when they reached Geneva. They walked 3 blocks from the railroad station and found the Opel Olympia that had been left in front of a commercial traveller's hotel, the ignition key taped to the bottom of the gas pedal. Szara drove. Maltsev sat beside him, smoking his cardboard-tipped Bellomore cigarettes, a road map spread across his lap. They circled the north shore of Lake Léman on good roads in intermittent light snow, then after Villeneuve began to climb over the mountain passes. Here the weather cleared, and there was a bright, sharp moon, its light sparkling on the ice crystal in the banked snow at the sides of the road. Sometimes on the curves they could see down into the valleys spread out below. Clusters of stone villages, ice rivers, empty roads. The sense of deep silence and distance at last reached Maltsev, who ceased talking and stared out the window. By 10 o'clock they had descended to Martigny and turned north on the narrow plain by the Rhône, here an overgrown mountain stream. There was hard-packed snow on the roads, and Szara drove carefully, but steadily, encountering only 1 or 2 cars along the way. Sion was dark, no lights anywhere, and they had to hunt for a time until they found the gravel road that went up the mountainside. 5 minutes later the grade flattened out, and they rolled to a stop in front of an old hotel, tires crunching on newly fallen snow. The hotel, a carved sign above the arched doorway, said Hôtel du Vase, was timber and stucco capped by a steep slate roof hung with icicles. It stood high above the road, at the edge of a shimmering white meadow that sloped gently toward the edge of an evergreen forest. The ground-floor shutters were closed. Behind them was a faint glow, perhaps a single lamp, in what Szara presumed to be a reception area in the lobby. When he turned off the ignition and climbed out of the Opel, he could hear the sound of the wind at the corner of the building. There were no other cars to be seen. Perhaps it was a summer hotel, he thought, where people came in order to walk in the mountains. Maltsev got out of the car and closed the door carefully. From an upper window, Szara heard Abramov's voice. "André Aronovitch?" "Yes," Szara called. "Come down and let us in. It's freezing." "Who is with you?" Looking up, Szara saw one shutter partly opened. Before he could respond, Maltsev whispered, "Don't say my name." Szara stared at him, not understanding. "Answer him," Maltsev said urgently, gripping him hard at the elbow. Abramov must have seen the gesture, Szara thought, because a moment later they heard the sound, eerily loud in the still cold air, of a heavy man descending an exterior staircase, perhaps at the back of the hotel, a man in a hurry. Maltsev, coat flapping, started to run, and Szara, not knowing what else to do, followed. They were immediately slowed when they moved around the side of the hotel, because here the snow was deeper, up to their knees, which made running almost impossible. Maltsev swore as he stumbled forward. They heard a shout from the trees and to their left. Then it was repeated urgently. A threat, Szara realized, spoken in Russian. They came around the corner at the back of the hotel and stopped. Abramov, in a dark suit and Homburg hat, was trying to run across the snow-covered meadow. It was absurd, almost comic. He struggled and floundered and slipped, went down on one hand, rose, lifted his knees high for a few steps, fell again, then lurched forward as he tried to reach the edge of the forest, leaving behind him a broken white path. The Homburg suddenly tilted to one side, and Abramov grabbed it frantically, instinctively, and held the brim tightly as he ran, as though, late for work, he were running to catch a tram in a city street. The marksmen in the forest almost let him reach the trees. The first shot staggered him, but he kept on a little, only slower. Then the second shot brought him down. The reports echoed off the side of the mountain, then faded into silence. Maltsev walked into the meadow. Szara followed, moving along the broken path. It was slippery and difficult, and soon they were breathing hard. Just before they reached him, Abramov managed to turn on his side. His hat had rolled away, and there was snow caught in his beard. Malseyev stood silently and tried to catch his breath. Szara knelt down. He could see that Abramov had bled into the snow. His eyes were closed. Then they flickered open for a moment. Perhaps he saw Szara. He made a single sound, a guttural sigh. Ah! Of exhaustion and irritation, of dismissal. And then he was gone. The Renaissance Club. At the Brasserie Heininger, at the far corner table where you could see everyone and everyone could see you, seated below the scrupulously preserved bullet hole in the vast and golden mirror, André Szara worked hard at being charming, and tried to quiet a certain interior voice that told him to shut up and go home. A newcomer to the crowd of regulars at the corner table, and so the center of attention, he proposed a toast. "I would like us to drink to the love, to the hopeless loves of our childhood days." Was there a split second of hesitation? My God, is he going to weep? Before the chorus of approval? But then he didn't weep. His fingers combed a longish strand of black hair off his forehead, and he smiled a vulnerable smile. Then everyone realized how very right the toast was, how very right he was. The emotional Russian, long after midnight, in his steel-grey tie and soft maroon shirt, not exactly drunk, just intimate and daring. That he was. Beneath the tablecloth, his hand rested warmly on the thigh of Lady Angela Hope, a pillar of the Paris night and a woman he'd been specifically told to avoid. With his other hand he drank Roederer Cristal from a gold-rimmed champagne flute which, thanks to the attentions of a clairvoyant waiter, turned out to be perfectly full every time he went to pick it up. He smiled, he laughed, he said amusing things, and everyone thought he was wonderful. Everyone. Wojciechowski, the lion of the Bourse, Ginger Pudakis, the English wife of the Chicago meatpacking king, the Polish Countess K., who, when properly intrigued, made ingenious gardens for her friends, the terrible Roddy Fitzware, mad, bad, and dangerous to know. In fact, the whole pack of them, 10 at last count, hung on his every word. Was his manner, perhaps, just a shade more Slavic than it really needed to be? Perhaps. But he did not care. He smoked and drank like an affable demon, said, "For a drunkard the sea is only knee-deep," and other proverbial Russianisms as they came to him, and generally made a grand and endearing fool of himself. Yet he was more Slavic than they knew. The interior voice refused to be still. "Stop," it said. "This is not in your best interest. You will suffer, you will regret it. They will catch you." He ignored it. Not that it was wrong. In fact, he knew it was right, but still, he ignored it. Wojciechowski, inspired by the toast, was telling a story. "It was my father who took me to the gypsy camp. Imagine to go out so late at night and to such a place. I could not have been more than 12 years old, but when she began to dance—" Lady Angela's leg pressed closer under the table, a hand appeared through the smoky air, and a stream of pale Cristal fizzed into his glass. What other wine, someone had said of champagne, can you hear? Like Lady Angela Hope, the Brasserie Heininger was notorious. In the spring of 37 it had been the site of, as the Parisians put it, une affaire bizarre. The main dining room had been sprayed with Tommy guns. The Bulgarian maitre d' had been assassinated in the ladies' WC, and a mysterious waiter called Nick had disappeared soon after. Such violently Balkan goings-on had made the place madly popular. The most desirable table directly beneath the golden mirror with a single bullet hole. In fact, the only mirror that survived the incident. Otherwise it was just one more brasserie, where mustached waiters hurried among the red plush banquettes with platters of crayfish and grilled sausage, a taste of fin de siècle deviltry, while outside the February snow drifted down into the streets of Paris, and cabmen tried to keep warm. As for Lady Angela Hope, she was notorious among two very different sets: the late-night crowd of aristocrats and parvenus, of every nationality and none at all, that haunted certain brasseries and nightclubs, as well as another, more obscure, perhaps, which followed her career with equal or possibly keener interest. Her name had been raised in one of Goldman's earliest briefings, taken from a file folder kept in a safe in the Stefan Leib's shop in Brussels. Both Szara's predecessor and Annick Schauverli had been probed by Lady Angela, who was known to have informal connections with British intelligence stations in Paris. She was, as promised, 40ish, sexy, rich, foul-mouthed, promiscuous, and, in general, thoroughly accessible, an indefatigable guest and hostess who knew everybody. "You will meet her, certainly," said Goldman primly, "but she has entirely the wrong friends. Stay away." But then, Goldman. Szara smiled to himself. Too bad Goldman couldn't see him now, the forbidden Lady Angela snugly by his side. Well, he thought, this is fate. This had to happen, and so now it is happening. Yes, there may have been some kind of alternative, but the one person in his life who really understood alternatives, knew where they hid and how to find them, was gone. That was Abramov, of course. And on February 7th, in a meadow behind the Hôtel du Vase in Sion, Abramov had resigned from the service. Exactly how that came to happen, Szara didn't know. But he'd managed to unwind events to a point where he had a pretty good idea of what had gone on. Abramov, he suspected, had attempted to influence their Shani by use of the photographs taken in the garden of the house at Puteaux. It hadn't worked. Realizing his days were numbered, he'd at last taken Szara's advice offered on the beach at Aarhus and planned one final operation: his own disappearance. He'd arranged the meeting at the Hôtel du Vase in Sion, owned, Szara was told that night, by a front corporation operated by the NKVD Foreign Department, which gave him a legitimate reason to leave Moscow. He'd then created a notional agent in Lausanne who needed 60,000 French francs. This made Goldman in Brussels a logical source, and Szara's scheduled trip to Sion a convenient method of delivery. The money was meant to give Abramov a running start in a new life. The operation was dovetailed and simple, but it hadn't worked. Why? Szara could see two possibilities. Kranov, already thought to spy on the Opel network for the Directorate, might have alerted security units when an untrained and uncertain hand operated the wireless key in Moscow. Every operator had a characteristic signature, and Kranov, trained to be sensitive to change of any kind, had probably reacted to Abramov's rather awkward keying of his own message. To Szara, however, Goldman was the more interesting possibility. Network gossip suggested the Resident had previously had a hand in a rogue operation, something well outside the usual scope of Opel's activities, in which a young woman was kidnapped from a rooming house in Paris. And when Szara described to Schauverli the operatives he'd met later that night at the Hôtel du Vase, especially the one who used the work-name Dodin, a huge man, short and thick, with the red hands and face of a butcher, she had reacted. In the next instant she was all unknowing. But he'd felt a shadow touch her, he was sure of it. Through Kranov or Goldman, or both, the special section of the Foreign Department had become involved, dispatched Maltsev to Paris to keep watch on Szara as he went to meet Abramov and to find out if he was an accomplice or even a fellow fugitive. Szara realized that his instinctive distaste for Maltsev's personality had provoked him into a blank and businesslike response to the man's offensive needling, and that in turn had quite probably saved his life. They'd buried Abramov at the edge of the meadow under the snow-laden boughs of a fir tree, chipping at the frozen ground with shovels and sweating in the cold moonlight. There were 4 of them besides Maltsev. They took off their overcoats and worked in baggy woolen suits, swearing as they dug, their Swiss hunting rifles propped against a tree. They spread snow over the dirt and returned to the empty hotel, building a fire in the fireplace downstairs, sitting in handmade pine chairs and smoking Maltseev's Bellamores, talking among themselves. Szara was part of every activity, taking his turn with the shovel, struggling with Abramov's weight as they put him in the ground. He had no choice. He became a temporary member of the unit. They talked about what they could buy in Geneva before they went back to Kiev. They talked about other operations. Something in Lithuania, something in Sweden, though they were oblique with a stranger in their midst. The only ceremony for Abramov was Szara's silent prayer, and he made very sure his lips did not move as he said it. Yet even at that moment, in the dark meadow, he planned further memorials. Early in the morning, standing on the platform of the railroad station in Geneva and waiting for the Paris train, Maltseev was blunt. The usual way in these affairs is to send the accomplice along on the same journey. Innocent or not doesn't matter, but for the moment, somebody considers you worth keeping alive. Personally, I don't agree. You are a traitor in your heart, but I just do what they tell me. It's a good lesson for you, Szara. Come to think of it, being smart maybe isn't so smart as you think. You see where it got Abramov? I blame it on the parents. They should have made him study the violin like all the rest of them. The train pulled in. Maltseev, after a contemptuous bow and a sweep of the hand toward the compartment door, turned and walked away. Staring at Wojciechowski across the table, pretending to listen as the man told a story about his childhood, Szara for the first time understood the chain of events that had led to the night of February 7th. It had started with Lotte Huber's romance with Seneschal, and from there moved, seemingly driven by fate, to its conclusion. Inevitable, he thought. The champagne was cunning. The opposite of vodka in that it didn't numb, it revealed. One could say, he realized, that a Nazi official's appetite for red berry sauce had 2 years later led to the death of a Russian intelligence officer in a Swiss meadow. He shook his head to make such thoughts go away. Remember, he told himself silently, this must be done with a cold heart. Wojciechowski paused to take a long sip of champagne. The Lion of the Boers was in his early 60s, with a long, mournful face marked by the chronically red-rimmed eyes and dark pouches of the lifelong insomniac. He was reputed to be one of the richest men in Paris. "I wonder whatever became of her," he said. He had a thick Hungarian accent and a heavy, hoarse voice that seemed to come from the bottom of a well. "But, Bibi," Ginger Pudakis said, "did you make love?" "I was 12 years old, my dear." "Then what?" One side of Wojciechowski's mouth twisted briefly into a tart grin. "I looked at her breasts." "Fini?" "Let me tell you from one who has lived a rich and varied cosmopolitan life, there was never again a moment like it." "Oh, Bibi," she breathed, "too sad." Lady Angela whispered in Szara's ear, "Say something clever, can you?" "Not sad, bittersweet," he said. "Not at all the same thing. I think it's a perfect story." "Hear, hear," said Roddy Fitzware. They went on to a nightclub to watch a Pasch dancing. A young dancer, her skirt bunched up around her waist, slid across the polished floor into the audience and accidentally drove a spike heel into Szara's ankle. He winced, saw a momentary horror on her face amid the black and violet makeup. Then her partner, in the traditional sailor's shirt, whisked her away. "Now I am wounded in the line of duty," he thought, "and should receive a medal. But there's no nation to award it." He was very drunk, and laughed out loud at the thought. "Were you stabbed?" Lady Angela asked quietly, evidently amused. "A little. It's nothing." "What a very, very nice man you are." "Ha! It's true. Next week you're to have supper with me tete-a-tete, can you?" "I shall be honored, dear lady." "Mysterious things may happen." "The very thing I live for." I expect you do. You're right. Will there be a violinist? Good God, no. Then I'll come. The dinner was at Fouquet's, in a private room with dark green curtains. Gold-painted cherubs grinned from the corners of the ceiling. There were 2 wines, and langoustines with artichokes and turbot. Lady Angela Hope was in red, a long, shimmering silk sheath, and her upswept hair, a colour something like highly polished brass, was held in place by 2 diamond butterflies. He thought her presentation ingenious, glamorous, seductive, and absolutely untouchable. The culmination of the private dinner was that one would have dined privately. "What am I to do with my little place in Scotland? You must advise me," she said. Could anything be wrong? Could anything be wrong? Could anything be right? This dreadful man, a Mr. McConaughey, if you will, writes that the northwest Cornish has entirely deteriorated, and— Szara was, in a way, disappointed. He was curious, and the street imp from Odessa in him would have liked the conquest of a titled English lady in a private room at Fouquet's. But he'd understood from the beginning that the evening was for business and not for love. While they dawdled over coffee, there was a discreet knock on the door-frame to one side of the curtain. Lady Angela playfully splayed her fingers at the centre of her chest. "Why, whoever can that be?" "Your husband," Szara said acidly. She suppressed a giggle. "Bastard?" she said in English. Her upper-class tone made a poem of the word, and he noted that it was absolutely the most honestly affectionate thing she had ever said, or likely ever would say, to him. Underneath it all, he thought her splendid. Roger Fitzware slipped between the curtains. Something in the way he moved meant he was no longer the slightly effeminate and terribly amusing Roddy that the Brasserie Heininger crowd so adored. Short and quite handsome, with thick reddish-brown hair swept across a noble forehead, he was wearing a tuxedo and smoking a little cigar. "Am I de trop?" he said. Szara stood, and they shook hands. "Pleased to see you," he said in English. Fitzware said. "Do join us, dear boy," Lady Angela said. "Shall I have them bring a chair?" Fitzware said, just to be polite. "I think not," said Lady Angela. She came around the table and kissed Szara on the cheek. "A very, very nice man," she said. "You must ring me up. Very soon," she called as she vanished through the curtain. Fitzware ordered discreet cognac, and for a time they chatted about nothing in particular. Szara, a student of technique, found considerable professional satisfaction in watching Fitzware work. Intelligence people, no matter their national origin, always had a great deal in common, like people who collected stamps or worked in banks. But the approach, when it came, was no surprise, since it turned out to be the same one favored by the Russian services, one that created an acceptable motive and solicited betrayal in the same breath. Fitzware conducted the conversation like a maestro. The concierge situation in Paris. And here he was quite amusing. His apartment house groaned beneath the heel of a ferocious tyrant. Une vraie dragon in her 80s with a will of iron led gracefully to the political situation in Paris. Here Fitzware implicitly acknowledged the concerns of his guest by citing, with a grim expression, the slogan chalked on walls and bridges, "Vaut mieux Hitler que Blum," a fascist preference for the Nazis over Leon Blum, the Jewish socialist who'd led the government a year earlier. Then it was time for the political situation in France, followed closely by the political situation in Europe. Now the table was set, and it only remained for dinner to be served. "Do you think there can be peace?" Fitzware asked. He lit a small cigar and offered Szara one. Szara declined and lit a Gitan. "Of course," Szara said, "if people of goodwill are determined to work together." And that was that. Fitzware had hoisted a signal flag of inquiry, and Szara had responded. Fitzware took a moment to swirl his cognac and exhale a long, satisfied plume of cigar smoke. Szara let him exult a little in his victory. For somebody in their line of work, recruitment was the great, perhaps the only, victory. Now it was settled, they would work together for peace. As who wouldn't? They both knew, as surely as the sun rose in the morning, that there would be war. But that was entirely beside the point. "We're terribly at sea, you know, we British," said Fitzware, following the script. "I fear we haven't a clue to the Soviet Union's intentions regarding Poland, or the Baltics, or Turkey. The situation is complex, a powder keg ready to go up. Wouldn't it be dreadful if the armies of Europe marched over a simple misunderstanding?" "It must be avoided," Szara agreed, "at all cost. You'd think we would have come to understand, in 1914, the price of ignorance. Sorrowfully, the world doesn't learn. No, you're right. It seems we are destined to repeat our mistakes. Unless, of course, we have the knowledge, the information that permits us to work these things out between diplomats, in the League of Nations, for instance. Ideally, it is the answer." "Well," said Fitzware, brightening, "I believe there's still a chance, don't you?" "I do," Szara said. "To me personally, the critical information at this time would concern developments in Germany. Would you agree with that?" Fitzware did not respond immediately, simply stared as though hypnotized. He'd led himself some way down a false trail, assuming that Szara's information concerned Soviet operations, intelligence, political or otherwise. Now he had to shift to a completely different area. Quickly it dawned on him that what he was being offered was, on balance, even better than he'd realized. Offers of Soviet secrets were, in many cases, provocations or dangles, attempts to involve a rival service in deluding itself or revealing its own resources. One had to wear fireproof gloves in such cases. Offers of German secrets, on the other hand, coming from a Russian, would very likely be hard currency. Fitzware cleared his throat. "Emphatically," he said. "To me, the key to a peaceful solution of the current difficulties would be a mutual knowledge of armaments, particularly combat aircraft. What would be your view on that?" In Fitzware's eyes, Szara glimpsed the momentary light of elation, as though an inner voice cried out, "I'd dance naked on me fucking birthday cake." In fact, Fitzware permitted himself a civilized grunt. Well, yes. Of course I agree." "With discretion, Mr. Fitzware, it's entirely possible." An unspoken question answered. Fitzware was not in communication with the USSR, was not being drawn into the occluded maze of diplomatic initiatives achieved by intelligence means. He was in communication with André Szara, a Soviet journalist operating on his own. That was the meaning of the word discretion. Fitzware considered carefully. Matters had reached a delicate point. "Your terms," he said. "I have great anxiety on the question of Palestine, particularly with the St. James's Conference in session." At this, Fitzware's triumphant mood slightly deflated. Szara could not have raised a more difficult issue. "There are easier areas in which we might work," he said. Szara nodded, leaving Fitzware to tread water. "Can you be specific?" Fitzware said at last. "Certificates of emigration." "Real ones?" "Yes." "Above the legal limit, of course?" "Of course." "And in return?" "Determination of the Reich's monthly bomber production, based on the total manufacture of the cold-process swage wire that operates certain non-electronic aircraft controls." "My board of directors will want to know the reason you say total." "My board of directors believes this to be the case. It is Whatever else one might say, Mr. Fitzware, a very good, a very effective board of directors. Fitzware sighed in agreement. Don't suppose, dear boy, you'd consider taking something simple, like money. No. Another cognac, then? With pleasure. We have a good deal of work yet to do, and I can't promise anything. All the usual, you understand, Fitzware said, pressing the button on the wall that summoned a waiter. I understand perfectly, Szara said. He paused to finish his cognac. But you must understand that time is very important to us. People are dying. Great Britain needs friends. We must make it all work out somehow. If you will save lives for us, we will save lives for you. Surely that's world peace, or damn close to it. Close enough, Fitzware said. In the violent, changeable weather of early March, Szara and Fitzware got down to serious negotiation. Call it what you like, Szara was later to tell de Montfrid, but what it was pushcart haggling. Fitzware played all the traditional melodies. It was his board of directors that wanted something for nothing. The mandarins in Whitehall were a pack of blind fools. He, Fitzware, was entirely on Szara's side, but making headway through the bureaucratic underbrush was unspeakably frustrating. Much of the negotiating was done at the Brasserie Heininger. Fitzware sat with Lady Angela Hope and Wojciechowski and the whole crowd. Sometimes Szara joined them, other times he took one of his café girls out for dinner. He would meet Fitzware in the men's WC, where they would whisper urgently back and forth, or they would go out on the sidewalk for a breath of fresh air. Once or twice they talked in a corner at the social evenings held in various apartments. Over the course of it, Szara realized that being a Jew made bargaining difficult. Fitzware was eternally proper, but there were moments when Szara thought he caught a whiff of the classical attitude. Why are you people so difficult, so greedy, so stubborn? And of course Fitzware's board of directors tried to do to him what his own directorate had done to Dr. Julius Baumann. Who are we really dealing with? They wanted to know. We need to have a sense of the process. Where is the information coming from? More. Give us more. And why are you people so greedy? But Szara was like a rock. He smiled at Fitzware tolerantly, knowingly, as the Englishman went fishing for deeper information, a smile that said, "We're in the same business, my friend." Finally, Szara made a telling point. This negotiation is nothing, he admitted ruefully to Fitzware, compared to dealings with the French, who had their own Jewish communities in Beirut and Damascus. That seemed to work. Nothing in love and business, quite like a rival, to stimulate desire. They struck a deal and shook hands. Baumann's figures, from January 1st, 1937, through February 1939, brought an initial payment of 500 certificates of immigration, up from Fitzware's offer of 200, down from Szara's demand for 700. 175 certificates a month would be provided as the information was exchanged thereafter. The White Paper would produce 75,000 legal entries through 1944, 15,000 a year, 1,250 a month. Szara's delivery of intelligence from Germany would increase that number by a factor of 14%. Thus, the mathematics of Jewish lives, he thought. He told himself again and again that the operation had to be run with a cold heart, told himself to accept a small victory, told himself whatever he could think of. Yet he could not avoid the knowledge that his visits to the Corner Tabac seemed much more frequent. His ashtrays overflowed. He took more empty bottles to the garbage can in the courtyard. His bistro bills rose sharply, and he ate aspirin and splashed gallons of cold water on his eyes in the morning. There was too much to think about. For one, unseen Soviet counterintelligence work that was meant to keep people like him from doing exactly what he was doing. For another, the potential for blackmail come the day when Fitzware wanted a view of Soviet operations in Paris, and threatened to denounce him if he refused to cooperate. For a third, The strong possibility that Baumann's information was, in fact, supplied by the Reich Foreign Office Intelligence Unit and would in time poison the British estimate of German armaments. What, he wondered, were they hearing on the subject from other sources? He was to find that out sooner than he thought. During this period, Szara found consolation in the most unlikely places. March, he discovered, was good spying weather. Something about the fierce skies full of racing clouds, or the spring rains blowing slantwise past his window, gave him courage. In a climate of turbulence, one could put aside thoughts of consequences. The political parties of the left and the right were to be seen daily on the boulevards, bellowing their slogans, waving their banners, and the newspapers were frantic with thick black headlines every morning. The Parisians had a certain facial expression, lips compressed, head canted a little to one side, eyebrows raised. It meant, "Where does all this lead?" and implied, "No place very good." In Paris that spring of 1939, one saw it hourly. De Montfried, meanwhile, had appointed himself official agent-runner. He was no Abramov and no Bloch, but he had long experience as a commercial trader and believed he understood intuitively how any business agent should be handled. This assumption produced, in the hushed railroad library of the Renaissance Club, some extraordinary moments. De Montfried offering money, "Please don't be eccentric about this, it is only the means to an end," which Szara did not care to take. De Montfried, in the guise of a Jewish mother, pressing smoked fish sandwiches on a man who could barely stand to look at a cup of coffee. De Montfried handed a stack of 500 certificates of emigration, clearing his throat, playing the stoic with tears of pleasure in his eyes. None of this mattered. The days of Abramov and Bloch were over. Szara had been running Opel operations for too long not to run his own when the time came. That included making sure he didn't know too much about details that did not directly concern him. But de Montfried said just enough so that Szara's imagination managed the rest. He could see them. Perhaps an eye surgeon from Leipzig with his family, or a tottering old rabbi from Berlin's Chassid community, could see them boarding a steamer, watching the coastline of Germany disappear over the horizon. Life for them would be difficult, more than difficult, in Palestine. What the Nazi brown-shirts had started, the Arab raiding bands might yet finish. But it was at least a chance, and that was better than despair. The British operatives provided all the usual paraphernalia, a code name, Curate, an emergency meeting signal, the same wrong-number telephone call the Russians sometimes used, and a contact to be known by the work name Evans. This was a rail-thin gentleman in his 60s, from his bearing almost certainly a former military officer, quite possibly of colonial service, who dressed in chalk-stripe blue suits, carried a furled umbrella, cultivated a natty little white moustache, and stood straight as a stick. Contacts were made in the afternoon, in the grand cinemas of the Champs-Élysées neighborhood. Silent exchanges of 2 folded copies of Luton, placed on an empty seat between Szara and the British contact. Silent but for, on one occasion, a single sentence, spoken by Evans across the empty seat and suitably muffled by the clatter of a crowd of Busby Berkeley tap dancers on the screen. "Our friend wants you to know that your numbers have been confirmed, and that he is grateful." He was not to hear Evans speak again. Confirmed. That meant Baumann was telling the truth. His information had been authenticated by other sources reporting to the British services. And that meant what? That Dr. Baumann was betraying a German Funkspieler operation all by himself and just because? That Martha Hecht's boss had been mistaken, it wasn't von Polanyi having lunch with Baumann at the Kaiserhof? Szara could have gone on and on. There were whole operas of possibilities to be drawn from Fitzware's message. But there was no time for it. Szara had to hurry back to his apartment, hide 175 certificates under the carpet until they could be delivered to de Montfried that evening, Make a 5 p.m. meeting in the 3rd arrondissement, the Marais, then head out to the Place d'Italie for a treff with Valet, the new group leader of the Silo network, a little after 7. The meeting in the Marais took place in a tiny hotel at an oilcloth-covered table in a darkened room. A week earlier, Szara had been offered his very own emigration certificate to Palestine. "It's a back door out of Europe," de Montfrid had said. "The time may come when you'll have no other choice." Szara had politely but firmly declined. There was no doubt a reason he did this, but it wasn't one he wanted to name. What he did ask of de Montfrid was a second identity, a good one, with a valid passport that would take him over any border he cared to cross. His intention was not flight. Rather, like any efficient predator, he simply sought to extend his range. De Montfrid, his favours refused again and again, was eager to oblige. "Our cobbler," he'd said, using the slang expression for forger, "is the best in Europe, and I'll arrange to have him paid. You're not even to discuss it." The cobbler was nameless. A fat, oily man with thinning curls brushed back from a receding hairline. In a soiled white shirt buttoned at the sleeves, he moved slowly around the room, speaking French in an accent Szara could place only generally, somewhere in Central Europe. "You've brought a photograph," he said. Szara handed over 4 passport pictures taken in a photo studio. The cobbler chuckled, chose one, and handed the rest back. "Myself, I don't keep records. For that you'll have to see the cops." He held a French passport between thick forefinger and thumb. This you don't see every day." He sat down and flattened the passport out on the table and began removing its photograph by rubbing on chemical solvent with a piece of sponge. When he was done, he handed the damp picture to Szara. "Jean Bonnot," he said. The man looking back at him was vain, with humorous dark eyes that caught the light and a devil's beard that ran from sideburn tight along the jawline and then swept up to join the moustache, the sort of beard kept closely pruned, trimmed daily with the scissors. "Looks smart, no?" "He does." "Not so smart as he thought." "Italian?" The cobbler shrugged eloquently. "Born Marseille. Could mean anything. A French citizen, though. That's important. Coming from down there, you can always say you're Italian, or Corsican, or Lebanese. It's whatever you say down there." "Why is it so good?" "Because it's real. Because Monsieur Bonnot will not come to the attention of the Spanish Guardia just about the time you get off the ferry in Algeciras. Because Monsieur Bonnot will not again come to anyone's attention excepting Satan. But the police don't know anything about it. He's legally alive. This document is legally alive. You understand?" "And he's dead." "Very. What's the sense to talk? But you can have confidence he has left us and will not be dug up by some French farmer. That's why I say it's so good." The cobbler took the photo back, lit the corner with a match, and watched the blue-green flame consume the paper before he dropped it in a saucer. "Born in 1902. Makes him 37. Okay with you? The less I have to change, the better." "What do you think?" Szara asked. The cobbler drew his head back a little, evidently far-sighted, and looked him over. "Sure, why not? Life's hard sometimes, and we show it in the face." "Then leave it as it is." The cobbler began to glue Szara's photo to the paper. When he was done, he waddled over to a bureau and returned with a stamper, a franking machine that pressed paper into raised letters. "The real thing," he said proudly. He placed the device at a precise angle to the photo, then slid a scrap of cardboard atop the part of the page already incised. He pressed hard for a few seconds, then released the device. "This prevents falsification," he said, with only the slightest hint of a smile. He returned the franking device to the bureau and brought back a rubber stamp and a pad, a pen and a small bottle of green ink. "Government ink," he said. "Free for them. Expensive for me." He concentrated himself, then stamped the side of the page firmly. "I'm renewing it for you," he said. He dipped the pen into the ink and signed the space provided in the rubber-stamped legend. "Prefect Cormier himself," he said. He applied a blotter to the signature, then looked at it critically and blew on the ink to make sure it was dry. He handed the passport to Szara. "Now you're a French citizen, if you aren't already." Szara looked through the pages of the passport. It was well used, with several recorded entries into France and visits to Tangier, Oran, Istanbul, Bucharest, Sofia, and Athens. The home address was in the Rue Paradis in Marseille. He checked the new date of expiry, March of 1942. "When the time comes to renew again, just walk into any police station in France and tell them you've been living abroad. A French embassy in a foreign country is even better. You know the man who sent you to me?" "No," Szara said. De Montfried wouldn't, he knew, make such a contact directly. "Just as well," the cobbler said. "You're a gentleman, I'd say. You're happy?" "Yes." "Use it in good health," said the cobbler. "Me, I'd go and pick up a carte d'identité, say you lost it, and a health card and all the rest of it, but that's up to you. And don't put your hand in your pocket. It's all taken care of." It was after 6 when he left the hotel. The St. Paul metro platform was packed solid. When the train rolled in, he had to force his way on, jamming himself against the back of a young woman who might have been, from the way she was dressed, a clerk or a secretary. She said something unpleasant that he didn't quite catch as the train pulled away, but he got a good strong breath of the sausage she'd eaten for lunch. He could see the place on her neck where her face powder stopped. "Sorry," he muttered. She said something in slang he didn't understand. When the crowd surged on at the Hôtel de Ville station, he was pressed against her even harder, her stiff curly hair rubbing against his nose. "Soon we'll be married," he said, trying to make light of the situation. She was not amused, and pointedly ignored him. After a change of trains, he reached his stop, Sèvres-Babylone, and went trotting up the Rue du Cherche-Midi toward his apartment. No matter how hard he might be pressed, he could not meet with Valet while a second passport was in his pocket. The concierge said good evening through her little window as he rushed toward his entryway in the dark courtyard. He pounded up 3 flights of stairs, jiggled the lock open with his key, tucked the Bonot passport under the carpet with the certificates, then took off downstairs. The concierge raised an eyebrow as he hurried past. Very little bothered or surprised her, but in general she did not approve of haste. Back to the Sèvres metro, dodging housewives returning from the markets and hurtling a dog-leash stretched between an aristocratic gentleman and his Italian greyhound squatting at the curb. The metro was even worse as the hour of 7 approached. Valet was forbidden to wait more than 10 minutes for him. If he were any later, they'd have to try for the fallback meeting the following day. The first train that stopped revealed an impenetrable wall of dark coats when the door opened, but he managed to force his way on to the next. After a change at Montparnasse, with almost no time to make sure he wasn't being followed, he left the station a minute after 7, ran around the first corner, then went tearing back the way he'd come. It was primitive, but the best he could manage under the pressure of time. With 30 seconds to spare, he entered a woman's clothing shop, long racks of cheap dresses and a dense cloud of perfume, just off the Place d'Italie. The shop was owned by Valet's girlfriend, a short, buxom woman with a hennaed permanent wave and crimson lipstick. What Valet, a contemplative, pipe-smoking lawyer, and she saw in each other he couldn't imagine. She was a few years older than Valet and hard as nails. Szara was breathless as he strode toward the back of the store. The curtain at the entrance of the dressing-room hung open, and a woman in a slip was thrashing her way into a pea-green dress that was tangled about her head and shoulders. Valet was waiting in a small workroom where alterations were done. When Szara entered, he was about to leave, his overcoat buttoned and his gloves on. He looked up from his watch, clenched his pipe in his teeth, and shook hands. Szara collapsed in a chair in front of a sewing machine and put his feet up on the treadle. Valet launched into a long, determined, cautiously phrased description of his activity over the past 10 days. Szara pretended to pay attention, his mind returning to what Evans had said in the movie theater that afternoon, then found himself thinking about the woman he'd stood with on the metro. Had she pressed back against him? No, he thought not. "And then there is Lycan," Valet said, waiting for Szara to respond. Who the hell is Lycan? Szara experienced a horrible moment of dead memory. At last it came, the young Basque prostitute, Helene Coxa, virtually inactive the past 2 years, but collecting a monthly stipend nonetheless. "What's she done now?" Szara asked. Valet put a black briefcase on the sewing machine stand. "She, met a German gentleman in the bar of a certain hotel, where she sometimes has a drink. He proposed an arrangement. She agreed. They went off to a cheaper hotel nearby where she sometimes entertains clients. He forgot his briefcase. She brought it to me." Szara opened the briefcase. It was stuffed with a package of pamphlet-size booklets, perhaps 200 of them, bound with string. Clipped to the cover of the one on top was a slip of paper with the word Weiss printed in pencil. He worked one of the booklets loose and opened it. On the left-hand side of the page were German phrases, on the right the same phrases in Polish. "Where is the mayor, head of the village? Tell me the name of the chief of police. Is there good water in this well? Did soldiers come through here today? Hands up or I'll shoot. Surrender." "She demanded additional money," Valet said. Szara's hand automatically went to his pocket. Valet told him how much, and Szara counted it out, telling himself he'd surely remember later how much it was, and forgetting almost instantly. "Weiss must be the name of the operation," he said to Valet. The word meant white. "The invasion of Poland," Valet said. He made a sucking noise, and a cloud of pipe smoke drifted to the ceiling of the dress shop. From the front of the store, Szara heard the ring of the cash register. Had the woman in the slip bought the pea-green dress? "Yes," he said, "these are intended for Wehrmacht officers who would be transferred from attaché duty in Paris, a few of them anyhow, back to their units in Germany before the attack. Then some for the Abwehr, military intelligence. Still, seems quite a few. Maybe he was on his way to other cities after Paris." "More Polish sorrow," Valet said. "And it puts Hitler on the frontier of the Soviet Union." "If he's successful," Szara said. "Don't underestimate the Poles. And France and England have guaranteed the Polish border. If the Germans aren't careful, they're going to take on the whole world again, just like 1914. "They are confident," Valet said. "They have an unshakable faith in themselves." He smoked his pipe for a time. "Have you read Sallust, the Roman historian? He speaks of the Germanic tribes with awe. The Finns, he says, in winter find a hollow log to sleep in, but the Germans simply lay down naked in the snow." He shook his head at the thought. "I am, perhaps you don't know, a reserve officer, in an artillery unit." Szara lit a cigarette and swore silently in Polish. Shakrew. Dog's blood. Now everything was going straight to hell. Back on the metro with the briefcase. Running up the stairs on the Rue de Cherche-Midi, looking in the mirror and combing his hair back with his fingers, he discovered a white streak of plaster dust on the shoulder of his raincoat. He'd rubbed up against a wall somewhere. He brushed at it, then gave up, put the briefcase in the back of his closet, and went out the door. raced halfway down the stairs, reversed himself and climbed back up, re-entered his apartment, snatched the pile of immigration certificates from under the carpet, put them in his own briefcase, and went out a second time. The streets were crowded, couples going out for dinner, people coming home from work. The wind was ferocious, swirling up dust and papers. People held their hats on and grimaced. Waves of chalk-colored cloud were speeding across the night sky. He'd take the metro to Concorde, then change to the WWII line. From there it was a half-hour walk at least if he couldn't find a taxi. It would certainly rain. His umbrella was in the closet. He'd arrive at the Cercle Renaissance late, looking like a drowned rat with a white streak on his shoulder. He held tightly to the briefcase with its 175 certificates inside. Had she pressed back against him? A little? When Szara entered the library, de Montfrid was reading a newspaper. He looked up, his face flushed with anger. "He's going into Poland," he said. "Do you know what that will mean?" "I think so." Uninvited, Szara sat down. De Montfrid closed the paper emphatically and took off his reading glasses. His eyes seemed the color of mud in the half-light of the small room. "All this ranting and raving about the poor, suffering German minority in Danzig, that's what it means." "Yes." "My God! The Jews in Poland are living in the 9th century. Do you know? When the Chassids hear of the possible invasion, they dance to show their joy. The worse it gets, the more they are certain that Messiah is coming. Meanwhile, it's already started. The Poles themselves have started it. No pogroms just yet, but beatings and knifings. The gangs are running free in Warsaw." He glared angrily at Szara. His face was twisted with pain, but at the same moment he was an important man who had the right to demand explanations. "I was born in Poland," Szara said. "I know what it's like." "But why is he alive, this man, this Adolf Hitler? Why is he permitted to live?" He folded the newspaper and put it down on a small marquetry table. The club's dinner hour was approaching, and Szara could smell roasting beef. "I don't know." "Can nothing be done?" Szara was silent. "An organization like yours, its capacities, resources for such things, I don't understand." Szara opened his briefcase and passed the stack of certificates to de Montfrid, who held them in his hands and stared at them vacantly. "I have another engagement," Szara said, as gently as he could. De Montfrid shook his head to clear it. "Forgive me," he said. "What I feel is like an illness. It will not leave me." "I know," Szara said, rising to leave. Back to the Rue du Cherche-Midi, briefcases exchanged, Szara headed out into the windy night and slowly made his way to the Rue de l'Esseur house. The directorate, he thought, would want physical possession of the pamphlets, would have a special courier bring them to Moscow. Still, he believed it was best to transmit the contents and the vice code name as soon as possible. He began to switch from metro line to metro line, now following procedures closely. Rue de l'Esseur was not to be approached by a direct route. At the La Chapelle station there was fighting. Perhaps communists and fascists. It was hard to tell. A crowd of working men in caps, all mixed together, 3 or 4 of them down on the floor with blood on their faces, 2 holding a third against a wall while a 4th worked on him. The motorman didn't stop. The train rolled slowly through the station, with white faces staring from the windows. They could hear the shouts and curses over the sound of the train, and one man was hurled against the side of the moving car and bounced hard, the shock felt by the passengers as he hit. Several people gasped or cried out when it happened. Then the train returned to the darkness of the tunnel. Chauverly was at work in the Rue de l'Esseur. Szara handed her a pamphlet and stood quietly while she looked it over. "Yes," she said reflectively, "everything points to it now. My commissary people in Berlin who work for the German railway system say the same thing. They've heard about requests for a traffic analysis on the lines that go to the Polish border. That means troop trains. When? Nobody knows. Is it a bluff? No, I think not. It most certainly was with the Czechs, but not now. The Reich industrial production is meeting quotas. The war machinery is just about in place. And what will we do? Stalin alone knows that, Schauverli said, and he doesn't tell me. It was well after midnight when Szara finally got home. He'd never managed to eat anything, but hunger was long gone, replaced by cigarettes and adrenaline. Now he just felt cold and grimy and used up. There was a large tin bathtub in the kitchen, and he turned down the hot water tap to see what might be left. Yes, there was one good thing in the world that night, a bath, and he would have it. He stripped off his clothes and threw them on a chair, poured himself a glass of red wine, and turned the radio dial until he found some American jazz. When the tub was ready, he climbed in and settled back, drank a little wine, rested the glass on the broad part of the rim, and closed his eyes. Poor de Montfried, he thought. All that money. Yet he could do little. At least that was the way he saw it. The man had virtually humiliated him in the library, had been so angry that the certificates, bought at a cost he could not imagine, seemed a small and insufficient gesture. Oh, the rich. Would any of the cafe girls still be about? No, that was hopeless. There was one he could telephone. Full of understanding, that one. She loved what she called adventures of the night. No, he thought. Sleep. The music ended and a man began to announce the news. Szara reached for the dial, his arm dripping water on the kitchen floor, but the radio was just a little too far. So he had to hear that the miners were on strike in Lille, that the Minister of Finance had denied all allegations, that the little girl missing in the Vosges had been found, that Madrid continued to hold out, factions fighting each other in the besieged city. Stalin had issued an important political statement referring to the current crisis as the Second Imperialistic War. He stated he would not allow Soviet Russia to be drawn into conflicts by warmongers who are accustomed to having others pull their chestnuts out of the fire, and attacked those nations who wanted to arouse Soviet anger against Germany, to poison the atmosphere, and to provoke a conflict with Germany without visible reason. Then the music returned, saxophones and trumpets from a dance hall on Long Island. Szara rested his head against the tub and closed his eyes. Stalin claimed that England and France were plotting against him, maneuvering him to fight Hitler while they waited to pounce on a weakened winner. Perhaps they were. Aristocrats ran those countries. Intellectuals and ministers of state, graduates of the best universities. Stalin and Hitler were scum from the gutters of Europe who'd managed to float to the top. Well, one way or another, there would be war. And he would be killed. Martha Hecht as well. The Baumanns, Kranow, the operative who'd driven him away from Wittenau on Kristallnacht, Vallée, Schauverli, Goldman, Nadia Cherova, all of them. The bath was cooling much too fast. He pulled the plug and let some of it gurgle out, then added more hot water and lay back in the stream. In London, on the 4th floor at 54 Broadway, supposedly the headquarters of the Minimaz Fire Extinguisher Company, MI6 officers analyzed the Curate product, packaged it alongside information from a variety of other sources, then shipped it off to intelligence consumers in quiet little offices all over town. It traveled by car and bicycle, by messenger and pneumatic tube, sometimes down long, damp corridors, sometimes to paneled rooms warmed by log fires. The product came recommended. Confirming data on German swage wire manufacture was independently available, and German bomber production numbers were further supported by factory orders in Britain itself for non-interference technology that protected aviation spark plugs, and by engineers and businessmen who had legitimate associations with German industry. The material arrived, for example, at the Industrial Intelligence Center, which played the key role in analyzing Germany's ability to fight a war. The center had become quite important and was connected to the Joint Planning Subcommittee, the Joint Intelligence Subcommittee, the Economic Pressure on Germany Subcommittee, and the Air Targets Committee. The Curate story also floated upwards, sometimes unofficially, into the precincts of Whitehall and the Foreign Office. And from there it wandered even further. There was always somebody else who really ought to hear about it. Knowledge was power, and people liked to be known, to have secret information because it made them seem important. Secret, but not secret from them. Simultaneously, in a very different part of the civil service, the bureaus that dealt in colonial affairs had been stirred up like hornets' nests when the espionage types had come poaching on their territory. British Mandate Palestine was their domain, and love the Arabs or love the Jews or hate them all, the brawl over legitimate certificates of immigration had been bloody and fierce, and it was discussed. So, people knew about it, this Curate, a Russian in Paris, feeding the odd morsel to the British lion in return for a subtle shift of the paw. And some of the people who knew about it were, privately, rather indignant. To begin with, their heart's passion lay elsewhere. From the time of their undergraduate days at Cambridge, they'd thrown in their lot with the idealists, the progressives, the men of conscience and goodwill at the Kremlin. Precisely who did the work it would be difficult to say. Anthony Blunt or Guy Burgess, Donald MacLean or H.A.R. Philby, or others unknown. They all traded on the information exchanges of the intelligence and diplomatic bureaucracies. But one or more of them thought it worthwhile to let somebody know, and so they did. Spoken over supper at a private club, or left in a dead drop in a cemetery wall, the code name Curate and the very general outline of what it meant began to move east. It did not move alone. Many other facts and all sorts of gossip needed to be passed along, and it did not move with great speed. Alarms were not raised. But it did, in time, reach Moscow, and, a little later, the proper office in the appropriate department. It fell among cautious people, survivors of the purge who lived in a dangerous, undersea twilight of predators and their prey. People who moved carefully and with circumspection, people who knew better than to catch a fish that might be too big for their nets. That way one might wind up at the bottom of the ocean. It had happened. In the beginning they contented themselves with pure research, with trying to find out who it was, where it was, and why it was. Action would follow at the appropriate time and in the appropriate way. It has been said that counterintelligence people are by nature voyeurs. They like to watch what goes on because when the moment finally comes to rush out of the shadows and kick down the doors, the fun is really over. The files are taken away, the wheels begin to grind, and then it's time to start all over again. One morning in early May, the Paris newspapers soberly reported a change of Soviet foreign ministers. M.M. Litvinov replaced by V.M. Molotov. Some went on to read the article beneath the headline. Many did not. These were the redemptive hours of spring. Paris was leafy and soft and full of girls. Life would go on forever. The morning light danced on the coffee cup and the bud vase, and sun streaming into a room turned it into a Flemish painting. Russian diplomats came and went. Who really cared? André Szara, true to his eternally divided self, did both. Read on and didn't care. He judged the story rather incomplete, but that was nothing new. M.M. Litvinov was, in fact, Maxim Maximovich Wallach, a pudgy Jewish indoor gentleman of the old school, a thorough intellectual, myopic and bookish. How on earth had he lasted as long as he had? V.M. Molotov, in fact, Vyacheslav Mikhailovich Scriabin, had changed his name for a rather different reason. As Djugashvili became Stalin, Man of Steel, so Scriabin became Molotov, the Hammer. So, thought Szara, between them they'll make a sword. Szara's flip commentary turned out to be just the truth. But he had a lot to think about that day. He contemplated a good deal of rushing about here and there, and he was no less receptive to spring breezes than any other man or woman in Paris. So the weight of the news didn't quite reach him. He didn't hear the final piece of a complex machine snap into its housing. He heard the birds singing, the neighbor flapping her bedding before she hung it over the windowsill to air, the scissors grinder ringing his bell out on the Rue de Cherche-Midi, but that was all. Adolf Hitler heard it, certainly, but then he had very sharp ears. He was later to say, Litvinov's dismissal was decisive. It came to me like a cannon shot, like a sign that the attitude of Moscow toward the Western powers had changed. The French intelligence services heard it, though probably not so loud as a cannon shot, reporting on May 7th that unless great diplomatic effort was exerted by England and France, Germany and the USSR would sign a treaty of non-aggression by the end of the summer. Szara was summoned to Brussels on the 10th of May. "We're going to have to make an arrangement with Hitler," Goldman said with sorrow and distaste. "It's Stalin's own damn fault. The purges have weakened the military to a point where we simply cannot fight and expect to win. Not now. So time is going to have to be bought, and the only way to buy it is with a treaty." "Good God," Szara said. "Can't be helped. Stalin and Hitler. The European Communist parties aren't going to be happy. Our friends in America aren't going to like it. But the moment has come for them to learn a little realpolitik. The hand-wringers and the crybabies will go off in a great snit. Then we'll have to kiss goodbye and good riddance. The ones who decide to remain faithful will be true friends, people who can be depended on to see things the way we see them. So maybe all is for the best. We've been sweating and bleeding since 1917 to build a socialist state. We can't let it all go down the river in the service of starry-eyed idealism. The factories, the mines, and the collective farms, those are the reality. And to protect that investment, we'll make a deal with the devil himself." "We're evidently to do just that." "Can't be helped. Most of the intelligence services have already got it figured out. The public will know by the summer, July or August. That gives us a few weeks to do the work." "Not much time." "It's what we have, so we'll manage. First and most important, the networks themselves. Don't waste your time on the mercenaries. Work with the believers. You're letting them in on the secret life at the top, where strategic decisions are made. The Nazis will never be anybody's friends, and not ours either, but we need time to arm for the confrontation, and this is the way to buy it. Anybody who doesn't accept this line, I am to be informed. Is that understood?" "Yes." "With our German informants, nothing changes. In war we fight our enemies, in peace we fight our friends. So now we'll have a form of peace, but operations continue as before. We want now more than ever to know what goes on with the Germans, their thinking, their planning, their capacities, and their military dispositions. Times are perilous and unstable, André Aronovich, and that is when networks must operate at their maximum capability. If we have a misfortune, if somebody gets caught, what does that do? God forbid. But I don't expect Referat 6C will send everybody home to tend their rose gardens, so neither will we. The way to handle what you call a misfortune is to make sure it doesn't happen. Does that answer your question?" Szara made a wry face. "Second, get busy with your personal connections. Oh me, oh my, the world is a terrible place, whatever is to be done. However shall we find peace? There must be a compromise. Someone must be willing to budge an inch and let the other fellow see he means no harm. Only the USSR is strong enough to do that. Let the British and the French rattle their swords and wheel their cannons about. We mean to relieve the pressure on Hitler's eastern border. We mean to sign trade agreements and cultural exchanges. Let the folk dancers fight this out between them. We mean to find a way we can all live together in a world where not everything is the way we'd wish it to be. No more mobilizations. No more 1914. Hurrah! Don't be clever. If you don't believe it, nobody else will. So find a way. And the Poles? Too stubborn to live, as usual, and as always. They'll stand on their honor and make pretty speeches and wake up one morning speaking German. There is nothing to be done for the Poles. They've chosen to go their own way. Good, now let them. Should they give up Danzig? Give up your sister. We sit here in this little store, and we happen to know that once the German bombers get busy, Warsaw will turn into a blazing hell. That's the reality. Now, for number 3, pick up your ingenious pen and go to work. Try one of those intellectual French journals guaranteed to give you a headache, and start shaping the dialogue. If there were some way to co-opt the argument itself, by stating the initial questions, life would be perfect. To that we can't aspire. Every writer under the sun is going to have a say on this. But at least you can give them a nudge, as in, what must world socialism do to survive? Must we all die, or is there an alternative? Is diplomacy truly exhausted? Could the bloodbath in Spain have been avoided if everybody had been a little more willing to negotiate? You'll be crucified by the doctrinaire Marxists, of course, but so what? The important thing is to get the discussion rolling by claiming some territory. There's bound to be somebody who'll rush to defend you. There always is, no matter what you say. And when people come up to you at parties and tell you that Lenin's spinning in his display case, you'll have the right answers. Remember, the USSR is the hope of progressive mankind and the only ongoing remedy to fascism. But it must survive. Stalin is a genius, and this pact will be a work of genius, a diplomatic sidestep to avoid the crippling blow. And the minute the pact becomes public, that's what I want to read under your byline, without hauling you all the way up to Belgium. Is everything clear? Oh, yes, Szara said. England and France want war to satisfy their imperialist aspirations. Russia stands alone in seeking peace. Subtext, with a wink and a poke in the ribs, that sly old fox from the Caucasus is doing what he has to in order to gain time. We'll settle with Hitler when we're ready. Is that about it? Exactly. You're not alone in this, of course. All the Soviet writers will take a hand. They'll likely have a play on stage in Moscow in 90 days. Your participation was directly ordered, by the way. You've got Szara over there. Put him to work, is exactly how it was said. It's a broad effort now. They've brought Molotov in to negotiate with Ribbentrop, the German foreign minister, in case you wondered about that. We can't be sending a chubby little Jewish man off to deal with the Nazis. You agree? Realpolitik, as you said. That is the word. By the way, I suggest you pack a bag and keep it by the door. If the situation evolves the way we think it might, there's a possibility you may be traveling on short notice. On Opel business? No. As the journalist Szara, the voice of Russia speaking out from foreign lands. You really ought to treat yourself to a grand dinner, André Aronovich. I see great professional advancement in your future. The Molotov appointment, on the surface no more than a piece of diplomatic business during a time when there was more than an ample supply of it, induced in Paris, and evidently in other European capitals, a change of chemistry. André Szara found himself doing things he didn't quite understand, but felt compelled to do anyhow. As Goldman had suggested, he prepared to travel on a moment's notice. Climbed up on a chair, took his suitcase down from the top of the armoire, blew some of the dust off it, and decided he needed something else. His 12-year-old suitcase, its pebbled surface a soiled ochre color with a maroon stripe, had seen hard service in his Pravda days. It was nicked and scratched and faded, and made him look, he thought, like a refugee. All it needed was the knotted rope around the middle. So he went off to the luggage stores, but he didn't really like what he found, either too fashionable or too flimsy. He passed a custom leather goods store one day in the 7th arrondissement, saddles and riding boots in the window, and, on the spur of the moment, went inside. The owner was a Hungarian, a no-nonsense craftsman in a smock, his hands hard and knotted from years of cutting and stitching leather. Szara explained what he wanted, a kind of portmanteau like a doctor's bag, an old-fashioned but enduring form made of long-wearing leather. The Hungarian nodded, produced some samples, and quoted an astonishing price. Szara agreed nonetheless. He hadn't wanted an object so badly for a long while. Oh, and one last thing. From time to time he carried confidential business papers, and what with the sort of people one finds working in hotels these days— The Hungarian was entirely understanding, and indicated that Szara was not the only customer to express such concerns. The traditional false bottom was as old as the hills, true, but when properly crafted, it remained effective. A second panel would be fashioned to fit precisely on the bottom. Papers could be safely stored between the two layers. It is, sir, naturally safest if you were to have it sewn in place, not so much for light-fingered hotel staff, you understand, for the bag will be provided with an excellent lock, but more a matter of, one might say, frontiers. The delicate word hung in the air for a moment. Then Szara made a deposit and promised to return in June. A week later he decided that if he was to travel, he didn't want to leave the Jean Bonnet passport in his apartment. Robberies were rare, but they did occur, especially when people went away for an extended period. And from time to time the NKVD might send a couple of technicians around just to see whatever there was to see. So he opened an account in the Bonnet name, using the passport for identification, at a Banque du Nord office on the Boulevard Haussmann, then rented a safe deposit box for the passport itself. 3 days later he returned, on a perfect June morning, and put an envelope holding 12,000 francs on top of the passport. "What are you doing?" he asked himself. But he really didn't know. He only knew he was uncomfortable, in some not very definable way, like a dog that howls on the eve of a tragedy. Something, somewhere, was warning him. His ancestry, perhaps, 600 years of Jewish life in Poland, of omens, signs, portents, instincts. His very existence proved him to be the child of generations that had survived when others didn't, perhaps born to know when the blood was going to run. "Hide money," something told him. "Arm yourself," said the same voice, a few nights later. But that, for the moment, he did not do. A strange month, that June. Everything happened. Chauverly was contacted by a group of Czech émigrés who lived in the town of Saint-Denis in the so-called Red Belt north of Paris. They were communists who fled when Hitler took over the remainder of Czechoslovakia in March, and the contact with Opel was made through the clandestine apparatus of the French Communist Party. The group was receiving intelligence by means of secret writing on the backs of bank envelopes which contained receipts for funds mailed to Prague and Brno for the support of relatives. They were using an invisible ink concocted in a university chemistry laboratory. Like the classics, lemon juice and urine, application of a hot iron brought up the message. The information itself was voluminous, ranging from Wehrmacht order of battle, numbers and strengths of German units, to financial data apparently stolen by the same bank employees who prepared the envelopes, as well as industrial information. Almost all the renowned Czech machine shops were now at work on Reich war production. This group required a great deal of attention. There were 8 of them, all related by blood or marriage, and though motivated by a passionate loathing of the Nazis, they perceived their contribution as a business and knew exactly what this kind of information was worth. 3 of the Saint-Denis members had intelligence experience and had created a network in Czechoslovakia after Hitler took the Sudetenland with the goal of supporting themselves and their families when they resettled in France. The 2 bank employees were the daughters of sisters, first cousins, and their husbands worked at acquiring information through friendships maintained at men's sports clubs. Such an in-place network, already functioning efficiently, was almost too good to be true. Thus the Directorate in Moscow was simultaneously greedy for the product and wary of Referat 6C counterintelligence deception. This ambivalence created a vast flow of cable traffic and exceptional demands on the time of the deputy director Schauverli, so that Goldman eventually ordered the Raven network transferred to Szara's care. He nodded gravely when given the new assignment, but the idea of working with Nadia Tcherova did not displease him. Not at all. At the Rue de l'Esseur he read his way through the Raven file, which included Tcherova's most recent reports in their original format, an aristocratic literary Russian printed in tiny letters on strips of film that had been carried over the border in Odile's shoulder pads, then developed in an attic darkroom. Previous reports had been retyped verbatim and filed in sequence. Szara read with pure astonishment. After the tense aridity of Dr. Baumann and the lawyer's precision of Vallée, it was like a night at the theatre. What an eye she had! Penetrating, malicious, ironic, as though Balzac were reborn as a Russian émigré in 1939 Berlin. Read serially, Raven's reports worked as a novel of social commentary. Her life was made up of small roles in bad plays, intimate dinners, lively parties, and country house weekends in the Bavarian forest, with boar hunting by day and bed-hopping by night. Szara had tender feelings for this woman, even though he suspected she was a specialist in the provocation of tender feelings. And he would have expected himself to read of her never-quite-consummated liaisons intimes with a leaden heart. But it just wasn't so. She'd told him the truth that night in her dressing-room. She protected herself from the worst of it and was unmoved by what went on around her. This casual invulnerability was everywhere in her reports, and Szara found himself, above all else, amused. She had something of a man's mind in such matters, and she characterized her fumbling, half-drunken would-be lovers and their complicated requests with a delicate brutality that made him laugh out loud. By God, he thought, she was no better than he was. Nor did she spare her sub-agents. Lara Brozina she described as writing a kind of ghastly, melancholy verse that Germans of a certain level adore. Brozina's brother, Victor Brozin, an actor in radio plays, was said to have the head of a lion, the heart of a parakeet. And of the ballet master Anton Krafitz, she wrote that he was sentenced every morning to live another day. Szara could positively see them, the languid Krafitz, the leonine Brozin, the terribly sensitive Brozina, amusing frauds making steady progress along the shady underside of Nazi society. And Tcherova did not spare the details. During a weekend in a castle near the town of Traunstein, she entered a bathroom after midnight to discover B., that meant Brewer, Krafitz, drinking champagne in the bathtub with SS Hauptsturmführer Bruckmann, who was wearing a cloche hat with a veil and carmine lipstick. What in heaven's name, Szara wondered, had the Directorate made of this? Referring to the file of outgoing reports, he discovered the answer. Schauverli had reprocessed the material to make it palatable. Thus, her dispatch covering Raven's description of the Jolly Bath said only that Brewer reports that SS Hauptsturmführer Bruckmann has recently been with his regiment on divisional maneuvers in marshy, swamp-like terrain near the Masurian Lakes in East Prussia. Another pointer, Szara noted, toward the invasion of Poland, where such conditions might be encountered. A rich, rewarding file. He worked his way through the last of it on the afternoon of the summer solstice. The day the sun is said to pause, he thought. Pleasing, that idea. Something Russian about it. As though the universe stopped for a moment to reflect, took a day off from work. One could sense it, time slowing down. The weather light and sunny, rather aimless. A bird twittering away on a neighboring balcony, Kranov coding at his desk, humming a Russian melody. The little bell on the door of the ground-floor tabak tinkling as a customer entered. Then the warning buzzer went off beside Kranov's table. A danger signal operated from beneath the counter in the tabak, This was followed a moment later by a knock on the door at the bottom of the stairs, a door shielded by a curtain on the back wall of the shop. Szara had absolutely no idea what to do. Neither did Kranov. They both froze, sat dead still, like two hares caught in a winter field. They were literally surrounded by incrimination. Files, flimsies, stolen documents, and the wireless telegraph itself, with its aerial run cleverly up the unused chimney by way of the attic. There was no getting rid of anything. They could have run down the stairs and rushed out the back door, or jumped the 3 stories and broken their ankles, but they did neither. It was 3:30 on a bright summer afternoon, and not a wisp of darkness to cover their escape. So they sat there, and presently heard a second knock, perhaps a bit more insistent than the first. Szara, not knowing what else to do, walked down the stairs and answered it, to find 2 Frenchmen waiting politely at the door. They were Frenchmen of a certain class, wore tan, summer-weight suits of a conservative cut, crisp shirts, silk ties, not terribly in fashion, but not terribly out. The brims of their hats were turned down at precisely the same angle. Szara found himself thinking in Russian, "My God, the hats are here." The 2 men had a particular coloration that a Frenchman of the better sort will assume after lunch, a faint, rose-tinted blush on the cheeks, which informs the knowledgeable that the beef was good and the wine not too bad. They introduced themselves and presented cards. They were, they said, fire inspectors. They would just have a brief look around, if it wasn't terribly inconvenient. Fire inspectors. They were not. But Szara had to go along with the game, so he invited them in. By the time they'd climbed to the 3rd floor, Kranov had pulled the blanket off the window and flung it over the wireless, turning it into a curious, dark hump on an old table from which a wire ran up the corner of the wall and disappeared into the attic through a ragged hole in the ceiling. Kranov himself was either in a closet or under the bed in Odil's apartment on the 2nd floor, one of those truly inspired hiding places found amid panic, but in the event he was unseen. The Frenchmen didn't look. They didn't strip the blanket off the wireless, and they didn't even bother to enter Odil's apartment. One of them said, "So much paper in a room like this. You must be careful with your cigarettes. Perhaps a bucket of sand ought to be placed in the corner." They touched the brims of their hats with their forefingers and departed. Szara, his shirt soaked at the armpits, collapsed in a chair. Somewhere on the floor below he heard a bump and a curse as Kranov extricated himself from whatever cranny he'd jammed himself into. "A comedy," Szara said to himself. "A comedy." He pressed his palms against his temples. Kranov, swearing under his breath, threw the blanket into a corner and flashed Goldman a disaster signal. For the next 2 hours, messages flew back and forth, Kranov's pencil scratching out columns of figures as he encoded responses to Goldman's precise questions. Somewhere, Szara was certain, the French had a receiver and were taking note of all the numbers crackling through the summer air. By the end of the exchange, Szara realized that the game was not actually over, the network was not blown. Not quite. They had evidently been warned, probably by the 12e Bureau, diplomatic and military intelligence, using agents of the Paris Prefecture of Police, or the Direction de la Surveillance du Territoire, the DST, the French equivalent of the American FBI. The warning came in 2 parts. "We know what you're doing," went the first. This was no great surprise. When Szara had a moment to think about it, the French police had always insisted, since Fouché served Napoleon, on knowing exactly what went on in their country, and most particularly in their capital. Whether they actually did anything about what they knew was treated as a very different matter. Here political decisions might be involved, but they were scrupulously careful in keeping track of what went on, neighborhood by neighborhood, village by village. So their knowledge of the existence of Opal was, finally, no great surprise. From their point of view, it did not hurt them that the Russians spied on Germany, the traditional enemy of France. They may have received, at a very high level, compensation for allowing Opel a free hand, compensation in the form of refined intelligence product. Always there were arrangements that did not meet the eye. But the second part of the warning was quite serious. If you truly mean to become an ally of Germany, we may decide that your days here are numbered, since such an alliance might damage French interests, and that will not be permitted to happen. So here, gentlemen, are a pair of fire inspectors, and we send them to you in a most courteous and considerate fashion, which is to say, before anything actually starts burning. We're sure you will understand. In July, the Otter operation ended. They would hear from Dr. Baumann no more. So that month's exchange of information for emigration certificates was the last. Szara signaled de Montfried for a meeting. He responded immediately. De Montfried was driven in from his country house, a chateau near Tours. He was wearing a cream-colored suit, a pale blue shirt, and a little bow tie. He carefully placed his straw hat on the marquetry table in the library, folded his hands, and looked expectantly at Szara. When told the operation was over, he covered his face with his hands as though in great fatigue. They sat for some time without speaking. Outside, it was oppressively quiet. A long, empty summer afternoon. Szara felt sorry for de Montfried, but could find no words of consolation. What was there to say? The man had discovered himself to be rather less powerful than he'd thought. Yet Szara realized how little would change for him. He would present the same image to the world, would live beautifully, move easily in the upper realms of French society. The haughty Cercle Renaissance would still be the place where a library of railroad books was maintained for his pleasure. Certainly he was to be envied. He had simply found, and rather late in life, the limits of his power. Perceiving himself to be a wealthy and important man, de Montfried had attempted to exert influence on political events, and, based on Szara's understanding of this world, had succeeded. He simply did not understand how well they'd done. He simply did not understand that he'd imposed himself on a world where the word victory was hardly to be heard. Together, he and Szara had been responsible for the distribution of 1,375 certificates of emigration to Mandate Palestine. As these covered individuals and their families, and were so precious that marriages and adoptions were arranged, sometimes overnight, the number of salvaged lives was perhaps 3,000. What, Szara wondered, could he say? "You bloody fool, you want to save the world. Now you know what it takes to save 3,000 lives." No, he could not say that. And had he said it, he would have been wrong. The true price of those lives was yet to be paid, and would turn out to be higher for Szara and others than either of them could have realized at that moment. De Montfried dropped his hands heavily to the arms of his chair and sat back. His face collapsed with failure. "Then it's finished," he said. "Yes," Szara said. "Can anything be done, anything at all?" "No." Szara had certainly thought about it. Thought wasn't really the word. His mind had spun endless scenarios, reached desperately for a solution, any solution at all, but to no avail. It was Szara's opinion that Evans had told him the truth that afternoon in the movie theater. The British services were able to confirm the figures from other sources. That meant he could not simply lie, offer numbers that would appear to be logical. They would know. Not at first. For a month or two it might be managed, and a month or two meant another 350 certificates, at least 700 lives. 700 lives were worth a lie. In Szara's calculus they certainly were, but it was worse than that. When he'd first gone to the British, he'd believed his figures to be false, part of a German counterintelligence attack. It had not mattered then. But the world had shifted beneath his feet. Germany would take Poland, and Russia would agree to a treaty that left Britain and France isolated. False figures delivered now might deform the British armament effort in unforeseen ways. False figures could well help the Nazis. False figures could cost thousands of lives, tens of thousands, once the Luftwaffe bombers flew. So those 700 lives were lost. "Have you told them?" de Montfrid asked. "Not yet." "Why not?" "On the possibility that you and I, sitting here, might invent something, discover something, find another way. On the possibility that you have not been forthcoming with me and that you have resources I don't know about. Perhaps information of some kind that can be substituted." De Montfrid shook his head. They sat in silence. "What will you tell them?" de Montfrid said at last. "That there has been an interruption at the source, that we wish to continue until a new method can be worked out." "And will they accept that?" "They will not." "Not even for 1 month?" "Not even that." He paused for a moment. "I know it's difficult to understand, but it's like not having money. Lenin said that grain was the currency of currencies. That was in 1917. For us it might now be said that information is the currency of currencies." "But surely you know other things of interest?" "For the people I deal with directly, that might very well work. But we are asking for something I'm certain they, MI6, had to fight for, and only the magnitude of what we were offering made it possible for them to win that battle. I don't think they'll go back to war for other material I might offer. I'm sure they won't. Otherwise, believe me, I would try it." Slowly, de Montfrid gathered himself to face the inevitable. "It is very hard for me to admit to failure. But that is what's happened. We've failed." "We've stopped, yes." De Montfrid withdrew a leather case and a fountain pen from the inside pocket of his jacket, unscrewed the top of the pen, and began to write a series of telephone numbers on the back of a business card. "One of these will find me," he said. "I am almost never out of touch with my office. That's the number you've been using, but I've included several other numbers, places where I am to be found. Otherwise, we'll leave it as it's been. Simply say, Monsieur B is calling. I'll leave instructions for the call to be put through to me directly, day or night, any time. Whatever I have is at your disposal should you need it." Szara put the card in his pocket. "One can never be sure what might happen. One has to hope for the best." De Montfrid nodded sadly. Szara stood and offered his hand. "Goodbye," he said. "Yes," de Montfrid said, rising to shake hands. "Good luck." "Thank you," Szara said. The card joined the money and the Jean Benoit passport that afternoon. The Otter operation had ended suddenly and badly. Odile must have activated an emergency signal available in Berlin because Goldman called a special meeting to take place just after she got off the train. Szara and Chauverley were summoned to a place called Arion in Belgium, an iron-mining town just over the Luxembourg border, a few kilometers north of the French city of Longwy. It was hot and dirty in Arion. Coal smoke from the mills drifted through the soot-blackened streets. The sunset was a dark, sullen orange, and the night air was dead still. The meeting was held in a workers' tenement near the center of town, the home of a party operative, a miner asked to spend the night with relatives. They sat in the cramped parlor with the shutters closed amid the smells of sweaty clothes and boiled food. Odile was shaken, her face an unnatural white, but determined. She had gotten off a local train from the German border only a few minutes before they arrived. Goldman was there with another man Szara did not know, a short, heavy Russian in middle age, with wavy, fair hair and extremely thick glasses that distorted his eyes. At first, Szara thought he might be asthmatic. His breath rasped audibly in the little room. After they'd settled down, Szara noticed that the man was staring at him. Szara met his glance, but the man did not look away. He put an oval cigarette between his lips, creased the head of a wooden match with his thumbnail, and lit the cigarette from the flare. Only then did he turn to face Odile. As he shook the match out, Szara saw that he wore a large gold watch on his wrist. By the time Szara and Chauverly arrived, Odile had told her story to Goldman and the other man and produced Baumann's message. Goldman handed it to Szara. "Have a look," he said. Szara took the slip of paper, read quickly over the production numbers, then discovered a terse sentence scrawled along the bottom of the sheet. "You should be aware that rumors of a rapprochement between Germany and the USSR have angered members of the diplomatic and military class." "What is your opinion?" Goldman asked. "My opinion," Szara said. "It seems he's trying to supply additional information. We've been after him for months to do that. Do such rumors exist?" "Perhaps. In the class of people he refers to, they could easily be more than rumors," Goldman said. "But how would Baumann know such things? Who is he talking to?" Szara said he didn't know. Goldman turned to Odile. "Please tell us again what happened." "I always clear the drop early in the morning," Odile said, "when the maids go to work in the neighborhood. I went to the wall by the little wood, made certain I was not observed, reached over the wall and felt around until I found the loose rock, then withdrew the paper and put it in the pocket of my raincoat. There was no message from the network, so I was next going to the telephone pole to acknowledge reception by turning the bent nail. I went about 10 steps when a woman came out of the woods. She was approximately 50 years old, wearing a house dress and extremely agitated and nervous. 'He has been taken,' she said to me in German. I pretended not to understand what it was all about. 'He is in a camp in Sachsenhausen,' she said, 'and his friends can't help him.' I stared at her and started to hurry away. 'Tell them they must help him,' she called after me. I walked very fast. She came a few steps after me, then stopped, and went back into the woods. I did not see her do this, but I looked over my shoulder a few seconds later, and she was gone. I heard a dog barking, a little dog, from the woods somewhere. I made my way to the Ringbahn station at Hohenzollern-Damm, went into the public toilet, and hid the message in my shoulder pad. I was out of Berlin on a local train about 1 hour later. I saw nobody unusual on the train, had no other experience out of the ordinary." "Friends?" Chauverly said. "His friends can't help?" Did she mean the Jewish community? Lawyers, people like that? "Or work associates," Szara mused. "People at the German companies he deals with." "The point is," Goldman said, "has he been arrested as a Jew or a spy?" "If they caught him spying, they would have taken her as well," Chauverly said. "And the Gestapo would have him. That means Columbia House, not Sachsenhausen." "Perhaps," Goldman said. "It's hard to know." "Can he be helped?" Szara asked. "That's a question for the Directorate, but yes, it has been done before. For the time being, the Berlin operatives are going to try and contact him in the camp and let him know we're aware of what's happened and that we're going to get him out. We're trying to help him to resist interrogation. Do you think he can?" Szara sensed that Baumann's life hung on his answer. If anyone can, he will. He's a strong man psychologically. His physical condition is another matter. If the interrogation is extreme, he may die on them. Goldman nodded at the answer. "At your meeting in Berlin, was anything said that can help explain either his message, the members of the diplomatic and military classes business, or his wife's reference to friends? Are those perhaps the same people?" "They could be," Szara lied. "I can't say." "Is that your answer?" the man in the glasses asked. Szara faced him. The eyes behind the thick lenses were watery and lifeless. "My answer is no. Nothing was said that would explain either of those statements." Traveling back to Paris on a succession of local trains, they had to sit in separate compartments. That gave Szara time to think while the somber towns of northeastern France rolled past the window. He felt old It was the business with Nadia Cherova again, only worse. He was tormented by what had happened to Baumann, and by his own part in the man's destruction, yet what he had seen on Kristallnacht went a long way toward justifying what they had done together. A sacrifice of war. A machine-gun position left to delay an enemy's progress down a road while the rear guard retreats. All very well, he thought, until you're the machine-gunner. In his not-so-secret heart, he thought it might be for the best if Baumann were to die, peacefully, a death of mercy. But his instinct told him that would not happen. Baumann was frightened, exhausted, beaten down and humiliated, but also strong. A hard soul lived in that old grey man. Of course, the Russian-German treaty explained it all. From the beginning, von Polanyi's intelligence unit in the German Foreign Office had fathered Baumann's approach to the Soviet apparat. A communications channel had been opened up. Baumann's production figures were probably being traded for information coming back the other way, but moving along an entirely different path. At this very moment, he speculated, some Russian in Leningrad was being told to have no further contact with a certain Finnish ferry captain. That's how things were done, agreements made and kept. "We will keep you informed," they'd said to somebody in 1937, "of our bomber production. Secretly, by intelligence means, because neither our countries nor our leaders, Hitler and Stalin, may be seen by the world to accept each other's existence. We are officially mortal enemies, yet it is to our mutual advantage to have certain understandings." Thus, Szara realized, Baumann's numbers were confirmed by the British because he was not being run by Nazi counterintelligence, Schellenberg's office in the Referat 6C. In another month, the pact between Hitler and Stalin would be revealed to the world. Thus, they'd shut down the Baumann operation because they no longer needed to communicate in this way. Henceforth, such figures would travel by telex from Foreign Office to Foreign Office. Meanwhile, somebody, not von Polanyi, based on what Frau Baumann had said to Odile, had decided to throw Baumann into Sachsenhausen. Their way of saying thank you, evidently. No, Szara told himself, you may not think that way. Germans do things for reasons. It was more likely their way of saying, now get out of Germany, Jew. And here's a little taste of something unpleasant to help you remember to keep your mouth shut. Maybe, Szara told himself, just maybe. Something in Goldmann's statement about Sachsenhausen had been hopeful, as though Baumann's extrication could be achieved, and he knew it. Oh, but that clever little bastard was smart. He'd sniffed all around the truth, which was that the friends and the diplomats were one and the same, and that you meant Szara and nobody else. What had Baumann actually intended? That would bear thinking about, but there was a nugget to be mined somewhere in those formal words, something he wanted to give to Szara, a present to his case officer. Why? Because he knew Szara, and, despite endless orders and urgent requests for more information, requests unheeded, orders ignored, Szara had not abandoned him or threatened him. Now, he said, "Please help me, and I'll help you." Meanwhile, that other one with the glasses. Who was he? Oh, Russia, he said to himself. What strange humans you grow. And now he had to follow Goldmann's orders, given a month ago in Brussels and repeated as he left Arion. Write something. Now he had to go home and do it. Of all the things in the world he didn't want to do, that was near the top of the list. In these turbulent days, people of goodwill ought to be asking themselves certain difficult questions, close the window, shut out the noise of the crowds marching in the streets, and face the issue squarely and without emotion. What can be the future of socialism in today's world? How shall it best survive? At somebody's intellectual soiree he'd met an editor. What was his name? A proud little rooster, crowing atop his own little dunghill of a magazine. "Come and see me, André Aronovitch," the man had crooned. "Now, aren't you," Szara thought at the time, "just the most clever fellow to address me by my patronymic? You oily little bore." Ah, but look here, here's fate with a swift kick in the backside. The rooster was going to get what he wanted. A fat scoop of corn tossed into his yard. Would Szara perhaps get paid? Ha! A meagre lunch, maybe. "I always order the daily special here, André Aronovitch. I recommend it." "Do you? Well, myself, I think I'll have the peacock in gold sauce." He'd better get it done, he thought. He'd collected his portmanteau from the Hungarian in the 7th arrondissement, and expected to get his travel orders any day. Where, he wondered, would they send him? He woke, as in a dream. For a moment he wasn't anywhere at all. Adrift in no place he knew, but, as in a dream, it did not matter. There was nothing to fear. He lay on top of his raincoat, in the loft of a barn. The smell of the hay beneath him, sweet, freshly cut. High above him was a barn roof, silvery and soft with age, early light just barely glowing between the cracks where the boards had separated. Sitting up, he faced a broad, open window. It was what they used, standing on their wagons, to pitch forkfuls of hay into the loft. He crawled across the hay in order to look out and saw that it was just after dawn. A shaft of sunlight lay across a cut field, strands of ground mist rising through it. Beside a narrow road of packed, sandy soil stood a great oak. Its leaves rattled softly in the little wind that always comes with first light. There were 3 men on the road. Men from a dream. They wore black shoes and black leggings, and long black coats and black hats with broad brims. They were bearded, and long sidelocks curled from beneath the brims of their hats. Chassidim, he thought, on their way to shul. Their faces were white as chalk. One of them turned and looked at him, a look without curiosity or challenge. It took note of a man watching from the window of a barn. Then it turned away, back toward the road. They made no sound as they walked, and then, like black and white ghosts in a dream, they vanished. Poland. His mind came to life very slowly. The previous day, when he tried to recall it, had broken into fragments, blurred images of travel. He had flown to an airfield near Warsaw on an 8-seater plane that bumped across a ridged tar surface after it landed. There was deep forest on 3 sides of the airfield, and he'd wondered if this were the main field that served the city. All day he'd never really known exactly where he was. There was a taxi, a train, no, 2 trains. A ride in a wagon on a hot day, a dog who growled deep in his throat yet wagged his tail at the same moment. A peddler met on a road. The slow apprehension that he would not arrive anywhere in particular any time soon. That he was where he was, that travelers slept in barns. An old woman, a kerchief tied around her seamed face, said that he was welcome. Then there was a mouse, a moon, the slow swimming dreams of sleep, in an unknown place. He leaned against the worn barnwood and watched the daybreak. There was still a quarter moon, white against the blue-black morning sky. A band of storm clouds moved east, edges stained red by the rising sun. Here and there light broke through the clouds, a pine wood appeared on the horizon, a rye field took color, a sharp green, as he watched. This ghostly shifting light, wet smell of morning earth, crows calling as they flew low along the curve of a field, he could remember. He had once lived in this part of the world, a long time ago. And sometimes they had ventured beyond the winding streets of Kishinev, and he'd witnessed such mornings when he was a little boy who woke up long before anyone else did in order not to miss any of the miracles. He could see himself kneeling on a bed in front of a window, a blanket around his shoulders. He could see the sun climbing a hill on a morning in late summer. "Hey, up there, Pan, are you asleep still?" He leaned out the window and peered down to find the old woman looking up at him from the yard. She stood with the aid of a stick like a small, sturdy pyramid, wearing sweaters and jackets on top, broad skirts below. Her dogs, a big brown one and a little black and white one, stood by her side and stared up at him as well. "Come along to the house," she called up to him. "I'll give you coffee." She hobbled away without waiting for an answer, the dogs romping around her, sniffing the bushes, lifting a leg, pressing the earth with their extended forepaws to have a morning stretch. On the way to the farmhouse, Szara saw that she'd left 2 large wooden buckets by the well, and, like any tramp worth his salt, he knew she wanted him to bring the water in. First he took off his Paris shirt, worked the squeaky pump handle, and splashed himself with surges of icy water from the spout. He shivered in the early morning air and rubbed himself dry with the shirt, then put it back on and combed his wet hair back with his fingers. When he rinsed his mouth, the cold water made his teeth ache. Next he filled the buckets and staggered into the kitchen, absolutely determined not to slop water on the floor. The farmhouse was an old, dry stone building with a low ceiling, a tile stove with a large crucifix on the wall above it, and glass windows. The smell of the coffee was strong in the close air of the kitchen. She brought it to him in a china cup. The saucer was apparently no more. That must have been 100 years old. "Thank you, Matrushka," he said, taking a sip. "The coffee is very good." "I always have it, every morning," she said proudly. "Except when the wars come. Then you can't get it for any money. Not around here you can't." "Where am I, exactly?" "Where are you? Why, you're in Podalki, that's where." She cackled and shook her head at such a question, made her way to the stove, and, using her skirt as a potholder, withdrew a pan of bread from the oven. This she placed by the side of his coffee, went off to the pantry, and returned with a bowl of white cheese covered with a cloth. She put a knife and a plate before him, then stood by the stove while he ate. He wanted to ask her to sit with him, but he knew that such a request would offend her sense of propriety. She would eat when he was done. He sawed off the heel of the bread and covered the steaming slab with white cheese. "Oh, this is very good," he said. "You must be on your way to the city," she said. "To Czestochowa." "I'm on my way to Lvov." "Lvov?" "That's right." "Blessed Mother Lvov, you're a long way from there," she said, with awe at the distance he contemplated traveling. "That's a Ukrainian place, you know," she told him. "Yes, I know." "They say it's in Poland, but I don't think so myself. You'll want to watch for money over there." "Have you been there, Matrushka?" "Me?" She laughed at the idea. "No," she said. "People from Podalki don't go there." When he was done with the breakfast, he put a few zloty under the rim of the plate. Back in the barn loft, he spread his map out on the hay, but the village of Podalki wasn't to be found. One of the taskmen from Paris who'd been on the plane with him had a much more detailed map, but they'd become separated at the railroad station in Warsaw. He found Czestochowa easily enough, if that was the next town of any size. He'd crossed the river Varta the day before. The man driving the cart had called it something else, and it was just a wide expanse of water, sluggish and shallow at summer's end. The man in the wagon had driven up a tiny path, and Szara was taken across the river by an old Jewish ferryman with a patch over one eye. He had a wooden raft and pulley system, hauling on a rope until they were on the other bank. The ferryman told him that the little road would, if he were patient and lucky, eventually take him to Krakow. "From there you can go anywhere at all if you want," the man had said, pocketing the tiny fare with a shrug that questioned why anybody bothered going anywhere at all. Szara folded the map, returned it to his satchel, put his soft felt hat on, and slung his jacket over his shoulder. When he came out of the barn, the old lady and her dogs were taking the cow out to pasture. He thanked her again. She wished him a safe journey, made the sign of the cross to protect him on his way, and he headed down the narrow, sandy road in the direction of Podalki village. 20 minutes later he was there. It wasn't much, a few log houses scattered on both sides of a dirt street, a man with shaven head and cavalry moustache, sleeves rolled up on the hot day, thumbs hooked in suspenders as he lounged in the doorway of what Szara took to be the Podalki store. There was a tiny Jewish ghetto on the other side of the village, women in wigs, a chassid, yarmulke pinned to his hair, chopping wood in the little yard of his house, pale children with curly sidelocks who watched him cleverly without actually staring as he went past. Then Podalki was no more, and he was alone again on the broad Polish steppe, amid endless fields that ran to the forest on the horizon. He walked and walked. The sun grew hotter, the valise heavier. He started to sweat. The fields on either side of the narrow road were alive. Insects buzzed and whirred. The black, moist earth had a certain smell to it, rotting and growing, sweet and rank at once. Sometimes a clump of white birch stood by a small stream, the delicate leaves flickering in the slightest breeze. From this perspective, his life in the city looked frantic and absurd. The intensity of his work, the grating, fretful anxiety of it, seemed utterly artificial. How strange to care so deeply about such nonsense. Codes and papers, packages exchanged in movie theaters, who had lunch with who at a hotel in Berlin. It was madness. They spun around like the blindfolded it in a children's game. In early August, someone had broken into a dry-cleaning plant on the outskirts of Paris and stolen the uniforms of the Polish military attaché's staff. A great hubbub ensued, meetings, wireless messages, questions without answers, answers without questions. But that was nothing compared to what came next. On the 23rd of August, the Hitler-Stalin Pact was announced. Oh, and hadn't there been just every sort of hell to pay, weeping and moaning and gnashing of teeth. It had been just as Goldman had predicted. The idealists wringing their hands and beating their breasts. Some people were quite literally stunned, walked about the streets of Paris and were heard to make doleful and solemn declarations. "I have determined to break with the party." There were even suicides. What, Szara wondered, had they thought they were playing at? Philosophy? He heard the creak of cart wheels behind him and the clop of hooves. A wagon driven by a young boy overtook him, a vast load of hay mounded in the bed. Szara moved to one side of the road to let it pass, stepping between furrows at the edge of a field. "Good morning, Pan," said the boy as the cart drew up beside him. Szara returned the greeting. The smell of the old horse was strong in the heat of the day. "A pretty morning we have," said the boy. "Would you care to ride away?" The wagon didn't actually stop, but Szara hauled himself up and perched on the wooden rim next to the driver. The horse slowed perceptibly. "Ah, Gniady, now you mustn't be like that," said the boy, clucking at the horse and flapping the reins. They rode for a time in silence. Then a tiny track, 2 ruts wide, opened up between fields, and the boy chucked the left rein to turn the horse. Szara thanked the boy and dismounted. Walking once again, he thought, "Now there's the job for me." Sometimes he saw men and women at work in the fields. The harvest was only just beginning, but now and then the flash of a scythe would catch the light. The women worked with skirts tucked up, their bare legs white against the wheat or rye stalks. Somebody, Szara realized, was going to be very annoyed with him for dropping out of sight like this. But that was just too bad. Let them go to hell and rage at the devils. He was tired of their threats. He had rejoined reality, as it happened, and they would have to get along in their dream world as best they could. Above him the sky spread out to heaven, the morning blue growing pale and hazy as the day wore on. Well to the south there rose a low, dark shape, a distant mountain range, with white cloud building slowly above it, a thunderstorm for the humid evening to come. This was what existed. The steppe, the enormous sky, the wheat, the packed sand of the little road. For a moment he was part of it, simply a fact of nature, no more, no less. He didn't even know what day it was. He'd left Paris on the 30th of August, though he'd thought of it as the 29th, since it was 3 o'clock in the morning, still last night when he'd taken a taxi to Le Bourget airport. The long day of meandering through eastern Poland had been, in fact, the 30th. That made it the very end of summertime. Summer would actually continue, he realized, for a long while yet, well into September, when the harvest would occupy almost everybody in the countryside, when people would sleep in the fields in order to start work at first light. At night they'd sit around and talk in low voices. They'd even have a small fire once a field was cleared, and couples would go off into the shadows to make love. Still, for him, the summer had just about run its course. He had a schoolboy's sense of time, and the end of August was the end of liberty, just as it had been in childhood, just as, he supposed, it always would be. Strange, he thought, that he found himself once again free as the summer ended. August 31st, 1939. That was the official date. He reckoned once again and made sure, yes, that was it. By tomorrow he'd likely be himself again, the official himself, the journalist André Szara, riding on trains, writing things down, doing what everyone expected of him. But for the moment he was a lone traveler on the tiny road to Częstochowa, enjoying a perfect freedom on the last day of summer. He reached Częstochowa by late afternoon, thanks to a ride in an ancient truck delivering cucumbers to the markets in the city. A trolley ride took him to the railroad station, and he bought a ticket to Krakow, where he could get another train to Lvov. "We call it the midnight train to Lvov," said the dignified ticket seller. "We also say, however, that dawn in the city of Lvov is very beautiful." Szara smiled with appreciation at the characteristically Polish bite of the description. The cities were 180 miles apart. That meant the train from Krakow was not expected to leave on time, that the locomotive was very slow, or both. At the restaurant across the street from the station, he prepared for the journey, eating cold beet soup, rye bread with sweet butter, a piece of boiled beef accompanied by fresh red horseradish that made tears inevitable, and several glasses of tea. He was sore from sleeping in the hayloft and from miles of walking, and was covered with a fine, powdery dust from the road. But the dinner was curative, and he dozed in the first-class compartment until the 6:40 for Krakow chugged away from the station a little after 8. In the gathering dusk of the Częstochowa countryside he saw a lightning storm, great white bolts of it, 3 and 4 in a row, on the southern horizon. 2 hours later they were in Krakow. He had long ago been a student at the university, but he elected to remain at the station until the midnight train to Lvov actually departed. The ticket seller in Częstochowa had told him the truth. The train was very late leaving. Some of the people who joined him in the compartment arrived after 2 in the morning. He watched the night streets of Krakow go by under flaring gas lamps, the Zindowski Cemetery, the railway bridge across the Vistula, and then he dozed once more until the muttered comments of his fellow travellers woke him up. The train was barely moving on what seemed to be a branch track. People in the compartment were trying to peer out the window, and then, suddenly, they lurched to a halt. Such a stop was apparently quite unusual. 1 or 2 groans of fury were heard. Others attempted to solve the mystery by lowering the window and squinting into the darkness outside. A man in a railroad uniform came down the track carrying a lantern. Passengers called out to him, asked him what the problem was, but he ignored them all. The compartment was dark, Szara lit a cigarette, sat back against the worn plush fabric of the seat, and set himself to wait. Other passengers followed his example. Newspaper crackled as a sandwich was unwrapped. A young couple spoke confidentially in low voices. From the third-class car, a violin started up. Some minutes later, a troop train went past, moving very slowly. Soldiers could be seen hanging out the windows and standing packed in the aisles, some dangling their feet from open doorways. Szara could see the glow of their cigarettes. "They go north," said the young woman across from him. "Away from the border. Perhaps the crisis with Hitler has been settled." A man sitting next to her lit a match and pointed to the front page of the evening newspaper. "Shooting in Danzig," he said. "You see? I would have to say they're headed up there." The conductor came down the passageway, opened the door of the compartment, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I fear I must ask you to get off the train, please." This statement was greeted with general indignation. "Yes, yes," the conductor sympathized. "But what's to be done? I'd tell you the problem if I knew. I'm sure it will all be fixed quickly." He had a drooping moustache and rather doleful eyes that gave him the look of a spaniel. He went off to the next compartment, and the young man called after him, "Do we take our baggage?" "Why, no," the conductor said. "Or, maybe, yes, I'm not sure. I leave it up to you, good ladies and gentlemen." Szara took his valise down from the rack above the window and helped the other passengers with their luggage. "I tell you," the man with the newspaper said forcefully, but then seemed not to have anything to tell. Slowly the train emptied, and the passengers half slipped, half jumped down a grassy embankment and stood about on the edge of a field of weeds. "Now what?" Szara said to the man with the newspaper. "I'm sure I don't know," he said. Then he bowed slightly and extended his hand. "Goletsky," he said, "I'm in soap." Szara, journalist. "Ah, well, here's someone who'll know what's going on." "Not at all," Szara said. "Do you write for the Krakow papers?" "No," Szara said. "I've been in Paris the last few months." "You're a lucky fellow, then. I count myself fortunate if I get to Warsaw once a year. Mostly I call on the southern provinces. Perfumed soaps for the gentry, the old-fashioned yellow bar for the farmer, Dr. Grudzin's special formula for young ladies. There isn't much I don't offer." "What do you suppose they're going to do with us?" Szara asked. He glanced at his watch. "It's well after 4. He looked to the east and saw a faint glow on the horizon. Then he yawned. Up the track, the locomotive released a long hiss of steam. Then the slow march of pistons could be heard as it moved off. A cry went up from the assembled passengers. "Oh, no, it's leaving!" Some people started to climb aboard the coaches, then everybody realized that the train was standing still. Only the locomotive was moving away. "Well, that's very nice, I must say," said Goletsky angrily. "Now they've uncoupled the engine and left us sitting here in the darkness between Krakow and Lord only knows where." The passengers began to realize that nothing was going to happen very quickly, and sat gloomily on their suitcases to wait for someone in the railroad system to remember them. 15 minutes later, their locomotive reappeared. They had the conductor's word that it was theirs, now pulling the troop train in the opposite direction. The engineer waved his cap, a gesture taken variously as cruelty, compassion, or an arcane signal known only to railroad men. And the soldiers were singing, their voices strong in the early morning air. The troop train's original locomotive appeared last, ignominiously towed backward. "So," Goletsky commented, "it's army maneuvers that have got us stranded." Szara didn't like what he saw, but he didn't know why. He wrote the feeling off to the sort of pointless irritation that comes with fatigue. Some of the passengers returned to their seats in the coaches. The conductor made no very great attempt to stop them. "Really, ladies and gentlemen," he said sadly, shaking his head at the anarchy of it all. Others remained outdoors trying to make a holiday of it. Somebody got a fire going, and the garlicky aroma of roasting sausage filled the air. Another group gathered about the violin player. Still others could be seen wandering into the fields, some in search of privacy, others taking the opportunity to observe the countryside. The drone of an airplane caught everyone's attention. It was flying somewhere above them in the darkness, circling, perhaps. Then the noise of its engine grew suddenly stronger, a drawn-out mechanical whine that climbed the musical scale and grew louder in the same instant. "It's going to crash," said the young woman from Szara's compartment, her voice shrill with fear, her face lifted anxiously toward the sky. She crossed herself as her lips moved. Kolecki and Szara both stood at the same instant as though drawn to their feet by an invisible force. Somebody screamed. Kolecki said, "Shall we run?" Then it was too late to run. The noise swelled to an overwhelming shriek that froze the passengers in place. The plane materialized from the darkness for only a fraction of a second. Szara saw swastikas on its wings. Something made him flinch away. Then the bomb exploded. The blast wave took him off his feet. For an instant he was adrift in the air, then threw him into the embankment. He felt the force of impact shift the teeth and bones on one side of his face, and his hearing stopped, replaced by a hissing silence. When he opened his eyes, they didn't work. The right half of the world was higher than the left, as though a photograph had been cut in two and pasted back together with the halves misaligned. This terrified him, and he was frantically blinking his eyes, trying to make his vision come right, when bits and pieces of things began to rain down on him, and he instinctively protected his head with his forearm. Then something moved inside his face, and his vision cleared. He forced himself to sit up, searching his clothing, frightened of what he might find, but compelled to look. He found only dirt, bits of fabric and leaves, and a stain on the lapel of his jacket. Nearby, Kolecki sat with his head in his hands. At the bottom of the embankment, the conductor lay still, face down in the earth. His feet were bare, and a red line ran down one heel. Szara looked for the young woman, but could not see her anywhere. An older woman he did not recognize, hair wild, tears streaming from her eyes, dress half blown away, was screaming at the sky. From the way her mouth worked, and the sickened anger on her face, Szara could tell she was screaming. But he could not hear any sound at all. He was taken first to a hospital in the city of Tarnów. There he sat in a corridor while the nursing sisters cared for the injured. By then most of his hearing had returned. By then his valise had miraculously reappeared, brought down the corridor by a soldier asking if anyone knew who it belonged to. By then he had heard that Germany had attacked Poland some time after 4 a.m. Polish soldiers, the Germans claimed, had overrun a German radio station at Gliwice, killed some German soldiers, and broadcast an inflammatory statement. This was no more than a classic staged provocation, he believed, and now he knew what had become of the Polish uniforms stolen in Paris. When his turn finally came, he was seen by a doctor, told he'd possibly had a concussion. If he became nauseated, he was to seek medical assistance. Otherwise, he was free to continue his journey. But that was not quite the truth. Outside the examining room, a young lieutenant politely informed him that certain authorities in Novi Sad wished to speak with him. Was he under arrest? Not at all, the lieutenant said. It was only that someone at the hospital had notified the army staff that a Soviet journalist had been injured in the attack on the Krakow-Lvov line. Now a certain Colonel Viborg earnestly wished to discuss certain matters with him at the Novi Sad headquarters. The young lieutenant had the honor of escorting him there. Szara knew it was pointless to resist, and the lieutenant led him to an aged but functional Czechoslovakian automobile and had him safely in Novi Sad an hour later. Lieutenant Colonel Anton Viborg, despite his Scandinavian surname, seemed a vestige of the old-fashioned Polish nobility. Szara fancied the name might date from the medieval wars between Poland and Sweden, when, as in all wars, families found themselves living on the wrong side of the lines. Whatever the story, there was something of the Baltic Knight in Viborg. He was tall and lean and thin-lipped, in his 40s, Szara thought, with webbed lines at the corners of his narrow eyes, and pale hair cut short and stiff in the cavalry officer style. Like a cavalry officer, he wore high boots of supple leather and jodhpur-cut uniform trousers. Unlike a cavalry officer, however, his uniform jacket was hung over the back of his chair, his collar was unbuttoned and tie pulled down, and his sleeves were folded back. When Szara entered his office, he was smoking a cigar, and a large metal ashtray held the stubs of many others. He had a handshake like steel, and looked hard at Szara with very cold blue eyes when they introduced themselves. Then, having made a rapid and intuitive judgment of some kind, he grew courtly, sent his orderly scurrying for coffee and rolls, and presented what was likely, Szara thought, the genial half of a sharply two-sided personality. While he waited for his orderly to return, Colonel Viborg smoked contentedly and stared into space, apparently at peace with the world. He was alone in this, however, since officers were rushing past the open door with armloads of files, telephones were jangling continuously, and the sense of the place was frantic motion, just barely below the level of panic. At one point a young officer stuck his head in the door and said, "Obidza," which could only have been the name of a small town. Colonel Viborg made the merest gesture of acknowledgment, a polite, almost ironic inclination of the head, and the man wheeled and trotted off. Szara heard him somewhere down the hall. Obidza, telling someone else the news. Viborg blew a long stream of cigar smoke into the air, rose abruptly, walked to the window, and stared down into the courtyard. The office, obviously temporary, the sign on the door read tax assessor, was in the Novi Sad city hall, an imposing monstrosity dating from the days of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, when Galicia had been a province of Austria. Viborg stared onto the courtyard for a long time. "Now we burn files," he said. He looked meaningfully at Szara, and cocked an eyebrow, but did not seem to want to hear what a journalist might think about such events. He settled himself back at the desk and said, "I think perhaps we ought to start our discussion without the coffee. Nothing is really going to go smoothly today, and that includes my orderly's trip to the bakery. Do you mind?" "Not at all," Szara said. "Now, a Soviet journalist, if he's survived the last 2 years, can be no fool. You certainly know who you're talking to." Szara had assumed from the beginning that Viborg was the director or the deputy of a military intelligence unit. Information Bureau," he said. "Yes, that's right. You're legally a neutral, Mr. Szara, since last week, August 23rd. As a Soviet citizen, you are officially neither a friend nor an enemy of Poland, so I'm going to offer you an accommodation of mutual interest. For our part, we'd like to know what you're doing here. Your papers are all in order. We assume you've been assigned a specific task. We'd like to know what's of such interest that Pravda would send you here a week after the USSR has signed a treaty that's going to turn out to be this country's obituary. In return, I'll make certain that you are provided with transportation out of this region. We're 40 miles north of the border, by the way, and will in general make sure you get to Lvov if that's where you want to go. That's the offer. You can certainly refuse to accept it. The Germans' promise of non-aggression no doubt extends to you personally, and you may feel you want to take them up on it. If so, you needn't move very far. You may stay right here in Novi Sad. In 2 or 3 days, they'll come to you, or even sooner. On the other hand, you may want to leave right away. In that case, I'll have my aide drive you to the railroad station, or as close to it as the crowd will permit. Thousands of people are milling around down there, trying to get out anyway at all, and the trains don't seem to be running. Still, you can take your chances if you like. So, how shall it be?" "Seems a fair offer," Szara said. You'll tell me, then, the nature of your assignment in Lvov. They want to know something of the daily life of national minorities in eastern Poland. Belarusians, Ukrainians, Jews, Lithuanians. Persecuted national minorities, you mean? In a former Russian province. The assignment, Colonel Viborg, is not that. I'd like to point out that I was asked to make this journey some weeks before any pact was announced between the USSR and Germany. They did not, in other words, send me into the middle of a war to write a story about the lives of tailors and farmers. I don't really know what my editors had in mind. They send me somewhere and I do what I'm told to do. Maybe they didn't have very much in mind at all. Jolly anarchic old Russia. The right hand never knows what the left hand is doing, something like that? What can't be said about Russia? Everything is true, eventually. You are, in fact, a Pole. A Jewish family from Poland. In Russia since I was a teenager. Then I'll revise my statement. A typical Pole. Some would say not. Some certainly would. But others would answer them by saying horseshit. Viborg drummed his fingers on the table. A studious-looking man in an exceptionally rumpled uniform, a sort of shambling professor with spectacles, appeared in the doorway and stood there hesitantly, eventually clearing his throat. "Anton, excuse me, but they are in Obica." "So I'm told," Viborg said. "Well, then, shall we pack up our cipher machines and go? Yes, I suppose. I've asked Olensko to organize it. Tell him to begin, will you?" "With you commanding?" "I'll find you in Krakow. First, I'm going to take our Russian war correspondent to see the front." "Russian war correspondent?" The man was amazed. "So soon?" He stared at Szara without comprehension. "Will they print a dispatch from this war?" the man finally asked, disbelief in his voice. 50 German divisions attack Poland? My, no. Perhaps some German units bravely defend their borders 30 miles inside Poland. Viborg laughed bitterly by way of agreement. "Who knows?" he said with resignation. "It may give old Quinto something to think about." The word he used for Stalin meant a kind of singing bandit, a merry figure from Georgian folklore. Szara grinned at the remark. "You see," Viborg said triumphantly, "he's on our side." Speeding southwest, in an open military command car, Szara and Viborg sat grimly in the back seat. Viborg's driver was a big sergeant with close-cropped hair, a lion-tamer's mustache, and a venous, lumpy nose that was almost purple. He swore under his breath without pause, swinging the big car around obstacles, bouncing through the fields when necessary, hewing a path through the wheat stalks. The road was a nightmare. Refugees walked north, their possessions on their backs or in little carts. Some drove their farm animals before them or led them on a rope halter. 4 people carried a sick man in a bed. Meanwhile, Polish military units, marching infantry, horse-drawn artillery, and ammunition wagons attempted to move south. The car passed a burnt-out wagon with 2 horses dead in the traces. "Stukas," Viborg said coldly. "A terror weapon." "I know," Szara said. They were climbing steadily on the rutted dirt road that worked its way through the hills that led to the Polish side of the Carpathian Mountains. The air was cooler, the rolling countryside softening as the daylight began to fade. Szara's head ached horribly. The bouncing of the hard-sprung car was torture. He'd not survived the bomb attack as well as he'd thought. His mouth tasted like brass, and he felt as though a path of tiny pins had been pushed into the skin along one side of his face. The car turned west into a sunset-colored blood red by smoke and haze, the sort of sky seen in late summer when the forests burn. Their road followed the path of a river, the Dunajec, according to Colonel Viborg. "We still hold the west bank," he said. "Oh, we did when we left Novi Sad." He produced a large pocket watch and gazed at it. "Perhaps no longer," he mused. "We haven't much hope militarily. Perhaps diplomatically something can be done even now. We face 1.5 million Germans, and tanks and planes, with perhaps 2/3 that number. And we haven't any air force to speak of. Brave pilots, yes, but the planes? Can you hold? We must. The French and the British may come to help. They've at least declared war. Time is what we need. And whatever else happens, the story must be told. When people are ground into the dirt, that is always what they say, isn't it? That the story must be told. I'll do what I can, Szara said softly. In the people on the road he saw sometimes sorrow or fear or anger, but mainly they seemed to him numb, lost, and in their eyes he could find only perplexity and exhaustion beyond feeling. He had no immunity to these refugees. His eyes held each one as the car wove among them, then went on to the next, and then the next. "An effort," Viborg said. "It's all I ask of you." He was silent while they passed a priest giving last rites by the side of the road. "More likely, though, it will wind up with my getting us both killed. And for what? Russia will not be sorry to see the last of Poland." Was a treaty possible? Not really. As one of our leaders put it, with the Germans we risk losing our freedom. With the Russians we shall lose our soul. Still, it may be in the Politburo's interest for attention to be called to what the Germans are doing. It's not impossible. When Szara heard the drone of the airplane, he clenched his fists. Viborg's eyes searched the sky, and he leaned forward and put a hand on the sergeant's shoulder. "Slow down, Sergeant," he said. "If he sees a staff car, he'll attack." The Stuka came out of a sun-broken cloud, and Szara's heart began to beat hard as he heard the accelerating whine of the engine. "Stop," Viborg said. The driver jammed on the brakes. They leaped out of the car and ran for the ditch by the side of the road. Szara pressed himself into the earth as the plane closed. "God save me," he thought. The noise of the dive swelled to a scream. He heard horses neighing with terror, shouts, screams, chattering machine guns, a whip crack above his head, then the ground rocked as the bomb went off. When the sound of the engine had disappeared into the distance, he sat up. There were red ridges across his palms, where his fingernails had pressed into his hands. Viborg swore. He was picking broken cigars out of his breast pocket. On the road, a woman had gone mad. People were running after her into a field, yelling for her to stop. At dusk, the column of refugees thinned, then stopped altogether. The land was deserted. They sped through a village. Some of the houses had been burned. Others stood with doors wide open. A dog barked at them frantically as they drove by. Szara opened the valise, took out a small notebook, and began to write things down. The driver swung around a bomb crater and cursed it loudly. "Quiet," Viborg commanded. Szara appreciated the gesture, but it didn't really matter. "Germans bomb civilians," he wrote. No, they would not publish that. "Poles suffer after government refuses compromise." He scribbled over the words quickly, afraid Viborg could see what he was writing. "A new kind of war in Poland, as Luftwaffe attacks non-military targets." No. It was hopeless. The futility of the journey made him sad. Typical, somehow. Killed on Polish soil while making a useless gesture. An obituary that told the truth. Suddenly he knew exactly who Viborg was. A Polish character from the pages of Balzac. Szara stole a glance at him. He lit the broken stump of a cigar and was pretending to be lost in thought as his writer wrote and they travelled to the lines. Yes, the defiant romantic, pure courage, cold to the dangers of whatever passion took the present moment for its own. Such men, and the women were worse, had destroyed Poland often enough, and saved it. Either could be true, depending on the year you chose. And the great secret, Szara thought, and Balzac had never tumbled to it, was that the Polish Jews were just as bad. In their faith, They were unmovable, no matter what form faith took. Hasidism, Zionism, communism, they were all on fire. And that they shared with the Poles. That they had in common. And you? Not me, Szara answered himself. The driver braked suddenly and squeezed to the right on the narrow road. A convoy of 3 horse-drawn ambulances was making slow progress in the other direction. "Getting close to it now," Viborg said. The car made its way up a wooded mountainside. Szara could smell the sap, the aroma sharp and sweet after the long heat of the day. The night air was cooling quickly. A wall of dark pines rose on either side of the road. They had very little light to drive by. The headlamps of the car had been taped down to slits. The sergeant squinted into the darkness and braked hard when, with a sudden twist or turn, the road simply disappeared. Nonetheless, their progress was observed. On 2 occasions, a Wehrmacht artillery observer spotted the light moving on a mountain road and tried his luck. A low, sighing buzz, a flash in the forest, a muted crump sound, then the muffled boom of the German gun bouncing among the hills. "Missed," Viborg said tartly, as the echo faded away. Once again, he was awake at dawn. Wrapped in a blanket on the dirt floor of a ruined shepherd's hut, kerosene splashed on his neck, wrists, and ankles against the lice. From the hut, an artillery observer's position in support of the battalion holding the west bank of the Dunajec, they could see a narrow valley between the water and the wooded hillside, a village broken and burned by German shelling, a section of the river, the wooden pilings that had served as stanchions for a blown bridge, and 2 concrete pillboxes built to defend the crossing. The observer was no more than 18, a junior lieutenant who'd been mobilized only 3 days earlier and still wore the suit he'd had on in an insurance office in Krakow. He'd managed to scrounge an officer's cap and wore officer's insignia on the shoulders of a very dirty white shirt, his jacket neatly folded in a corner of the little room. The lieutenant was called Mircek. Tall and fair and serious, he was somebody's good son, an altar boy, no doubt, and now a soldier. A little overawed at first by the presence of a colonel and a war correspondent, he'd made them as comfortable as he could. A harassed infantry major had greeted them the night before and brought them up to the post. Szara had described him in his notebook as 1914 war vintage or earlier. Ferocious, bright red face, complaining he hasn't sufficient ammunition, field guns, etc. He gave us bread and lard and tea, and a piece of a dense kind of currant cake his wife had baked for him before he left for the front. He wears a complicated Masonic, noble ring. Not happy to see us. There's no knowing what will happen. You will have to take your chances as best you can. They are facing elements of the 18th Corps of the Wehrmacht 14th Army under Generaloberst List. Advances from northern Slovakia have already been made through the Jablunkov and Dukla passes. Some German units advanced more than 15 miles the first day. We may, no matter what happens here, be cut off. A delightful prospect. Polish Air Force bombed on the ground in the first hours of the war, according to Colonel V. The tiny river valley in the Carpathians was exquisite at dawn. Streaky red sky, mist banks drifting against the mountainside, soft light on the slate-gray river. But no birds. The birds had gone. Instead, a deep silence and the low, steady rumble of distant gunnery. Mircek stared for a long time through a missing section of roof at the back of the hut, searching the sky for clouds, praying silently for rain. But Hitler's timing had been perfect. The German harvest was in. The population would not suffer deprivation because farmhands were suddenly called to serve in the army. The infamous Polish roads, which would turn to mud of a diabolical consistency once the autumn rains began, were dry, and the rivers, the nation's only natural defense positions, were low and sluggish. The German attack started at 0500. Szara and Viborg both looked at their watches as the first shells landed in the village. Mircek cranked his field telephone and made contact with the Polish counter-battery at the edge of the forest above the town. Gazing through binoculars, he located the muzzle flashes at a point in the wood on the other side of the river, then consulted a hand-drawn map with coordinates penciled on it. "Good morning, Captain, sir," Mircek said stiffly into the telephone. Szara heard the earpiece crackle with static as a voice shouted into it. "They're in L24, sir," Mircek responded. He continued to stare through the binoculars, then consulted his map again. "To the southeast of the grid, I think, sir." Viborg passed his binoculars to Szara. Now he could see the village in sharp focus. A fountain of dirt rose into the air. Then a house front fell into the little street, a cloud of dust and smoke rolling out behind it. A few small flames danced along a broken beam. He swung the binoculars to the river, then to the German side, but he could see very little happening there. The Polish field guns began to fire, the explosions leaving dirty brown smoke drifting through the treetops. Now Szara saw an orange tongue of flame in the German-occupied woods. 2 points left," Mircek said into the phone. They waited, but nothing happened. Mircek repeated his instructions. Szara could hear an angry voice amid the static. Mircek held the phone against his chest for a moment and said confidentially, "Some of our shells do not explode." As the Polish guns resumed firing, Szara saw the orange flash again, but this time in a different place. Mircek reported this. 2 men in dark shirts with their sleeves rolled up went running from house to house in the village. They disappeared for a time, then emerged from a back door with a grey shape on a stretcher. It was getting harder and harder for Szara to see anything. The pall of smoke thickened until solid objects faded into shapes and shadows. The flashes from the German artillery seemed to change position. There simply, he decided, couldn't be that many of them in the forest. Then a Polish machine gun opened up from one of the pillboxes. Szara moved the binoculars toward the far bank of the river and saw hundreds of grey shapes, men running low, come out of the woods and dive flat on the ground. Polish rifle fire began to rattle from the houses in the village. A Polish ammunition dump was hit by a shell. The sound of the blast was ragged. A huge, billowing cloud swirled upward. Brilliant white stars trailing smoke arched over the river. Mircek never stopped reporting, but the Polish counterfire seemed ineffective. Finally, Colonel Viborg spoke up. "I believe, Lieutenant, you're trying to pinpoint a tank battery. It seems they've cut passages into the woods for the tanks to move around." "I think you're right, sir," Mircek said. In the midst of communicating this information, his face tensed, but he carried his report through to the end. Then he unconsciously held his lower lip between his teeth and closed his eyes for an instant. "The battery's been hit," he said. Szara traversed the Polish woods, but could see little through the smoke. Viborg was staring out the low, uneven rectangle cut into the logs that served as a window. "Give me the binoculars," he said to Szara. He watched for a few seconds, then said, "Pioneers," and handed the binoculars back to Szara. German troops were in the river, shielded by the wooden stanchions where the bridge had stood, firing machine pistols at the portals of the pillboxes. The German pioneer closest to the Polish side was shirtless, his body pink against the grey water. He swam suddenly from behind a stanchion with a rope held in his teeth. He took long, powerful strokes, then he let go of the rope, which floated away from him when he turned on his back and moved downstream with the current. Behind him, soldiers hauled themselves along the rope as far as the stanchion he'd just left. Some of them floated away also, but were replaced by others. "Hello, Captain? Hello?" Mircek called into the phone. He cranked the handle and tried again. Szara could no longer hear the static. "I think the line has been severed," Mircek said. He took a pair of electrician's pliers from a khaki bag, moved quickly to the low doorway, and disappeared. His job was, Szara knew, to follow the line until he found the break, repair it, and return. Szara saw a flash of the white shirt to his left, toward the battery, Then it vanished into the dense smoke hanging amid the trees. Szara swept his binoculars to the village. Most of the houses were now on fire. He saw a man run from one of them toward the woods, but the man fell on his knees and pitched forward after a few steps. Back on the river, the pioneers had gained 2 more stanchions, and crowds of Germans were firing from the ones they held. The fire was returned. White chip marks appeared magically in the old tarred wood, and sometimes a German trooper fell backward, but he was immediately replaced by another man working his way along the line. A little way down the river there were flashes from the front rank of trees, and, concentrating hard, Szara could see a long barrel silhouetted against the trunk of a shattered pine tree. He could just make out a curved bulk below the barrel. Yes, he thought, Viborg had been right. It was a tank. A group of Polish infantrymen moved out of the forest below him, 3 of them carrying a machine gun and ammunition belts. They were trying to take up a position with a field of fire that would enfilade the stanchions. They ran bent over, rushing forward. One of them lost his helmet, but then all 3 made it to a depression in the sand between the edge of the water and a grove of alder trees. He could see the muzzle flash of the machine gun, swept the binoculars to the stanchion, and saw panic as several of the Germans fell away from the pilings. He felt a rush of elation, wanted to shout encouragement to the Polish machine gunners. But by the time he had again located their position, only 1 man was firing the gun, and, as Szara watched, he let it go, covered his face with his hands, and slumped backward. Slowly he got himself turned over, and began to crawl for the edge of the woods. The field telephone came suddenly to life, static popping from the earpiece. Viborg grabbed it and said, "This is your observer position." A voice could be heard yelling on the other end. Then Viborg said, "I don't know where he is, but he repaired the line, and until he returns, I will direct your fire. Is there an officer there?" Szara heard the negative. "Very well, Corporal, you're in charge, then. There are tanks in the woods to your north, at the edge of the forest. Can you fire a single round? Short? Even in the river will work." There was a reply. Then Viborg stared at the map Mircek had left behind. "Very well, Corporal," he said. "My advice is quadrant M28. Szara moved the binoculars to see the impact of the ranging fire Viborg had directed, but was distracted by a group of Germans who had reached the west bank of the river and were running into the woods. "They're across," he said to Viborg. Viborg said, "You're too short. Come up a couple of degrees." Szara glanced at the doorway, wondering where Mircek was, then realized he was not going to return. Szara could now see muzzle flashes from positions in and above the village as Polish troopers fired at the Germans who had established a flank attack in the woods. 5 panzer tanks moved out of the woods onto the sandy shore of the river, rumbling forward to the edge of the water and forming an angle that allowed them to fire directly into the Polish forces in the village. Szara's binoculars found the Polish machine gunner who'd tried to crawl away from the beach. He lay still in the sand. "Corporal?" Viborg said into the phone. By late afternoon, they were near the town of Laskova, not far from the river Tososhina, uncertain where to go next, possibly cut off by Wehrmacht encirclement, but narrowly alive. They had escaped from the scene of the German bridgehead over the Dunajec, a matter of minutes. Colonel Viborg had taken the precaution of leaving the staff car with the sergeant to guard it up the road from the village. Had it been in the village itself, they would now be captured, or, more likely, dead. As Polish resistance had worn down, the German infantry had negotiated the river on wooden rafts, isolated the remaining Poles in a few positions at the far end of the village, and demanded surrender. The Poles, from the look of it, had refused. Viborg had watched the beginning of the final attack through his binoculars, then, unwilling to witness the end, had carefully restored them to their leather case and deliberately pressed both snaps shut. Working their way through the hillside brush, they had come under fire several times, German rounds singing away through the branches, but the forest itself had protected them from the German marksmen. For a time, the road crossing the Carpathian foothills was clear, but they came upon the remnants of a retreating Polish regiment driven back from the border, exhausted soldiers, faces and uniforms grey with dust, wagon loads of bandaged, silent men, walking wounded, leaning on their rifles or helped by friends, officers who gave no orders. It was, for Szara, and evidently for Viborg as well, worse than the battle at the Dunajec. There they had seen courage in the face of superior force. This was the defeat of a nation's army. A group of peasants, harvesting wheat in a field, stopped working, took their caps off, and watched silently as the troops walked past. For a time the sergeant drove slowly, at the pace of the regiment. Then, around noon, the forward units were engaged. According to a lieutenant questioned by Viborg, a German corps that had fought its way across one of the Carpathian passes from northern Slovakia had now turned east, with extraordinary, unheard-of speed. A completely motorized force that moved in trucks and tanks to close the pocket and cut off Polish forces attempting to retreat along the road. When the mortar and machine-gun exchanges started up and the regiment began to organize its resistance, Viborg directed the sergeant to take a tiny cart track, 2 wagon ruts in the dirt that cut through a wheat field. Thus they spent the day. "We will get you to a telegraph or a telephone somewhere," Viborg said, his mind very much on Szara's presumptive dispatch to Pravda. But the tiny path wound its way among the hills, in no hurry to get anywhere, over numberless little streams that watered farm cattle, past the occasional peasant settlement deep in the Polish countryside, far, far away from telegraph wires or much of anything. Deeper and deeper, Szara thought, into the 14th century. A land of high-sided hay carts with enormous wooden wheels hewed by axes, farm women in aprons, the rooty smells of dry September earth flavored with pig manure, sweet hay, and wood smoke. "See what we have lost," Viborg said. They stopped in mid-afternoon at a dusty farmyard and bought bread and sausage and freshly brewed beer from a frightened peasant who called them "pan, sir," with every other breath. A man with the fear of armies running in his very blood. Getting him to take money almost required force. "Just go," said his eyes, while he smiled obsequiously. "Just go. Leave me my wife and daughters. You already have my sons. Spare my life. We've always given you whatever you asked. Take it. Note that I'm a humble, stupid man of no interest. Then go away." They stopped in a wood to eat. The sergeant drove the car far enough in so that German spotter aircraft would not see it. When the engine was turned off, a deep silence descended, broken only by the low 3-note song of a single bird. The forest reminded Szara of a cathedral. They sat beneath tall oak trees that filtered and darkened the light until it was like the cool shadow of a church. One worshipped simply by being there. But it seemed to do Viborg more harm than good. His mood grew darker by the moment, and the sergeant finished his bread and sausage and took his canteen of beer over to the car, folded the hood back, and began to tinker with the engine. "He disapproves," Viborg said, "and shows it in his own way." But for courtesy, Szara would have joined him. He knew this black depth that lived in the Polish soul, and feared it. The descent to a private hell, where nothing could ever be fixed, or better, or made right, often ended badly. He'd seen it. He noticed that the flap on Viborg's holster was unbuttoned. An innocuous detail, but this was not the sort of officer who would be casual about such things. He knew that if Viborg determined his honor lay in the single shot fired in a forest, there was nothing he could say or do to stop it. "You cannot take this on yourself, Colonel," Szara finally said to break the silence. Viborg was slow to answer. Considered not bothering to say anything at all, finally said, "Who else, then?" "Politicians. Not least Adolf Hitler." Viborg stared at him in disbelief, wondering if perhaps he'd adopted the most hopeless fool in the world to tell his nation's story. "Sir," he said, "do you believe that what you saw Forcing the Dunayets was the Nazi party? What have I missed? If there was a lot of drunken singing and pissing on lampposts, I somehow didn't see it. What I saw was Deutschland, Poland's eternal enemy. I saw Germans. Come on, fellows, there's a job to be done here, and we're the ones to do it, so let's get busy. I saw the Wehrmacht, and I would have been, any officer worth his salt would have been proud to command it. Do you believe that a bunch of shitbag little grocers and naughty schoolboys, led by Himmler the chicken farmer, and Ribbentrop the wine salesman, would have overcome a Polish battalion? Do you? No. Of course not. Well, then... Viborg had raised his voice. The sergeant, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, working at the engine of the car, began whistling. And, Viborg went on, now in control of himself, I do take this on myself. Is there somewhere in some filing cabinet in Warsaw a report signed A.S. Viborg, Lieutenant Colonel, that says the Stuka dive bomber may be expected to do such and such? That says the Wehrmacht is able to cover 15 miles of countryside a day using tanks and motorized infantry? There is not. We are going to lose this war. We are going to be subjugated. And the fault lies with diplomacy. You're not entirely wrong, but it also lies with me and my colleagues. When a country is conquered or subdued by political means, the secret services are always to blame. They, who are supposedly allowed to do anything, should have done something. In political life it is the cruelest equation there is, but we accept it. If we do not accept it, we cannot continue with the work. He paused, drank the remaining beer in his canteen, and wiped his lips delicately with his fingers. The sergeant had stopped whistling, and the three-note bird had started to sing again, low and mournful. Viborg settled his back against a tree trunk and closed his eyes. He was very pale, Szara realized. Tired, perhaps exhausted. The strength of his personality was deceptive. The lost light of the forest muted the color of his uniform. Now it seemed heavy wool fabric cut by a tailor, not a uniform at all. And his sidearm became a bulky nuisance on a belt. The colonel forced himself to return from wherever he'd been, leaned forward, searched his breast pocket for a cigar, and showed a brief anger when he couldn't find any. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet and resolved. Every profession defines its own failures, my friend. The doctor's patient does not recover. The merchant closes his shop. The politician leaves office. The intelligence officer sees his country dominated. Surely, on the level you've lived in Russia, you know that. You've had, so to speak, at least contacts with your own services. Rarely, Szara said. To my knowledge, at any rate. You're referring not to the secret police. Of course, one sees them every day in some form or another, but to those who concern themselves with international issues. Exactly. Well, I'll tell you something. You've missed a historic era, a phenomenon. We know the Soviet services. We oppose them, after all, so we had better know them. And what most of us feel alongside the appropriate patriotic wrath is perhaps just a little bit of envy. Seen together, it is a curious group. Theodor Mali, the former Hungarian army chaplain, Eitingon, Slutsky, Artusov, Trilisa, General Stern, Abramov, General Bierzin, Ursula Kuczynski, called Sonia, that bastard Bloch, all the Latvians and Poles and Jews and what have you, they are, or perhaps one ought to say, in most cases, were, the very best that ever did this work. I don't speak to their morals, their personal lives, or their devotion to a cause in which I do not believe. No, one really can't see them in that light. But in the business of espionage, there have never been any better, possibly won't ever be. I suppose it could be considered a pity. All of them slaughtered to some strange, enigmatic purpose known only to Stalin. At least a pity you never came to experience their particular personalities. You've met them? Not in the flesh, no. They are paper men who live in file folders, but perhaps it is, for them, their truest manifestation. What, after all, is there to see? A little fellow with glasses reading a newspaper in a cafe? An overweight Jewish gentleman choosing a tie, charming the sales clerk? A man in shirt-sleeves and suspenders berated by his wife for some small domestic stupidity? Viborg laughed at the thought of it, his gallery of rogues muddling through their daily lives. Ah, but on paper, well, that's another story. Here an ambassador is compromised. There a powerful émigré group simply disintegrates. Plans for an ingenious ciphering machine are copied, and no one knows it has happened. An incident in Brussels, a disappearance in Prague. One must surmise that a fine hand is at work. As the stage magician says, now you see it, now you don't. Ah, but dear ladies and gentlemen, you must forgive me, I cannot tell you how the trick is done. The sound of an approaching aircraft made Viborg glance up through the trees. For a time, while the plane wandered invisible somewhere in the clouds above the forest, neither of them spoke. At last it faded away into the distance. Viborg stood and brushed himself off. One thing we certainly do know. It isn't one of ours. Szara stood up. Viborg glanced back up at the sky. We'd better be moving, he said, or one of these clever Wehrmacht pincer maneuvers is going to close around us and we'll wind up as prisoners. In the last war the officer class respected the gentleman's code, but this time around, I'm not so certain. They drove on. The countryside shimmering 1,000 shades of green and gold in the haze of the waning afternoon. 3 wagons came toward them, and the sergeant, at Viborg's direction, pulled over to let them use the twin ruts of the path. Polish Jews. Men, women, and children, eyes downcast for the occasion of passing army officers, headed east, away from the advancing Germans. When the car was again in motion, Szara said to Viborg, "No gentleman's code. For them, evidently. I fear not. If we are to be occupied by German forces, I am afraid our Jews will suffer. Those who just passed us believe that, and I have to agree. They, however, are headed east. Will Russia have them?" "Russia does what it has to do," Szara said. "Life won't be good for them there, but most of them will survive. Stalin will find some use for them in the end. In the camps? Perhaps in labor battalions. They won't be allowed to settle down and live their lives." "Don't you love your adopted land, Mr. Szara?" "It doesn't love me, Colonel. And in an affair of any sort, that tends to make life uncomfortable." "But you could go away, yet you don't." "Who hasn't thought of it? And I'm just as human as the rest of them. But something about this part of the world makes it hard to leave. It's not to be explained in the ordinary ways, and poetic yearnings for the sky and the earth seem awfully meager when the Czechists come around. Yet one stays. One decides to leave, puts it off a week, then something happens, so then it's Thursday for certain, but on Thursday it can't be done, then suddenly it's Monday, but the trains aren't running. So you wait for March, and some new decree gives you hope. Then spring comes in April, and your heart is suddenly strong enough for anything. Or so you think. He shrugged, then said, "You wake up one morning, you're too old to change, too old to start again. Then the woman in your bed snuggles up because her feet are cold, and you realize you're not that old. And after that, you start to wonder what shattering horror or peculiar pleasure the rest of the day might bring, and by God your heart has grown Russian, and you didn't even notice." Viborg smiled. "I should read your writing," he said. "But what kind of a Russian speaks this way yet lives in Paris? Or do I have it wrong?" "No, you have it right. And all I can say in my defense is, what poet doesn't praise the love that loves from afar." Viborg laughed, first politely, then for real as the notion tickled him. "What a shame," he said, "that we're about to lose this beautiful, heartbreaking country of ours. If that weren't the case, Mr. Szara, I assure you I would recruit you to the very corner of hell, simply for the pleasure of your company." That night, he lay on a blanket beside the car and tried to will himself to sleep. That was the medicine he needed, for exhaustion, sore spirit, for survival. But when it came, for a few minutes at a time, it wasn't the kind that healed. An area around his right temple throbbed insistently, seemed swollen and tender, and he feared something far worse than he'd imagined had gone wrong inside him. The night was starless and cool. They'd driven and driven, managing only a few miles an hour over the wagon ruts, then given it up just at the last moment of dusk. Leaving the oak forest, they'd suddenly entered a seemingly endless wheat field that ran uninterrupted for miles. There were no villages, no people at all, only ripe wheat that rustled and whispered in the steady evening wind. The last jerrycan of fuel had been poured in the gas tank. Somehow they would have to find more. Szara had frightening dreams. The genial irony that had sustained their morale during the day disappeared in darkness. And when he did manage to sleep, he was pursued and could not run. The ground beneath him was hard as stone, but turning on his other side made his head swim with pain and forced him back to his original position. Long before dawn, he awakened to the roll of thunder, then saw on the horizon that it was not thunder. A pulsing orange glow stained the eastern edge of the night sky. For a few minutes he was the only one awake, rested his head on his arm, and watched what he knew to be a burning city, under artillery barrage. When the sergeant and the colonel awoke, they too watched the horizon. For a long time nobody spoke. Then the sergeant took both canteens and went off to try to find water. They'd had nothing to eat or drink since afternoon of the previous day, and thirst was becoming something it was hard not to think about. Viborg lit a match and tried to study the map, not at all sure where they were. Could it be that Krakow was on fire? Szara asked. Viborg shook his head that he didn't know and lit another match. "Our little wagon track is not on the map," he said, "but I've estimated we'll hit the north-south rail line at a switching station somewhere north and east of here." Szara took the last crushed jetan from a battered pack. He had 2 more in his valise, rolled up in a clean shirt. He thought about changing clothes. He had sweated and dried out many times, and was everywhere coated with a fine, powdery dust that made him feel itchy and grimy. Too much Parisian luxury, he thought. Baths and cigarettes and coffee and cold, sweet water when you turned on the tap. From his perspective of the moment, it seemed a dream of a lost world. France had declared war, according to the colonel, and so had England. Were the German bombers flying over their cities? Perhaps Paris was an orange glow in the sky. Viborg looked at his watch. "There must not be water anywhere near," he said. Szara sat against the tire of the staff car and smoked his cigarette. An hour later, the sergeant had not returned, and dawn was well advanced. Colonel Viborg had twice walked a little way up the path, with no results. Finally, he seemed to make a decision, opened the trunk, and took out an automatic rifle. He detached the magazine from its housing forward of the trigger guard and inspected the cartridges, then snapped it back into place and handed the weapon to Szara. From the markings, it was a model ZH-29 made in Brno, Czechoslovakia, a long, heavy weapon, not quite clumsy. The hand grip just behind the barrel was protected by a ribbed metal alloy, so the shooter didn't blister his fingers when the gun fired automatically. Viborg said, "There are 25 rounds, and 1 in the chamber. The setting is for single shots, but you can move the lever behind the magazine to automatic." He reached over and worked the bolt. "I've armed it," he said. He drew his weapon, a short-barreled automatic from its holster, and inspected it as he had the Czech rifle. "Best we stay a few yards apart, but side by side. A field is a bad place for walking about with armed weapons." For a time they moved along the path, the colonel stopping every now and then and calling out softly. But there was no answer. The track curved upwards around a low hill, and as the sun came above the horizon, they found the sergeant on the other side, some 300 yards away from the car, at a place where the wheat stalks had been crushed and broken. His throat had been cut. He lay stretched on his stomach, eyes wide open. A look of fierce worry settled on his face. A handful of dirt was frozen in each fist. Viborg knelt and brushed the flies away. The sergeant's boots were gone, his pockets were turned out, and, when Viborg reached inside his uniform jacket, a shoulder holster worn just below the armpit was empty. There was no sign of the canteens. For a time Szara and Viborg remained as they were, Szara standing, the rifle heavy in his hands, Viborg kneeling by the body, which had bled out into the earth. The silence was unbroken. Only the distant rumble and the sound of the wheat stalks brushing against each other. Viborg muttered an obscenity under his breath and went to take a religious medal from around the sergeant's neck, but if he'd worn one, it had also been stolen. At last the colonel rose, the pistol held loosely in his hand. He kicked at the ground experimentally with the toe of his boot, but it was hard and dry as rock. "We have no shovel," he said at last. He turned and walked away. When Szara caught up with him, he said, "This always starts here when there's war." His voice was bitter, disgusted and cold. "It's the peasants," he said. "They've decided to look out for themselves." "How did they know we were here?" "They know," Viborg said. By full daylight they could see columns of black smoke where the city was burning, and the sound of the barrage had grown more distinct, could be heard to crackle like wet wood in a fire. Viborg drove, Szara sat beside him. They did not speak for a long time. Szara watched the needle on the gas gauge, quivering just below the midpoint on the dial. Now, when they encountered a rise or a low hill, Viborg stopped the car just below the top, took his binoculars, and climbed the rest of the way. Szara stood guard, rifle in hand, back protected by the metal side of the car. On the 4th or 5th scouting expedition, Viborg appeared just below the brow of a hill and waved for Szara to join him. When he got there, Viborg said, "They're on the other side. Go slowly. Stay as close to the ground as you can and do not speak. Make gestures if you have to. People notice motion, and they hear human sounds." The sun was blazing. Szara crawled on his elbows and his knees, breathing dust, the rifle cradled across his arms. Sweat beaded in droplets at his hairline and ran down the sides of his face. When they crested the hill, Viborg handed him the binoculars, though he could see the valley very well without them. They'd reached the railroad switching station, as Viborg had predicted, which lay by a dirt road at the foot of a long, gentle grade. A single set of rails curved to the west, coming together by the switching station with a double-track north-south axis. A switchman's hut and a set of long iron levers housed in a wooden framework stood to one side of 2 laybys, lengths of track where one train could be held while another used the right-of-way. The little valley, mostly weeds and scrub trees, was alive with Wehrmacht grey. The hut and the switching apparatus had been protected by a sandbagged machine-gun position. A number of Wehrmacht railroad officers, identifiable by shoulder patches when he used the binoculars, were milling about with green flags in hand. From the position of the long row of freight cars parked on the western track, Szara inferred that the troop train had arrived directly from the German side of the border. There was further evidence of this. Across the wooden boards of one of the cars was a legend printed with chalk, "Wir fahren nach Polen, Juden zu versohlen." "We are riding to Poland to beat up the Jews." Insignia indicated that he was witnessing the arrival of elements of the 17th Infantry Division. About 1,000 of them had already formed up, while hundreds more continued to jump down from the open doors of the freight cars. With the binoculars, details of faces were very clear to Szara. He saw them through a smoky haze that lay over the valley, with foreground weeds cutting across his field of vision, and with the eerie detachment of observation at long range. Mouths move, yet no sound is heard, but he could see who they were. Farm boys, and idlers and mechanics, street toughs and clerks, factory workers and students, an army of young faces, dark and fair, some laughing, some anxious, some full of bravado, some silent and withdrawn, some handsome and some ugly, others entirely unremarkable. An army, like all others. A group of officers, generally in their 30s and 40s, as the troopers were in their teens and 20s, stood to one side and smoked and talked quietly in little groups, while the inevitable confusion of a military force on the move was sorted out by the NCOs, the sergeants and corporals. Szara observed this particular group with interest. They were all of a type. Big, strong, competent, full of easy authority, but without swagger. They were, he knew, the soul of an army, supervisors and foremen rather than executives, and upon their abilities would ultimately rest defeat or victory. They worked with their units almost casually, sometimes taking astray by a handful of uniform and heading it where it belonged, usually without any comment at all, simply pointing it in the direction it ought to go and giving it a bit of a shove to get it moving. From a group of cattle cars farther down the track, the division's horses were being led to the staging area. They were great, muscular beasts, bred for army life on the horse farms of East Prussia. They would pull the divisional artillery, the provisioning and ammunition wagons, and some of the better ones would be ridden by officers. The German army, like most other European armies, moved by horsepower. There would be a few open staff cars, like the one Szara and the colonel were using, for senior officers and the medical staff, but it was horses who did all the heavy work, 4,000 of them for each division of 10,000 soldiers. The spearhead of the German offensive was armored, divisions of tanks and trucks, and their speed had so far entirely outmaneuvered the Polish defense. But the units moving up now would hold the territory that the fast-moving armored groups had captured. Szara shifted his binoculars up the road that led north, where several companies were already on the move. It was no parade. They were walking, not marching, weapons casually slung. As always, the giants carried rifles, while small, lean men lugged tripod machine guns and mortar tubes, in a formation that was ragged but functional. The machine was, for the moment, running in low gear. Szara saw that a field gun had tipped over into a ditch, the horses tangled up in their reins and skittering about to get their balance. The accident had evidently just happened. The situation was quickly put right. A sergeant shouted orders, several troopers soothed the horses, others freed the reins. A group organized itself to lift the gun back onto the road. It took only a moment. Many willing hands, heave, and the job was done. The advance continued. Viborg touched him on the shoulder to get his attention and made a hand motion indicating they'd spied long enough. Szara slithered backward for a time, then they rose and walked toward the car. Viborg spoke in an undertone. Even though they were well away from the Germans, something of their presence remained. "That," he said, "was the road to Krakow. Our reckoning was, after all, correct, but as you can see, the road is presently in use. What can we do? Swing around behind, or try to sneak through at night." "Are we cut off, then?" "Yes, for the time being. What was your impression of the Wehrmacht?" They reached the car. Viborg started the engine and slowly backed down the track until a curve took them out of the direct sightline of the hill they'd climbed. "My impression," Szara said, after Viborg had backed the car into the wheat and turned it off, "is that I do not want to go to war with Germany." "You may have no choice," Viborg said. "You believe Hitler will attack Russia?" "Eventually, yes. He won't be able to resist. Farmlands, oil, iron ore, everything a German loves. By the way, did you take note of the horses?" "Handsome," Szara said. "Useless." "I'm no judge, but they seemed healthy. Big and strong. Too big. The Russians have tough little horses called panya. They can live on weeds. These big German beasts will disappear in the Russian mud. That's what happened to Napoleon, among other things. They're strong enough, powerful, but too heavy. And just try and feed them." "Hitler knows all about Napoleon, I'd imagine." "He'll think he's better. Napoleon came out of Russia with a few hundred men. The rest remained as fertilizer. Hundreds of thousands of them." "Yes, I know. What the Russians call General Winter finally got them." "Not really. Mostly it just wore them down, then finished the job. What got them was spotted fever. Which is to say lice. Russia defends herself in ways that nobody else really thinks about. The peasant has lived with these lice all his life. He's immune. The Central European, that is, the German, is not. Far be it from me to intrude on old Quinto's information apparat, but if Hitler starts making hostile noises, somebody ought to go and have a look at what sort of salves and preventatives the German pharmaceutical houses are turning out. That could, in the long run, matter a great deal. Of course, why on earth would I be telling you such things? It will hardly do for Pravda. Still, if you do get out of here alive, and should you chance to meet one of the operatives you've never known, there's a little something to whisper in his ear." The night was exquisite. Starlight, a luminous silver wash across the black of the heavens. Szara lay on his back and watched it, hands clasped to make a pillow beneath his head, simultaneously dazzled by the universe and desperate for water. It was now almost too painful to talk. His voice had gone thick and hoarse. Just after dark they had crept once more to their point of vantage, sensing, like thirsty animals, that somewhere near the switchman's hut there was a stream or a well. But a new train idled on the western track, and, by the light of several roaring bonfires, units organized themselves and moved off north on the road to Krakow. At midnight they made a decision. Abandoned the car and worked their way south through the countryside, carrying weapons, canteens, and hand baggage. The first 2 hours were agony, groping and stumbling through thick brush that bordered the wheat field, halting dead still at every miscellaneous sound of the night. What helped them, finally, was a German railroad patrol. A locomotive, its light a sharp yellow cone that illuminated the track, moved cautiously south, pushing a flat car manned by soldiers with machine pistols. Following the light, they walked for another hour, saw the silhouette they wanted, then simply waited until the engine disappeared over the horizon. The tiny railway station had a water tower. They twisted open a valve at the bottom and took turns drinking greedily from the stream sluicing onto the ground. It was foul water, bad-smelling and stale, and Szara could taste dirt and rotting wood and God knew what else. But he lapped at it avidly, drinking from cupped hands, not caring that the stream soaked his shirt and trousers. A man and a woman came out of a little cottage that backed up to the station. He was likely a sort of station master, flagman, switchman, or whatever else might be required. Viborg greeted the couple politely and told the man he would require new clothing, whatever might be available. The woman went off and returned with a faded shirt and pants, broken-down shoes, a thin jacket, and a cap. Viborg took a wallet from his jacket and offered the man a sheaf of zloty notes. The man looked stubbornly at his feet, but the woman stepped forward and accepted the money silently. "What will become of us now?" the man asked. "One can only wait and see," Viborg said. He bundled up the clothing, took charge of the rifle and the canteens, and said, "I will take these off and bury them." The man found him a coal shovel, and Viborg vanished into the dark fields away from the track. "To bury fine boots like those," said the woman. "Best forget them," Szara told her. "The Germans know what they are and who wears them." "Yes, but still," said the woman. "It's bad to see such a thing," the man said sharply, angry that the woman saw only fine boots. "To see a Polish officer bury his uniform." "Is there a train?" Szara asked. "Perhaps in a few days,"
the man said. "From here one goes to Krakow, or south to Zakopane, in the mountains. In normal times, every Tuesday just at 4 in the afternoon." They stood together, awkwardly for a time. Then a workman came out of the field and stepped across the track. "It's done," Viborg said. There was no train. Szara and Viborg determined to go east on a road that ran well to the south of the railroad station, skirting the Slovakian border, winding its way through the river valleys of the Carpathians. They joined an endless column of refugees, on foot, in carts drawn by farm horses, in the occasional automobile. German units were posted at the crossroads, but the soldiers did not interfere with the migration. They seemed bored, disinterested, slouching against stone walls or bridge abutments, smoking, watching without expression as the river of humanity flowed past their eyes. No papers were demanded, no one was called out of line or searched. Szara noticed what he took to be other soldiers in the column who, like Viborg, had shed their uniforms and obtained civilian clothing. Among the refugees there were various points of view about the German attitude, ranging from attributions of benevolence, "The Fritzes want to win our confidence," to pragmatism, "The less Poles in Poland, the happier for them. Now will be Russia's problem." The road east became a city. Babies were born and old people died. Friends were made and lost, money was earned, spent, stolen. An old Jew with a white beard down to his waist and a sack of pots and pans clanking on his back confided to Szara, "This is my 4th time along this road. In 1905 we went west to escape the pogroms. In 1916, east, running away from the Germans. Then, in 1920, west, with the Bolsheviks chasing us. So here we are again. I don't worry no more. It'll sort itself out." It took them 6 days to reach the small city of Krosno, some 80 miles east of the Krakow-Zakopane line. There Szara saw with amazement that the Polish flag still hung proudly above the entrance to the railway station. Somehow they'd managed to outdistance the German advance. Had the Wehrmacht permitted the column of refugees to enter Polish-held territory in order to overload supply and transport systems? He could think of no other reason, but that seemed to him dubious at best. Viborg left Szara at the station and went off to look for an intelligence unit and a wireless telegraph among the forces manning the Krosno defences. Szara thought he'd seen him for the last time, but 2 hours later he reappeared, still looking like a dignified, rather finely made workman in his cap and jacket. They stood together by a beam supporting the wooden roof of the terminal, restless crowds of exhausted and desperate people shifting endlessly around them. The noise was overwhelming, people shouting and arguing, children screaming, a public address system babbling indecipherable nonsense. They had to raise their voices in order to make themselves heard. "At last," Viborg said, "I was able to reach my superiors." "Do they know what's going on?" "To a point. As far as you're concerned, Lvov is not currently under attack, but that is a situation which may change quickly. As for me, my unit was known to have reached Krakow, but there they vanished. Communication is very bad. Several Polish divisions are cut off, mostly trying to break out and fight their way to Warsaw. The capital will be defended and is expected to hold. Personally, I give it a month at most, probably less. I'm afraid there isn't much hope for us. We do have miracles in this country, even military ones from time to time, but the feeling is that there's not much that can be done. We've appealed to the world for help, naturally. As for me, I have a new assignment." "Outside the country?" Viborg's thin-lipped mouth smiled tightly for a moment. "I can tell you nothing. You may wish me well, though, if you like." "I do, Colonel." "I would ask you, Mr. Szara, to write about what you've seen, if you can find a way to do that. That we were brave, that we stood up to them, that we did not surrender. And I would say that the next best thing for us, if you can't do that, is silence. I refer to your assignment from Pravda. Stories about our national minorities have already appeared in London and Paris, even in America. Perhaps you will decline to add your voice to the baying chorus." "I'll find a way. I can only ask.
That's all that officers of defeated armies can do. Appeal to conscience. But I ask you anyhow. Perhaps you still feel yourself at heart a Pole. People of this nation are far-flung. But they often think of us. It would not be inappropriate for you to join them. Meanwhile, as to practical matters, I'm told that a train for Lvov will be pulling in here within the hour. I'd like to think that you'll be on it. You have your work cut out for you, I can see. But at least that way I'll have kept my part of the bargain, albeit by an unexpected route. Journalists are very good at forcing their way onto trains, Colonel. Perhaps we'll meet again, Viborg said. I would hope so. Viborg's handshake was strong. Good luck, he said, and slipped away into the milling crowd of refugees. Szara did get on the train, though not actually inside it. He worked his way to the side of a coach, then moved laterally until he came to the extended iron stair. There was a passenger already in residence on the lowest step, but Szara waited until the train jerked into motion, then forced his way up and squeezed in beside him. His fellow traveler was a dark, angry man, clutching a wicker hamper in both arms, and, using his shoulder, he attempted to push Szara off the train. The step belonged to him. It was his place in the scheme of things. But Szara availed himself of a time-honored method and took a firm grip on the man's lapel with his free hand, so that the harder the man pushed, the more likely he was to leave the train if Szara fell off. The train never managed to pick up any speed. There were people hanging out the windows, lying flat on the roof, and balancing on the couplings between cars, and the engine seemed barely capable of moving the weight forward. For a long time the two of them glared at each other, the man pushing, Szara hanging on to him, their faces separated only by inches. Then at last the pushing and pulling stopped, and both men leaned against the bodies occupying the step above theirs. The train made the 80 miles to Lvov in 6 agonizing hours. And if the station at Krosno had been a hell of struggling crowds, Lvov was worse. Attempting to cross the platform, Szara literally had to fight. The heat of the crowd was suffocating, and he shoved bodies out of his way, tripped over a crate of chickens, and fell flat on the cement floor, then struggled desperately among a forest of legs in order to rise before he was trampled to death. Someone punched him in the back, hard. He never saw who did it. He simply felt the blow. Once he got to the waiting room, he fell in with a determined phalanx, using their combined weight to move toward the doors. They'd almost gotten there when a crowd of frantic, terrified people came sweeping back against them. Szara's feet left the ground, and he was afraid his ribs might break from the pressure. He flailed out with one hand, hit something wet that produced an angry yelp, and with enormous effort got his feet back on the floor. Somewhere, only barely touching the edge of his consciousness, was a drone. But he made no attempt to connect it with anything in the real world. It was simply there. He moved sideways for a few seconds. Then some mysterious countercurrent picked him up and sent him sprawling through the doors of the station. He kept his balance only by jamming one hand against the cement beneath him, gasping at the air as he came free of the crowd. He found himself not in the main square of Lvov, but at a side street entrance to the railroad station. People were running and shouting. He had no idea why. Several carts had been abandoned by their drivers, and the horses were galloping wildly up the cobbled street to get away from whatever it was, loose vegetables and burlap sacks flying off the wagons behind them. The air was full of tiny white feathers, from where he did not know, but they filled the street like a blizzard. The drone grew insistent, and he looked up. For a moment he was hypnotized. Somewhere, in some file in the house on the Rue de l'Esseu, was a silhouette, as seen from below, identified in a careful Cyrillic script as the Heinkel 111. And what he saw above him was a perfect match of the darkened outline among the pages of what he now realized was the Baumann file. This was one of the bombers controlled by the swage wire manufactured on the outskirts of Berlin. There was a second flight approaching, at least a half-dozen of them in the clouds above the city, and he remembered, if not precise facts and figures, at least the certain conclusion: they were known to produce the virtual annihilation of every stick and stone and living thing once they released their bombs. As the planes flew in slow formation, a series of black, oblong cylinders floated away beneath them and tumbled in a crooked line toward the earth. The first explosion, he felt it in his feet and heard it in the distance, startled him. Then several more followed, each time growing louder. He ran, blindly and without purpose, in panic, then tripped and fell at the base of a doorway. He lashed out at the door, which swung open, and he crawled frantically into a room. He smelled sawdust and shellac, spotted a large, rough-hewn work table, and rolled beneath it. Only then did he discover he was not alone. There was a face close to his, a man with a scraggly beard, half-glasses, and a stub of pencil wedged between his temple and the hem of his cap. The man's eyes were enormous and white, blind with terror. Szara squeezed himself into a ball as a shattering roar rocked the table above him. Perhaps he howled, perhaps the man curled up next to him did. He no longer had any idea who he was or where he was. The world exploded inside his head, and he forced his eyes shut until he saw brilliant colors in the darkness. The floor bucked and sang with the next explosion, and Szara tried to claw his way through it into the safe earth below. Then there was another, and then another, receding, and finally a silence that rang in his ears before he realized what it meant. "Is it over?" the man said in Yiddish. The air was thick with smoke and dust. They both coughed. Szara's throat felt as though it had caught fire. "Yes," Szara said, "they've gone." Together, and very slowly, they crawled from beneath the table. Szara saw that he was in a carpentry shop, and the man with the half-glasses was, apparently, the carpenter. The windows were gone. Szara had to look for a long time before he discovered tiny sparkles of glass embedded in the back wall. But he could find no other damage. What had dissolved the windows had also slammed the door, and the carpenter had to pull hard before it sprang open. Cautiously, they looked out into the street. To their left was a gap where a house had been. Only a pile of board and brick remained. And the house next to it was on fire, black smoke boiling out of the upper windows. Somebody nearby shouted, "Help!" Perhaps a woman's voice. The carpenter said, "Mein Gott," and pressed his face between his hands. At the opposite end of the street from the burning house, a vast crater had been torn open. They walked over to it and peered down. A broken pipe gushed water from a ragged end. "Help," said the voice again. It came from a shop directly across from the hole in the street. "It's Madame Kulska," said the carpenter. The door of the shop had disappeared, and the interior, a dressmaker's workroom, had been swirled by a typhoon. Bits and pieces of material were everywhere. "Who's there?" said the voice. "Nachman," said the carpenter. "I'm under here," said the voice. Under here was covered by a jumbled layer of fallen bricks. Szara and the carpenter quickly cleared the rubble away, revealing the dusty back of a huge armoire and a small woman pinned beneath it. Szara took one corner, the carpenter the other. "Eins, zwei, drei," said the man, and together they raised the cabinet until it fell back into the smashed brick wall, the door swinging open to reveal a row of dresses of various shapes and colors suspended from wooden hangers. "Give me your hand, Mr. Nachman," said the woman. They both helped her to sit upright. Szara could see no blood. The woman looked curiously at her hand, then wiggled the fingers. "Are you hurt?" the carpenter said. "No," said the woman, her voice faint and giddy with astonishment. "No, I don't think so. What happened?" He heard the sound of a bell clanging. Leaving the carpenter with the woman, Szara went to the door. A fire engine had driven up to the burning building, and firemen were uncoiling a hose connected to a tank of water on the back. Szara wandered out of the shop and down the street. 2 men hurried by, carrying an injured boy on a stretcher improvised from a quilt.
Szara's heart sickened. What was the point of dropping bombs on this neighborhood? To murder? Simply that? A man on a ladder was helping a young woman out of a window from which smoke drifted in a pale mist. She was weeping, hysterical. A crowd of neighbors gathered at the foot of the ladder tried to call out soothing words. The next street was intact, so was the one after that. A man ran up to him and said, "There are 8 people dead at the railroad station." Szara said, "It's terrible, terrible." Then the man ran off to tell somebody else. Another fire engine drove past. The driver was a rabbi with a bloody handkerchief tied around his forehead. Sitting next to him, a small boy conscientiously rang a bell by pulling on a rope. Szara sank to the cobblestones. Looking down, he saw that his hand still clutched the valise. He had to use his free hand to pry the fingers open. People wandered by, dazed, in shock. Szara put the valise between his feet and held his head in his hands. "This is not human," he thought. "To do this is not human." But there was something else in his mind. A ghost of a thought caught up among everything he felt. The city of Lvov had been bombed by a flight of Heinkel 111s. People had been killed, houses blown up, and there were fires that had to be put out and wounded who had to be treated. But the city was still there. It had not been reduced to a mound of smoking ashes. Not at all. He suddenly understood that a dark shape he'd seen half buried in the neighboring alley was a bomb that had failed to explode. Others had fallen in the streets, between houses, in courtyards and parks, while some had destroyed rooftops but left the occupants of the building miraculously unharmed. Slowly, a realization worked its way into his consciousness. He could not believe it at first, so he spoke the words out loud. "My God," he said, "they were wrong." Poste restante. In the dappled, aqueous dusk of the hydrotherapy room, the journalist Weinstock cleaned his spectacles with a soiled handkerchief. He screwed up his eyes and wrinkled the bridge of his nose, producing the ferocious scowl of the intellectual momentarily separated from his glasses. "Chornaya grayas," he said with contempt, squinting through each lens in turn. "That's all it was." The slang phrase was peculiar to journalists. Literally it meant grey mud, and described a form of propaganda intended to obscure an issue and cover up reality. "The pathetic state of Poland's national minorities." Weinstock quoted himself with a sneer. "Boo-hoo." "Why?" Szara asked. Weinstock settled the spectacles back on his nose and thought a moment. "Well, whatever the reason, they certainly did want it. They gave me the front page, and a fat byline." They were 6 miles from Lvov, at the Krynice Zdrój, one of the more elegant spas in Poland, where the privileged had gathered to have their exhausted livers, their pernicious lumbago, and their chronic melancholia cured by immersions and spritzes, dousings and ingestions of the smelly sulphurous waters that bubbled up from deep within the earth. And if simultaneously they chanced to do a little business, to find a husband or a wife, to consummate a love affair, well, so much the better. Currently the spa's clientele was limited to a handful of Soviet journalists and a horde of foreign diplomats and their families who'd fled east from the fighting in Warsaw. "As to why they wanted it, really, why," Weinstock went on, "that seems fairly obvious." He inclined his head and gave one of his wild eyebrows a conspiratorial twitch. Szara almost laughed. Weinstock was one of those people who are forever impervious to their physical presence, but he looked, at that moment, extraordinarily strange. his skin shaded green by the rainy day gloom of the basement pool. He wriggled in discomfort on the skeleton of a garden chair. The cushions had disappeared, along with the white-smocked attendants who'd laid them out every morning, and wore, the strap crushing a hand-painted tie, a shoulder holster with the grip of an automatic protruding from it. On the wall behind him, the foam green tile gave way to a Neptune riding a seahorse in ultramarine and ochre. "It is certainly not the truth," he said. "Those starving Ukrainians and sorely persecuted Belarusians groaning under the heel of Polish tyranny are, in fact, as we sit in this god-forsaken grotto, attacking army units as they try to set up defensive positions in the marshland. What you have are the same old Ukrainian outlaw bands behaving in the same old ways, yet Moscow requires a sympathetic view. So what do they want with it, you tell me?" "They're preparing an action against the Poles." "What else?" Szara stared into the pool. It was green and still. At either end stood imposing water machines, nickel-plated monsters with circular gauges and ceramic control knobs, their rubber hose-works strung limply from iron wheels. He imagined a long line of naked, bearded aristocrats awaiting treatment. There was something 19th century and slightly sinister about the apparatus, as though it were meant to frighten madmen back to sanity. "Meanwhile," Weinstock said, "the highly regarded André Szara goes off on a tour of the battlefields of southern Poland, misses his chance to write the big national minority story, and in general causes great consternation." Szara grinned at Weinstock's needling. "Consternation, you say? Such a word? Why not alarms and excursions, as the English put it. In fact, with all this chaos, I doubt anybody even noticed." "They noticed." A certain tone in Weinstock's voice caught Szara's attention. "Did they?" "Yes." Again the note, this time a monosyllable. Not at all typical of Weinstock. Szara hesitated, then leaned forward, a man about to ask frank and difficult, possibly dangerous questions. "Oh, you know how they are," Weinstock said hurriedly. "Just any little thing and they turn bright red and throw a few somersaults, like the king's ministers in a children's book." He laughed a little. "Someone here?" The question was dismissed with a shrug and a frown. "3 Jews meet in heaven. The first one says," Weinstock, "the day I died, the whole city of Pinsk—" "Who asked?" Weinstock sighed and nodded to himself. "Who? The usual who." Szara waited. "I didn't ask him his name. He already knew mine, as he no doubt also knew the length of my schwanz and the midwife who took me from my mother." "Who indeed? A Cossack in a topcoat, with the eyes of a dead carp. Look, Andrei Aronovitch, you're supposed to show up in Lvov, then you don't. You think nobody's going to notice? So they come around looking for you. What am I supposed to say? Szara? He's my best pal, tells me everything. He just stopped off in Krakow to buy rolls. Don't worry about him." I mean, it was almost funny. If it wasn't like it was, it would be funny. Mind you, it was the same day the Germans finally broke into Lvov. Buildings on fire, people weeping in the streets, tanks in the marketplace, that fucking swastika flying over the town hall, a few diehards sniping from the windows. And suddenly, some apparat type appears from nowhere, and all he wants to know is, where's Szara? I almost said, "Pardon me, you're standing in my war," but I didn't. You know I didn't. I crawled on my belly until he went away. What do you want, remorse? Tears? I don't really know anything about you, not really. So I told him nothing. It just took some time to get it said. Szara sat back in the garden chair. "Don't worry about it," he said. "And I was in the city that day. I saw the same things you did." "Then you know," Weinstock said. He took off his glasses and looked at them, then put them back on. "All I want is to stay alive. So I'm a coward, so now what?" He could see that Weinstock's hands were shaking. He took out a cigarette and silently offered it, then lit a match and held it while Weinstock inhaled. "Have the Germans been out here?" he asked. Weinstock blew smoke through his nose. "Only a captain. The day after they took the city, he came around. A couple of the ambassadors went out to meet him. They all put their heads together, then he came in and drank a cup of tea in the lobby. A diplomatic crisis was averted, as the old saying goes, and the SS never showed up. Myself, I didn't take any chances." He patted the automatic affectionately. "Somehow, I get the feeling that in certain situations the non-aggression pact doesn't quite cover somebody who looks like me. Oops, sorry, was that a Russian Jew? Oh, too bad." "Where'd you get it?" "You met Tomasz, the caretaker? Big white eyebrows, big belly, big smile, like a Polish Santa Claus." "When I arrived, he told me where you were." "Tomasz will get you, for a small fee, whatever you want." Weinstock took the pistol out of the holster and handed it to Szara. It was a blue steel Steyr automatic, an Austrian weapon, compact and heavy in his hand. "You get to play with it for 3 minutes," Weinstock said. "But you have to give me 5 marbles and a piece of candy." Szara handed it back. "Is there anything to eat in this place?" Weinstock looked at his watch. "In an hour or so they serve boiled beets. Then at dinner time they serve them again. On the other hand, the china is extremely beautiful, and they're actually very good beets." Szara slept on a wicker couch on the sun porch. The hotel was jammed with people, and he was lucky to find anything at all to sleep on. At a right angle to the couch, a Spanish consular official had claimed the porch swing for a bed, while a Danish commercial attaché, one of the last to arrive from Warsaw, curled up on the floor next to a rack of croquet sets. The 3 of them had managed a conversation in French, talking in low voices after midnight, cigarettes glowing in the dark, in general trying to sort out rumors, the prime topic of conversation at the spa. Elements of the Polish army were said to have withdrawn to the Pripet marshes with the idea of holding out for 6 months, while French and British expeditionary forces were organized to come to Poland's defense. A Norwegian diplomat was believed to have been interned. This was curious because Norway had declared neutrality, but perhaps the Germans intended the mistake as a warning, or perhaps it hadn't happened at all. The United States, the Dane was certain, had declared neutrality. A special train would be organized to remove diplomats from Poland, but many diplomats from Warsaw, having taken refuge in the town of Krzemieniec in western Poland, had been casualties of a heavy bombing attack by the Luftwaffe. The Polish government had fled to Romania. Warsaw had surrendered. Warsaw still held. Warsaw had been so obliterated by bombing that there was nothing left to surrender. The League of Nations would intervene. Szara faded away without realizing it. The quiet voices on the porch and a light patter of rain lulled him to sleep. It was a particularly golden dawn that woke him. The distant forest was alive with amber light. How hard summer died here, he thought. It made him wonder what day it was. The 17th of September, he guessed, making what sense he could of the jumble of days and nights he'd wandered through. The lawns and gravelled paths sparkled with last night's raindrops as the sun came up, and it was, but for a faint buzz of static somewhere in the hotel, immensely quiet. A rooster began to crow. Perhaps a village lay on the other side of the forest. He looked at his watch. A few minutes after 5. The Spaniard on the porch swing was lying on his back, coat spread over him like a blanket, and pulled decorously up to his chin. Beneath a lavish moustache his mouth was slightly open, and his breath hissed in and out daintily as he slept. Szara caught, for just a moment, the barest hint of coffee in the air. Was it possible? Just wishful thinking. No. He did smell it. He wrestled free of the jacket tangled about him and sat upright. Oh, bones. Checking to make sure the valise was under the couch where he'd put it the night before. His beard itched. Today he would find some way to heat up a pot of water and have a shave. Some campaigner he'd turned out to be. Not anymore. He was a creature of hotels now. Someone was making coffee. He was sure of it. He stood and stretched, then walked into the lobby. Anarchy. Bodies everywhere. A woman with 2 chins was snoring in a chair, a Vuitton suitcase tied securely to her finger with a shoelace. What did she have in there, he wondered. The silver service from some embassy? Polish hams? Wads of zlotys? Little good they'd do her now. The Germans no doubt had occupation scrip already printed and ready to spend. He moved toward the staircase and lost the scent, then backtracked into the dining room. Cautiously he pushed open one of the swinging doors to the kitchen. Only a cat sleeping on a stove. The static was louder, however, and the coffee was close. At one end of the kitchen, another swinging door opened onto a small pantry, and 2 women looked up quickly, startled at his sudden appearance. They were hotel maids, he guessed. Pretty girls with tilted noses and cleft chins, one dark, the other fair, both wearing heavy cotton skirts and blouses, their hands red from scrubbing floors. A zinc coffee pot stood on a small parlor stove wedged into one corner, and an old-fashioned radio with a curved body sat on a shelf and played symphonic music amid the static. The maids were drinking coffee from the hotel's demi-tasse cups. After Szara had said good morning, he pleaded for coffee. "Just tell me how much," he said. "I would be happy to pay." The blonde girl colored and looked down at her shoes. The dark one found him a tiny cup and filled it with coffee, adding a shapeless chunk of sugar from a paper sack. She offered him a piece of twig to use as a stirrer, explaining, "They have locked up the spoon somewhere, and of course there is nothing to pay. We share with you." "You are kind," he said. The coffee was sharp and hot and strong. "There is only a little left," the dark girl said. "You won't tell, will you?" "Never. It's our secret." He drew an X over his heart with one finger, and she smiled. The symphonic music faded away, replaced by a voice speaking Russian. "Good morning. This is the World News Service of Radio Moscow." Szara looked at his watch. It was exactly 5:30. That made it 7:30 Moscow time. The announcer's voice was low and smooth and reasonable. One need not concern oneself too much with the news it broadcast. Somewhere in the Kremlin, all was being carefully seen to. There was a reference to a communiqué, to a meeting of the Central Committee, then the news that some 40 divisions of the Red Army had entered Poland along a 500-mile front. In general, they had been welcomed. There was no fighting to speak of. Little resistance was expected. Foreign Minister Molotov had announced that events rising from the Polish-German War have revealed the internal insolvency and obvious impotence of the Polish state. There was great concern that some unexpected contingency could create a menace to the Soviet Union. Molotov had gone on to say that the Soviet government could not remain indifferent to the fate of its blood brothers, the Ukrainians and Belarusians inhabiting Poland. The announcer continued for some time. The phrasing was careful, precise. All had been thought out. War and instability in a neighboring state posed certain dangers. The army was simply moving up to a point where the occupation of contested territory would insulate Soviet citizens from fighting and civil disorders. The announcer went on to give other foreign news, local news, and the temperature. 48 degrees in Moscow. Later that morning, news came from Lvov that the Germans were preparing to leave the city. A great wave of excitement and relief swept over the population of the Krynice-Zdrój, and it was determined that a column would be formed. Ukrainian bands continued their offensive. Several travelers were known to have disappeared, to make the journey into town. A light but steady rain was deemed to be of no importance. The spa had an ample supply of black umbrellas, and these were distributed by the smiling caretaker Tomasz.
The diplomatic corps made every effort to appear at its best. Men shaved and powdered, women pinned up their hair, formal suits were dug out of trunks and suitcases. The procession was led by Tomasz, wearing an elegant little hat with an alpine brush in the band, and the commercial counselor of the Belgian embassy in Warsaw, carrying a broomstick with a white linen table napkin mounted at one end, a flag of neutrality. It was a long line of men and women beneath bobbing black umbrellas that advanced down the sandy road to Lvov. The fields were bright green, and the smell of black earth and mown hay was sharp and sweet in the rainy air. The spirit of the group was supremely optimistic. Prevailing views were concentrated on the possibility of a diplomatic resolution of the Polish crisis, as well as on cigarettes, coffee, soap, perhaps even roast chicken or cream cake, whatever might be had in newly liberated Lvov. Szara marched near the end of the column. The people around him were of various opinions about the Soviet advance, news of which had spread like wildfire. Most thought it good news, Stalin informing Hitler that, despite their expedient pact, enough was enough. It was felt that a period of intense diplomacy would now take place, and, no matter the final result of the German invasion, they could go home. To Szara there was something infinitely Polish about the scene, these people in their dark and formal clothing, marching along a narrow road in the rain beneath a forest of umbrellas. Toward the end of the 6-mile walk, some of the diplomats were tiring, and it was determined that everybody should sing the Marseillaise, as it turned out, the one song they all knew. True, it was the national anthem of a recently declared belligerent, but they were advancing under a white flag, and for raising the spirits on a rainy day there simply wasn't anything better. Weinstock and Szara marched together. The former, his shoulder holster abandoned for the journey, thrust his clenched fist into the air and sang like a little fury in a high, wavering voice. Szara didn't sing. He was too busy thinking, trying to sort a series of images in his mind that might, if he found the organizing principle, come together to form a single sharp picture. Beria's ascension, Abramov's murder, the suicide of Kustinas, the Okhrana dossier, Bauman's arrest. It all ended with 40 Russian divisions marching into Poland. Stalin did this, he thought. Stalin did what? Szara had no name for it, and that made him angry. Wasn't he smart enough to understand what had been done? Maybe not. What he did know was that he had been part of it, witness to it, though mostly by accident. He didn't like coincidence. Life had taught him to be suspicious of it. But he was able to recall moment after moment when he'd seen and heard, when he'd known, often from the periphery, but known, nonetheless, what was going on. Why me, then? He demanded of himself. The answer hurt. Because nobody took you very seriously. Because you were seen to be a kind of educated fool. Because you were useful in a minor but not very important way. You were permitted to see things and to find out about things in the same way a lady's maid is permitted to know about a love affair. Whatever she may think about it doesn't matter. What he needed, Szara thought, was to talk it out, to say the words out loud, but the one person he could trust, General Bloch, had disappeared from his life. Dead? In flight? He didn't know. Aux armes, citoyens! Beside him, Weinstock sang passionately to the cloudy Polish heavens. No, Szara thought. Let him be. In the city, people stood soberly in the square that faced the ruined railroad station, and watched in silence as the Wehrmacht marched west, back toward Germany. It was so quiet that the sound of boots and horses' hooves on the cobblestones, the creak of leather and the jangle of equipment sounded unnaturally loud as the companies moved past. Some of the infantrymen glanced at the crowd as they went by, their faces showing little more than impersonal curiosity.
The diplomats stood under their umbrellas alongside the Poles and watched the procession. To Szara they seemed a little lost. There was nobody to call on, nobody to whom a note could be handed. For the moment they had been deprived of their natural element. The normal progress of the withdrawal was broken only by a single strange interlude in the grey order of march. The Germans had stolen a circus. They were taking it away with them. Its wagons, decorated with curlicues and flourishes in brilliant gold on a dark red field, bore the legend Circus Goldenstein, and the reins were held by unsmiling Wehrmacht drivers who looked slightly absurd managing the plumed and feathered horses. Szara wondered what had become of the clowns and the acrobats. They were nowhere to be seen. Only the animals were in evidence. Behind the bars of a horse-drawn cage, Szara saw a sleepy tiger, its chin sunk on its forepaws, its green-slit eyes half-closed as it rolled past the crowd lining the street. Toward evening, the diplomats walked back down the sandy road to the spa. 2 days later, a Russian tank column rolled into the city. Behind the tanks came the civil administration, the NKVD, the political commissars and their clerks. The clerks had lists. They included the membership of all political parties, especially the socialists, Polish, Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Jewish. The clerks also had the names of trade union members, civil servants, policemen, forestry workers, engineers, lawyers, university students, peasants with more than a few animals, refugees from other countries, landowners, teachers, commercial traders, and scores of other categories, particularly those like stamp dealers and collectors who habitually had correspondence with people outside the country. So the clerks knew who they wanted the day they arrived, and immediately set to work to find the rest, seizing all civil, tax, educational, and commercial records. Individuals whose names appeared on the lists and their families were to be deported to the Soviet Union in freight trains, eventually to be put to work in forced labor battalions. Factories were to be disassembled and sent east to the industrial centers of the USSR, stores stripped of their inventories, farms of their livestock. Special units of the NKVD Foreign Department arrived as well, some of them turning up at the spa, their black pobiedas spattered with mud up to the door handles. The diplomats were to be sorted out and sent on their way home as soon as the western half of Poland conceded victory to Germany. "Be calm," the operatives said. "Warsaw will surrender any day now. The Poles can't hold out much longer." The Russians were soft-spoken and reassuring. Most of the diplomats were relieved. A registration table was set up in the dining room, with 2 polite men in civilian clothes sitting behind it. Szara and Weinstock waited until 5 o'clock before they joined the line. Weinstock was philosophical. "Back to dear old Berlin," he sighed. "And dear old Dr. Goebbels's press conferences. How I've lived without them, I don't know, but at least there'll be something for dinner, besides beets." Weinstock was skinny and hollow-chested, with thin, hairy arms and legs. He reminded Szara of a spider. "Do you really care so much what you eat?" Szara asked. The line moved forward a pace. "You certainly don't get fat." "Terror," Weinstock explained. "That's what keeps me thin. I eat plenty, but I burn it up." The man in front of him, a minor Hungarian noble of some sort, stepped up to the table, stood at rigid attention, and, announcing his name and title, presented his diplomatic credentials. Szara got a good look at the 2 operatives at the table. One was young and alert, and very efficient. He had a ledger open in front of him and copied out the information from documents and passports. The other seemed rather more an observer, in attendance only in case of some special circumstance beyond the expertise of his partner. The observer was a short, heavy man, middle-aged, with wavy, fair hair and extremely thick glasses. As his junior questioned the Hungarian in diplomatic French, May I ask, sir, how you managed to find your way to this area?" He put an oval cigarette in the center of his lips, creased the head of a wooden match with his thumbnail, and lit the cigarette from the flare. "Where?" Szara asked himself. The Hungarian's French was primitive. "Left Warsaw on late train, night in 8 September. "Where?" The observer glanced at Szara, but seemed to take no special notice of him. "Stopping in Lublin," said the Hungarian. "I don't feel well," Szara said confidentially. "You go ahead." He turned and walked out of the dining room, maneuvered his way through the crowded lobby, excusing himself as he bumped into people, and took the passageway that led to the hydrotherapy pool and the treatment areas in the basement. The spiral staircase was made of thin metal, and his footsteps clattered and echoed in the stairwell as he descended. He took the first exit, walking quickly through a maze of long tile halls, trying doors as he went. At last one opened. This was a water room of some sort. The ceiling, floor, and walls were set with pale green tiles, hoses hung from brass fittings, and a canvas screen shielded a row of metal tables. The screen had a series of rubber-rimmed apertures in it, for arthritic ankles to be sprayed with sulphurous water. He hiked himself up onto a metal table, took a deep breath, tried to calm down. Where, he now realized, was in some lost Belgian mining town the night that Odile was debriefed after she got off the train from Germany. The observer was the man with the gold watch. Szara remembered him lighting a cigarette off a match flare, remembered him asking a single question. "Is that your answer?" Some such thing. Intimidation. A cold, watery stare. And so? So he'd turned up at the Krynica Zdrój, sitting behind a table with a ledger on it. So, that's probably what he did with his life. Szara resisted a shiver. The little room was clammy, its air much too still, a cavern buried in the earth. What was wrong with him, running away like a frightened child? Was that all it took to panic him? 2 operatives sitting at a table? Now he'd have to go back upstairs and join the line. They'd seen him leave. Perhaps it would make them suspicious. See how you incriminate yourself. No, there was nothing to fear. What could they do, surrounded by a crowd of diplomats? He hopped off the table and left the room. Now, which hallway led where? He wandered a little distance toward where he thought the exit was, stopped dead when he heard footsteps on the staircase. Who was this? A normal, deliberate descent. Then Weinstock, nasal and querulous. "André Aronovitch! André Aronovitch!" Weinstock, from the sound of it, was walking down the corridor at right angles to where he stood. "I'm over here," Szara said. Coming around the corner, Weinstock signaled with his eyes and a nod of the head that someone was behind him. But Szara could see no one. "I've come to say goodbye," he said, then reached out suddenly and took Szara in his arms, a powerful hug in the Russian style. Szara was startled, found himself pulled hard against Weinstock's chest, then tried to return the embrace, but Weinstock backed away. 2 men turned the corner into the hallway, then waited politely for farewells to be said. "So," Weinstock said, "let those who can do what they must, eh?" He winked. Szara felt the bulging weight between his side and the waistband of his trousers and understood everything. Weinstock saw the expression on his face and raised his eyebrows like a comedian. "You know, Szara, you're not such a snob after all. You'll come and see me when you get to Moscow?" "Not Berlin?" "Nah, enough." "Lucky for you." "That's it." His eyes glistened. He turned abruptly and walked away. When he reached the end of the corridor, he turned toward the staircase, followed by one of the men. A moment later, Szara heard them climbing the stairs. As the other man came to join him, Szara saw that it was Maltsev. Dark and balding, wearing tinted eyeglasses and the same voluminous overcoat wrapped about him, his hands thrust deep in the pockets. He nodded at Szara with evident satisfaction. "The wandering troubadour at last," he said merrily. Szara looked puzzled. "You've given Moscow fits," Maltsev explained. "One moment you're landing at Warsaw Airfield, the next, nothing, air." "A detour," Szara said. "I was, how shall I put it, escorted by Polish military intelligence. They picked me up at a hospital in Tarnów after a bombing on the rail line and drove me to Novi Sad. Then we couldn't get through the German lines. Eventually I managed to cling to the platform of a train that was going to live off. Once I got there, a policeman sent me out here to the spa with the diplomats." Maltsev nodded sympathetically. "Well, everything's going to be fine now. I'm up here on some liaison assignment with the Ukrainian apparat, but they wired me in Belgrade to keep an eye out for the missing Szara. I'm afraid you'll have to go into the city and tell some idiot colonel the whole saga, but that shouldn't trouble you too much." "No, I don't mind," he said. "Your friend Weinstock's going back to Moscow. Probably you won't have to. I would imagine you'd prefer to stay in Paris." "If I can, I'd like to, yes." "Lucky. Or favored. Some day you'll tell me your secret." Szara laughed. Maltsev's mood changed. He lowered his voice. "Look, you don't mind. I hope the last time we spoke, at the station in Geneva—" Szara remembered perfectly a remark about Abramov. His parents should have made him study the violin like all the rest of them. "I understand completely," he said. "A difficult time." "We're none of us made of iron. What happened with Abramov? Well, we only wanted to talk with him. We were certainly prepared to do more, but it would never have come to that if he hadn't tried to run. We couldn't, you understand these things, we couldn't let him disappear. As it was, I got a thorough roasting for the whole business. Any hope of getting out of the embassy in Belgrade, there it went. For the near future, certainly. Anyhow, what I said at the station, I hadn't slept, and I knew I was in trouble, maybe a lot of trouble, but I shouldn't have taken it out on you." Szara held up a hand. "Please, I don't hold a grudge." Maltsev seemed relieved. "Can we go back upstairs? Maybe get you a decent dinner in Lvov before you have to see the colonel? I'd rather not try the Polish roads in the dark if I don't have to. Driving through the Ukraine was bad enough, especially with Soviet armor on the roads." "Let's go." "It smells awful down here." Maltsev wrinkled his nose like a kid. "Sulfur. Just like in hell." Maltsev snorted with amusement. "Is that how they cure you? Sinner, cease your drinking and depravity, or here's how it will be." They walked together along the corridor toward the stairway. "Your friends are waiting for us?" Szara asked. "Fortunately, no. Those guys make me nervous." They came to the spiral staircase. "Is there a sub-basement?" Maltsev asked, peering down. "Yes. There's a pool in it, and the springs are there somewhere." "Just every little thing you'd want. Ah, the life of the idle rich." He gestured for Szara to precede him up the steps. "Please," said Szara, standing back. "I insist," Maltsev said, a parody of aristocratic courtesy. They both hesitated. To Szara, a long moment. He waited for Maltsev to climb the stairs, but the man stood there, smiling politely. Apparently, he had all the time in the world. Szara took the gun out and shot him. He expected a huge, ringing explosion in the confined space of the stairwell, but it did not happen that way. The weapon snapped, something fizzed. It was as though he sensed the path of the bullet, and he could smell burned air. Maltsev was furious. "Oh, you didn't," he said. He started to take one hand out of his pocket, but Szara reached over and grasped him by the wrist. He was curiously weak. Szara held him easily. Maltsev bit his lip and scowled with discomfort. Szara shot him again, and he sat down abruptly, his weight falling back against an iron rung of the stairway. He died a few seconds later. By then, he just looked melancholy. Szara stared at the weapon. It was the blue steel Steyr that Weinstock had carried. Why had he given it up? Why had he not defended himself? Szara found the safety device,
then put the automatic in the side pocket of his jacket. He listened hard, but there was no running, no commotion above him. The shots had not been heard. Perhaps the powder load in the bullet was minimal. He really didn't understand. He pulled Maltsev's hand free of his pocket and went looking for the weapon he knew was there, but he didn't find it. Nor could he find it anywhere else. That meant Maltsev's crew, perhaps the same one that had finished Abramov, was nearby. Maltsev wasn't a murderer, Szara reminded himself. He was an arranger of murders. Szara found a car key in an inside pocket and a set of identity papers. Running his hands down the overcoat, he discovered a flap sewn into the sleeve that held a sword and shield NKVD pin in a soft pigskin bag with a drawstring. There was also a wallet with a thick sheaf of rubles, zlotys, and Reichsmarks. Szara put everything in his own pockets. Next, he grabbed Maltsev's ankles and pulled. It was difficult. He had to use all his strength, but once he got the body moving, the smooth wool overcoat slid easily across the floor. It took at least 2 minutes to drag Maltsev down the hall and into the unlocked room, and the trip left a long maroon streak on the tile. The lock on the door was simple enough. It worked on a lever. Szara thumbed it down and pulled the door closed until he heard it click. At the foot of the iron stairway he paused, retrieved both ejected cartridges, then climbed, shoes in one hand, gun in the other, but there was no one waiting for him on the landing, and he dropped the weapon into his pocket and hopped on one foot to put his shoes back on. The lobby was as he'd left it. People milling about, affable confusion, a line working its way up to the table. "Well," said the Spanish official who chaired the sun porch with him, "your friend has finally made it out of here. It's given us all hope." "He's known to be clever and lucky," Szara said, clearly a bit envious. The Spaniard sighed. "I'll be going back to Warsaw eventually. As you know, Germany is exceptionally sympathetic to our neutrality. Perhaps it won't be too long." "I hope not," Szara said. "Such disorder helps nothing." "How true." "Perhaps we'll dine together this evening." The Spaniard inclined his head, an informal bow of acceptance. Szara used a wall mirror to assure himself that the observer was still at the table, then avoided his line of vision by taking a back door, walking behind the kitchen area where the 2 young Polish women were preparing beets over a wooden tub, saving every last peeling in a metal pan. They both smiled at him as he went past, even the shy one. He entered the sun porch by a side door and looked out through the screen. There were 2 black Pobiedas parked in the gravel semicircle. One was coated with road dust and grime, the other spattered with mud and clay. Recalling what Maltsev had said about Soviet armor on the roads, he decided to try the latter. He picked up his valise, took a deep breath, and walked off the sun porch onto the lawn. He nodded to a few diplomats strolling along the paths, then slid into the front seat of the muddy Pobieda as though it were the most natural thing in the world for him to do. The car's interior smelled strongly of pomade, sweat, cigarettes, vodka, mildewed upholstery, and gasoline. He put Maltsev's key into the ignition and turned it. The starter motor whined, died. Whined on a higher note, produced a single firing of the engine, sank to a whisper, suddenly fired twice, and at last brought the engine to sputtering life. He wrestled with the gear shift, mounted on the steering column, until it went into one of the gears. Through the streaked panel window on his left he could see the diplomats staring at him. Who was he to simply climb into a car, valise in hand, and drive away? One of them started to walk toward him. Szara lifted the clutch pedal. The car lurched forward a foot and stalled. The diplomat, a handsome, dignified man with grey wings of hair that rested on his ears, had raised an interrogatory index finger. "Oh, just a moment." Szara turned the ignition key again, and the starter motor whined up and down the musical scale as it had before. When the engine at last fired, he blinked the sweat out of his eyes. "Un moment, s'il vous plaît," the diplomat called out, only a few feet away. Szara gave him a tight smile and a shrug. The gears meshed, and the car rolled forward, crunching over the gravel. Szara looked in the rearview mirror. The diplomat was standing with hands on hips, the caricature of a man offended by simply unspeakable rudeness. There wasn't a road sign left in Poland. Viborg's colleagues had seen to that.
only a maze of dirt tracks that ran off every which way. But he had walked the route to Lvov, and that was the one direction he knew he had to avoid. Maltsev's assistants could well be waiting for him there by the side of the road, just conveniently out of sight of the diplomatic corps at the spa. There was a much-used map of eastern Poland on the floor of the car, and the sun, at 6:20 on an afternoon in late September, was low in the sky. That was west. Szara kept the sun on his left side and headed north, managing some 10 miles before dusk overtook him. Then he backed off what he believed to be a main road onto a smaller road and turned off the engine. Next, he took a careful inventory. He had plenty of money, no water, no food, the best part of a tank of gasoline, 6 rounds in the Steyr. It was, he now saw, an M12, thus a Steyr Hahn, Steyr with hammer, stamped 08 on the left-hand surface of the slide, which had something to do with the absorption of the Austrian army into the German army after 1938, a mechanical retooling. Exactly what this was he could not remember. A Rue de la Seuse circular, unread. Who cared about guns? He also had 3 sets of identity papers, his own, Maltsev's, and the Jean Bonnet passport in the false bottom of the valise, bound with a rubber band to a packet of French francs and a card with telephone numbers written on it. In the trunk of the Pobjeda was a full can of gasoline and a blanket. Enough to start a new life. Many had started with less. The wind and the stars. Whose line was that? He didn't remember, but it perfectly described the night. He sat on the blanket at the foot of an ancient linden tree. The road was lined with them, creating an avenue that no doubt wound its way to some grand Polish estate up the road. The night grew chilly, but if he pulled his jacket tight, he stayed warm enough. He had thought he'd sleep in the car, but the smell of it sickened him. Not that he wasn't used to what he took to be its various elements, nothing new about vodka or cigarettes. His own sweat was no better than anyone else's, and all Russian cars reeked of gasoline and damp upholstery. Something else. To do with what they'd used the Pobjeda for, perhaps a lingering scent of the taken, the captured. Or maybe it was the smell of executioners. Russian folklore had it that murder left its trace, the vertical line at the side of the mouth, the mark of the killer. Might it not change the way a man smelled? A former Szara would have turned such light on himself, but not now. He had done what he had to do. Let those who can do what they must. Thus Weinstock had saved his life. Because he would not or could not use the weapon himself? No. That was absurd. Szara refused to believe it. There was some other reason. And he had to face the possibility that he might never find out what it was. There was a great deal he didn't understand. Why, for instance, had they sent Maltsev after him? Because he'd disappeared from view for several days? Had they found out what he'd done in Paris with the British? No, that was impossible. Of all the world's secret services, it was the British the Soviets truly feared. Their counterintelligence array, Scotland Yard, MI5, was extremely efficient. Comintern agents trying to enter Great Britain under false identities were time and again discovered, but the British maintained and used their files to great effect. As for MI6, it was, in its way, a particularly cold-blooded and predatory organization, a consequence of the British national character with its appetite for both education and adventure, a nasty combination when manifested in an intelligence service. Szara could not imagine the problem lay in that direction. Fitzware, for all his peculiarities of style, was a serious, a scrupulous officer. The courier, then, Evans? No. It was something else. Something in Russia, something to do with Abramov, Bloch, the Jewish Chvost. Perhaps Beria or his friends just decided one morning that he'd lived long enough. But André Szara had made his own decision, at some point, that he would not be one of those who went meekly into captivity, carrying Zarstol into the stone of a cellar wall. Now a single act, the pulling of a trigger, had freed him. Now
A Jew, a Pole, a Russian. He had no country at all. The wind and the stars. Strange how he couldn't stop thinking it. He wondered how long he might live. Probably only a little while longer. Just after dark, a car had rumbled down the road he'd left. Then an hour later, another. Was it them? They would certainly be looking for him. And they'd never stop until they found him. That was the rule of the game, and everybody understood it. Ah, but if this were to be his last night on earth, how he would treasure it. A little breeze blowing steady across the Polish farmland. The grand sky. That immense and perfect and glittering mystery. There were frogs croaking in the darkness. Life all around him. He didn't have much of a plan, only to try and get across the Lithuanian border to the north. After that he'd see, possibly Sweden or Denmark. So far, he'd stolen 7 hours of existence. Every hour was a victory, and he had no intention of going to sleep. Szara was later to put it this way. If ever the hand of God guided my path, it was when, from the 20th to the 23rd of September 1939, I drove from southern Poland to Kovno, Lithuania, in a stolen NKVD automobile. Clearly there was a tragedy taking place in Poland. I saw the signs of it. I walked in its tracks, and I fear that it may have contributed to my escape, for it absorbed the energies of all Soviet security forces. Finally, I do not know for certain, and I can only say that I survived. This was equally an accident of geography. Had I been 30 miles to the west, NKVD officers or political commissars serving on the front line surely would have arrested me. I believe they knew who I was, what I had done, and had a description of the car I was driving. In the same way, had I been 30 miles to the east, I would have been arrested by the NKVD of the Soviet Ukraine or murdered by the Ukrainian bands, who were then very active. But I was in the middle, in an area behind the lines but not yet secured by the apparat. Those who may have experience of a zone in which Soviet troops are maneuvering, not fighting, will know what I mean. I moved among lost units hampered by poor communications, amidst confusion and error and inefficiency, and it was as though I were invisible. Well, yes, true as far as it went, but not the whole story, by any means. He was able, for instance, to choose an identity suitable to the moment. Confronted by a Soviet patrol at dawn on the 22nd, he produced Maltsev's NKVD badge, and the officer waved him ahead and cursed his troopers when they didn't get out of the road quickly enough. But in a shtetl village in the middle of nowhere, he became Szara, the Polish Jew, was given a bench in the study house to sleep on and fed by the rabbi's wife. Meanwhile, the remarkable fact of the Pobjeda was ignored by the villagers. He drove it into a muddy, unfenced yard full of chickens, and there it sat, safe and invisible from the road, while he slept. Later, when it suited his purpose, he presented himself as André Szara, Soviet journalist, and later still, Jean Bonot of Marseille, a French citizen. It took him some 20 hours to negotiate almost 300 miles to a point just short of the border with Lithuania. The first night, moved by some obscure but very powerful instinct, the hand of God, he drove away from his refuge at midnight and continued on the same road, north, he hoped, for some 6 hours. He feared he would be unable to cross the many rivers that lay across his path, but, as it turned out, the Poles had not blown the bridges. So the Pobjeda rattled over the loose boards of the narrow structures spanning first the Berezina, then the WWII. Just beyond the former, he came to a cobbled road heading east and west, flanked by birch trees. He knew, just for that moment, precisely where he was, for those cobblestones had been laid by the Emperor Napoleon's Corsicans in 1812, a solid foundation for wheeled guns and ammunition carts, and it led off in the direction of Moscow. Szara drove across it, heading due north. Somewhere near Chelm, just before dawn, his path was blocked by a train of cattle cars standing idle at a crossing. Uniformed NKVD soldiers were guarding the train, and in the darkness he could just make out the barrel of a machine gun mounted on top of a freight car as it swung to cover the Pobjeda. One of the sentries unslung his rifle and walked over to ask him who he was and what he was doing there. Szara was about to reach for the badge, then didn't. Something told him to leave it where it was. "Just a Pole," he said. His wife had gone into labor and he was off to fetch the midwife. The soldier stared. Szara could hear voices inside the cattle cars, speaking Polish, pleading for water. Without further conversation, Szara put the car in reverse and backed up, his heart pounding, while the soldier watched him but did nothing. A potential problem was simply removing itself. When he was out of sight of the train, he rested his head on the steering wheel for a time, then turned the car around, backtracked a few miles, picked a road at random, and an hour later, after several turnings, drove over the tracks at a deserted crossing. Passing a farm early in the morning, he heard the drawn-out lowing of unmilked cattle and the frantic barking of deserted dogs left at the end of their chains. At another railroad crossing there was a wooden cattle gate blocking the road, and when he got out to open it he saw something yellow on the ground, and bent down to see what it was. It turned out to be a scrap of paper bound to a small stone with yellow wool, perhaps unraveled from a shawl. Unwinding the wool, he found a note. "Please tell Francisca Kodovich that Krysia and Vladzia have been taken away in a train. Thank you." The wind blew at the piece of paper in his hand. He stood by the car for a long time, then carefully wrapped the paper around the stone and rebound it with the yellow wool, placing it back on the ground where it had landed, when the girls had thrown it from the moving train. He was, he noted dispassionately, now beyond vows or resolutions. He slid into the front seat of the car, holding his breath as the musky scent of pomade and sweat assaulted him, forced the gear-shift lever down, and drove north. That was his resolution. That was his vow. To exist. On the third night, having swung west to avoid the market town of Grodno, he saw from the map that he'd entered the country of the Pripet marshes. He suspected the Russian line of advance had not yet reached the area, its northern flank held up for some reason, for he could find no evidence of an occupying force. He stopped the car and waited for morning, telling himself to remain awake and alert. He woke again and again when his chin hit his chest, finally fading away altogether into the blank sleep of exhaustion. The next time he came to, it was daybreak, and he saw that he was surrounded by marshland that ran to the low horizon, a plain of swaying reeds and long reaches of flat water colored by a gray, wind-swept sky. The land was ancient, desolate, its vast silence punctuated by the distant cries of waterfowl. He walked around for a time, trying to get his bearings, washing his face and hands in the chill, dark water of the marsh. He searched the sky, but there was no sun. He had no idea where he was, or which way was north. And he didn't care. That was the worst part. He truly did not care. His resolve had flowed away like sand on the outgoing tide. He sat on the running board of the Pobjeda, slumped against the door, and stared out over the grey ponds and blowing reeds. He had somehow come to the end of his journey. The future he'd held out to himself, no more than a trick of the illusionist, the self-deluded survivor. Against the vast background of the deserted land, he saw his insignificance only too clearly. A vain, petty man, envious and scheming, an opportunist, a fraud. Why should such a man remain alive? "Get in the car," he told himself. But the willful interior voice sickened him.
All it knew was greed. All it did was want. Even here at the end of the world, it sang its little song, and any gesture, no matter how absurd, would satisfy it. But the only act he could imagine called for removing the Steyr from beneath the driver's seat of the automobile and relieving the earth of an unneeded presence. At least an act of grace. Did he have the courage to do it? Surprisingly, he did. What had he done with his life, other than seek a transient peace between the legs of women? He had, in order to live another day, and then another, served the people who now did what they did, and who would, he knew for a certainty, do what they would do. And to put a good finish on the history of his particular life, the time and place were perfect. Ironically, he was only a few miles from the safety of the Lithuanian border. He looked at his watch. It was 16 minutes after 9. The sky shifted across his vision. 100 shades of grey, drifting and rolling like battle smoke blown by a wind off the sea. What saved him, for he was very, very close to it, was a vision. Of this he was not to write. It was not germane, and there may have been other reasons. Well down the long, straight road ahead of him appeared the silhouette of a hunter. A man stepped out of the reeds, a shotgun, the barrel broken safely from the stock, riding his forearm. A spaniel followed, stood at the side of the hunter, and shook a fine spray of marsh water from its coat. Then the man walked across the road, the dog trotting ahead, and both vanished. Then, almost the next thing he knew, he was driving. Through a great labyrinth of roads and paths that could have led anywhere or nowhere. Sometimes, with tears in his eyes, he drove into a blur but never lifted his foot from the gas pedal. He drove fiercely, angrily, toward the wind. Took any road on which the churning skies hurried toward him, their speed heightened by the rush of the car in the opposite direction. He passed, and barely noticed, an empty guard tower, barbed wire strung away in both directions. A wire gate hanging crazily on one hinge as though brushed aside by a giant. At last he saw an old man by the side of the road, poking listlessly at a garden path with a primitive hoe. Szara stomped on the brake. "Where in God's name am I?" he called out. "Was?" said the man. Szara tried again and got the same answer. They stared at each other, deadlocked, Szara angry, the old man more confused than frightened, and saying, finally, with politely controlled irritation, "What is the matter with you, sir, that you shout so?" The man was speaking German, Szara finally realized, the common second language in that country. He let out a single cry of absurd laughter, slammed the shift lever into gear, and roared on into Lithuania. He arrived in Kovno a fugitive, and stayed to become a refugee. 2 cities anchored the northern and southern extremes of the Pale of Settlement, Kovno and Odessa. Szara, who had grown up in the latter, soon came to understand the former. These were border cities, Odessa on the Black Sea across from Istanbul, Kovno at the conjunction of Russia, Poland, and Lithuania, and border cities lived by a particular set of instincts. They knew, for instance, when war was coming, because when there was war, they were not spared. They knew the people who showed up before the wars, immigrants, refugees, whatever you call them. They had a way of arriving just ahead of the armies, and were taken to be an omen of difficult times, as migrating birds portend winter. But Kovno's long and complicated history had marked its citizens with the very characteristics that enabled them to survive it. Actually, by the time Szara arrived in the city, known in his childhood as Kovno, it was called by the Lithuanian name Kaunas. Its nearby neighbor, however, remained Vilno, since it had been declared Polish territory, rather than Vilna, the Russian name, before 1917. The Lithuanians themselves preferred Vilnius, but at that particular moment this alternative was running a poor third. The people of Kovno, now Kaunas, were obviously multilingual. Szara had spoken German, Polish, and Yiddish in the city before he ever slept there. They were also virtually immune to politics, not strange for a city that has known Teutonic knights and Bolshevik lawyers and everything in between. And they were, in their own quiet way, deeply obstinate, in all things, but particularly in matters of nationality. The Lithuanians knew they were home. The Poles knew what they stood on was Polish soil, no matter what anybody said. The Jews had been there for hundreds of years, faring about as well as they did anywhere, while the better part of the German population looked west, with longing hearts and the occasional song to the fatherland. Nonetheless, obstinate though the citizens of Kovno might have been, it seemed in the fall of 1939 that quite a considerable number of them were intent on being somewhere else. Szara rented a third of a room in a boarding house, actually a boarding apartment, at the top of 7 flights of stairs, sharing with 2 Polish Jews, cameramen in the Polish film industry who'd fled Warsaw by riding cross-country on a motorcycle. One of the men worked nights as a sweeper at the railroad station, and Szara had his bed until he arrived home at 6:30 in the morning. That got Szara up early. After breakfast, he haunted the steamship offices, willing to leave from any of the Baltic ports, Liepaja, Riga, Tallinn, but there were simply too many people with the same idea. Ships and ferries to Denmark, his first choice, in fact to anywhere on earth, were booked well into 1940. Cabins, deck space, every available inch. Undaunted, he took a train up to Liepaja and tried to bribe his way onto a Norwegian timber freighter, but only a precipitate exit from a waterfront cafe saved him from arrest. And the incident was witnessed. There were 2 vaguely familiar faces at the same cafe, seen perhaps at the steamship offices. No matter where he went or what he tried, it was the same story. Even at the thieves' market, where the Pobjeda caused low whistles of appreciation but very little financial interest. Sublime realists, Kovno's thieves, where could one drive? South was occupied Poland, north the Baltic, east the USSR. To the west, the port of Memel had been snaffled up by the Reich in March. Königsberg was German, now Danzig as well. Szara took what was offered for the Pobjeda and fled. Trust the NKVD, he thought, to have eyes and ears at the Kovno thieves' market. Attempts at currency conversion got him precisely nowhere. He couldn't sell his zlotys. German marks were being introduced in Poland, and nobody was going there anyhow. The rubles weren't even supposed to be outside the USSR. Those he burned. The French francs, by far the greatest part of his little treasury, would have moved very briskly on the curbside foreign exchange markets, but he refused to part with them. They could be used anywhere, and everybody else wanted them for the same reason he did. The first few days in Kovno, Szara was extremely cautious. He knew the Soviet intelligence apparatus in Lithuania to be well established and aggressive. But in time he abandoned the principles of clandestine practice and became one more nameless soul whose principal occupation was waiting. He sat in the parks and watched the chess games with all the other refugees as the leaves turned gold in the slow onset of autumn. He frequented the cheapest cafes, dawdled endlessly over coffees, and soon enough people began to nod good morning. He was part of their day, always at the table in the corner. He made one friend, an unlikely one, a gentleman known as Mr. Wiggins, who was to be found at the Thomas Cook Steamship and Travel Office. Mr. Wiggins came from the pages of Kipling. He had a waxed moustache, parted his hair in the middle, and wore an old-fashioned collar, formal, uncomfortable, and reassuring. He was, in his way, a terribly decent man who served the Thomas Cook Company with conviction and chose to see in the refugee flood that swept through his office from dawn to dusk not the flotsam of Europe, but a stream of clients. Szara seemed to be one of his favorites.
"I am so sorry," he'd say, very real regret in his voice. "No cancellations today, but you will try tomorrow, I hope. One can't ever tell. People do change their minds. That's one thing I've learned in this business." Mr. Wiggins and everyone else knew that war was coming to Lithuania, or, if not war, at least occupation. The country had been freed of Russian rule in 1918, of Lenin's dictum, 2 steps forward and 1 step back. This had been a step back, and had gotten rather to enjoy being a free nation. But its days were numbered, and nothing could be done about it. Szara, as always encountering familiar faces, bought the local and foreign newspapers early in the morning and took them back to his lair, in the common kitchen of the apartment, for intensive study, sharing the bad news with his fellow boarders as they drank thin, warmed-up coffee and tried not to say anything compromising. The future became clearer as the days passed. A great shifting of population was to take place in Estonia and Latvia, and simultaneously in Germany. Slavs east, Germans west. It was just about that simple. The Germans, more than 100,000 of them, were to be taken aboard Baltic passenger steamers and shipped back to Germany, whence their great-great-grandfathers had migrated hundreds of years earlier. Meanwhile, various Slavic nationalities resident in Germany were headed east to join their long-lost brothers in the Soviet Union. This shuffling of populations was intended to re-establish the racial purity of Germany and to relieve the pressure on German settlers in Eastern Europe. They suffered horribly, according to Goebbels, because they retained their language and customs and dress in the midst of alien cultures, and nobody liked them, being principally envious of their success. One could call them blonde Jews, Szara thought. But the fact of the migration hung over the breakfast table like a pall. If the Germans were leaving the Baltic states, who was coming? There was only one candidate nation, and it wasn't France. To Szara, schooled in a certain way of thinking since 1937, it had even a deeper resonance. If the division of Poland was one of the secret protocols in the Hitler-Stalin pact, what were the others? "Terribly sorry," said Mr. Wiggins. "There simply isn't a thing." Like all refugees, Szara had too much time to think. He sat on a park bench and smoked a cigarette while the leaves drifted down. He had supposed, in escaping from Poland, that either death or glory awaited him, and so he'd taken his chances. With Maltsev murdered, he really had nothing to lose. But he had never for a moment imagined it might end up as a penurious life spent in dim cafes and shabby apartments, waiting for the Red Army to reach the gates of the city. He thought of trying to put a call through to de Montfried to ask for help. But what kind of help could he offer? Money? More money that wouldn't buy what Szara needed? Some of the prosperous Jews in Kovna were spending literally fortunes to buy their way out before the Russians arrived. And there were stories going around that some of them wound up losing everything, forbidden to board steamers by cold-eyed pursers with armed seamen at their side. Other rumors, and Szara knew at least one of them to be true, told of desperate refugees putting to sea in rowboats, sometimes guided by self-proclaimed smugglers, never to be seen again. Drowned? Murdered? Who knew? But the confirming postal card never arrived in Kovno, and friends and accomplices could draw only one conclusion from that. In the end, Szara realized that the trap opened in only one direction, and he determined to try it. "From Hamburg? Copenhagen from Hamburg, you say?" Mr. Wiggins, for just an instant, permitted himself to be startled. Then he cleared his throat, once again the traveller's perfect servant. "No trouble at all, I think. Plenty of room. First-class cabin, if you like. Shall I book?" It should have worked. There were, of course, improvisations, as there had to be, but he managed those well enough, and in the end it wasn't his fault that it didn't work. Fortunes of war, one might say. He began with the hospitals. Wiggins helped him. The wealthy members of the German community went here, those of lesser means went there. Szara went there. A sad brown brick structure, according to the name, a Lutheran institution, in an innocuous neighborhood away from the center of the city. In a day or two of watching, he determined how the hospital worked. In need of coffee or something stronger, the doctors, in accordance with their standing, patronized the Vienna, a dignified restaurant and pastry shop. The orderlies, janitors, clerks, and the occasional nurse used a nearby Ratskeller for the same purposes. Szara chose the Ratskeller. The hospital's day shift ended at 4 in the afternoon, so the productive time at the Ratskeller ran for an hour or two after that. He spent 3 days there during the busy hours, just watching, and he spotted the loners. On day 4 he picked his man, sulky, homely, no longer young, with large ears and slicked back hair, always one of the last to leave, not in a hurry to go home to a family. Szara bought him a beer and struck up a conversation. The man was a native Lithuanian, but he could speak German. Szara found out quickly why he drank alone. There was something a little evil about this man. Something he covered up by use of a sneering, suggestive tone that implied there was something a little evil about everybody. Asked just what it was that he did, Szara admitted he was a dealer in paper. He bought and sold paper, he said, adding a sly glance to show the man what a smart fellow he thought he was. The orderly, as he turned out to be, understood immediately. He knew about such matters, he even winked. This one, Szara guessed, had seen the inside of a jail, perhaps for a long time, perhaps for something very unpleasant. And what kind of paper was the gentleman buying these days? German paper. Why? Who could say? A client wanted German paper, not from Germany, mind you, and not from Lithuania. Paper from Poland or Hungary would do. Yugoslavia was even better. The orderly knew just the man, old Kringen. Szara ordered another round, the best they had, and a discussion of money ensued. A bit of bargaining. Szara pretended to be shocked, leaned on the price, didn't gain an inch, looked grumpy, and gave in. Would old Kringen, he wanted to know, get much older? No, he was finished, but he was taking his time about it, didn't seem to be in much of a hurry. Szara could understand, but his client couldn't afford any, embarrassment. The orderly snickered, a horrible sound. Old Kringen wasn't going anywhere, and lying where he was, he didn't need his passport, which was kept in the hospital records office. The orderly had a friend, however, and the friend would see him right. It was going to cost a little more, though. Szara gave in on the price a second time. And a third, visiting the Ratskeller 2 days later. But he had what he needed. Old Kringen was a Siebenbürger from the Siebenbürgen 7 Hills district of Romania, an area long colonized by German settlers. Szara had no idea why he'd come to Kovno, perhaps to take advantage of the immigration offer in neighboring Latvia, perhaps for other reasons. He was much older than Szara, from his photo, a grumpy, hard-headed fellow, his occupation listed as swine breeder. Szara bought what he needed and, in search of privacy, found a hotel room in the tenement district that could be rented by the hour. He eradicated the birth date with lemon juice, wrote in an appropriate year for himself, smeared the page with fine dust to coat the damage to the paper, and changed the photograph, signing something illegible across the corner. Then he held it up to the light. The new Kringen. He had disposed of the Maltsev papers while still in Poland. Now it was the turn of the Szara papers. The walls of the tiny room were thin, and various groans and shouts to either side of him indicated that Friday night was in Kovno much as it was everywhere else. There was a woman
He imagined her as an immensely fat woman, with an enormous laugh on the other side of the wall. Something went thud, and she shrieked with mirth, making whooping noises and pausing, he guessed, only to wipe her eyes. To such accompaniment, André Szara died. He sat on a straw mattress, with a soiled sheet spread over it, his only light a candle, and scratched at whatever was biting his ankle. He'd borrowed a coffee cup from his afternoon cafe and used it as a fireplace, ripping a page at a time from his passport, setting the corner aflame, and watching the entry and exit stamps disappear as the paper curled and blackened. The red cover resisted. He had to tear it into strips and light match after match, but finally it too was dropped, its flame blue and yellow, into the cup of ashes. Farewell. He wondered at such soreness of heart, but there was no denying what he felt. It was as though André Szara, his raincoat and smile, and a clever thing to say, had ceased to exist. Troublesome bastard just the same, Szara thought, stirred the ashes with his finger, and poured them out the window into a courtyard full of cats. A small canal ran through that part of Kovno. The NKVD badge sank like a stone. So did the Steyr. The dock in Riga was packed with Germans, their baggage, their clocks, their dogs, and a band to play while it all marched up the gangplank. German newsreel cameramen were much in evidence. Szara kept his face averted. By a curious tribal magic he could not divine, the crowds had organized themselves into castes, the prominent and the wealthy in front, pipe-smoking farmers next, and workmen and other assorted types to the rear. Everybody seemed content with the arrangement. His papers had received only the most cursory check. Who in God's name would want to sneak under the tent of this circus? In fact, though it did not occur to Szara, the NKVD took full advantage of the Baltic migration to infiltrate agents into Germany. Such returns to the homeland had always suggested interesting possibilities to intelligence services. Szara was fully prepared for exposure. Any determined Gestapo officer would spot the crudely altered passport, and 5 minutes of interrogation was all it would require for the certain knowledge that he was an impostor. He planned to admit it long before they ever went to work on him. The Jean Bonnet passport was sewn into his jacket, the French francs hidden in the false bottom of the valise, just where a type like Bonnet, a man from Marseille, no doubt a Corsican, no doubt a criminal type, would hide them. Germany and France were legally at war, though it had not yet come to any serious fighting, mostly talk. German diplomacy was continuing, an attempt to smooth things over with the British and the French. Why should the world be set on fire over a bunch of Poles? Szara expected he would, if discovered, be interned as a citizen of France. At worst, a war spent in excruciating boredom in a camp somewhere, at best exchanged for a German citizen who happened to be on the wrong side of the line when the first cannon was fired. On the bright side, a German internment camp was probably the last place in the world the NKVD would think to look for André Szara. Still, he did not wish to be caught. He was no German, not even a Romanian swine-breeding German from the Seven Hills, and he did not wish to be beaten up by this crowd. There was a deep and patient anger in them. For the newsreel cameras they were glad to be going home, but among themselves they promised that they would soon enough be going back, at which time, evidently, certain scores would be definitively settled. And worst of all, he knew, if they had cause to single him out and concentrate on his features, they were not above having a look to see if he were a Jew. No, he did not wish to be caught, and he had determined to avoid direct contact in every possible way. To this end he played the part of a man ruined by sorrow, a victim of anti-German hostility, practiced saying a single sentence in the sort of Volksdeutsch accent common to a man like Kringen. They took everything. He had to use it almost immediately.
A burly fellow standing next to him on the dock wanted to strike up a conversation and offered a greeting. Szara stared at him as though he were intruding on a world of private anguish, and delivered his line. It worked. As Szara watched, the man's expression went from surprise to pained sympathy, then tightened with anger. Szara bit his lip. He could not say any more without losing control. He turned his face away, and the man laid a great paw of a hand on his shoulder, the honest human warmth of the gesture very nearly shaming him into real tears. A bright day. A calm sea. Life aboard the passenger steamer was tightly organized. There were numerous officials in attendance, but they seemed to Szara benign, meant to ease the transition of the emigrants into German life. He was processed, a matter of saying yes and no, given a temporary identity card, and told to report to the proper authorities wherever he settled, and permanent residence documents would be provided at that time. Had he any notion of where he wished to live? Family in Germany? Friends? Szara hid behind his catastrophe. "Don't worry, old fellow, you're in good hands now," said one official. The public address system was constantly at work. A schnauzer discovered in the crew quarters an uplifting message of welcome from Dr. Goebbels. The Winterhilfe charity was stationed at a table on the afterdeck. Those with last names beginning A through M should report to the dining room for midday dinner promptly at 1 p.m., N through Z at 2:30. To promote the appetite, a songfest would begin in 15 minutes on the foredeck, led by the well-known contralto, Ermtrud von something, from the Munich State Opera Company, and the well-known countertenor SS Untersturmführer Gerhard something else, of the Bavarian Soldiers' Chorus, two inspirational artists who had volunteered to accompany the voyage and join their fellow folk in singing some of the grand old songs. For one ghastly moment, Szara thought he might have to sing, but saw to his relief that a sufficient number of people remained at the perimeter so that he could safely avoid it. He stood for the rousing performance of Deutschland über alles that began the program, watched the breasts of the contralto swell mightily with patriotism, then moved to the railing and became part of the small audience. Almost all the passengers took part, and they were deeply affected by the singing. There were unashamed tears on the cheeks of both the men and the women, and a kind of joyous agony on their faces as they raised their voices together. The mass rendition of Silent Night, Christmas carols were familiar to all, was extraordinary, sung with great and tender feeling as the ship rumbled through the flat Baltic waters. Szara maintained his cover, nodding in time and seeming to mumble the old words to himself, but his internal reaction to the performance was something very nearly approaching terror. It was the instinctive and passionate unity of the singers that frightened him. The sheer depth of it was overwhelming. You couldn't, he thought, find 3 Jews in the world who would agree on what it meant to be Jewish. Yet there were apparently 50 million of these people who knew exactly what it meant to be German, though many of those on deck had never set foot in Germany. Something was wrong. What was it? Obviously, they suffered injustice without end. That certain look was plain on their faces. They swayed and sang, seemingly hypnotized, held hands, many wept, and together formed a wall of common emotion, a wall of nostalgia, regret, self-pity, sentimentality, resentment, hatred, ferocity. The words bounced around inside him, none of them right, none of them wrong, none of them mattered. What he did know for certain at that moment was that they were poisoned with themselves, and it was the rest of the world that would suffer for it. He avoided lunch, knowing it would be impossible to escape conversation over a table laden with food. A short, fleshy woman with the tiny eyes of pure malice sought him out. He could tell she'd been watching him. and silently presented a generous wedge of bunt cake in a napkin. The group had understood him, accepted him. He was damaged goods, to be left alone yet not neglected. She turned and walked away, leaving him to eat his cake in peace, while he suppressed a violent shiver that seemed to come from the very center of his being. As the sun set, the voice on the public address system grew suddenly whispery with reverence and awe. A fortuitous change of plans. The ship would be met at Hamburg by a train of first-class coaches. All passengers would proceed to Berlin, there to be addressed by the Führer himself. Please do not be concerned for the friends and family who will come to the dock to meet you. There will be plenty of room for everybody. Heil Hitler. And if Szara had a passing notion that he could slip away in the confusion of landing and find his way to the Copenhagen ferry, the reality of the arrival 2 days later put a firm lid on such nonsense. A wall of cheering Germans stood to either side of the disembarking passengers, an aisle of welcome, as effective as barbed wire, that lined the way to the railroad station. So he went to Berlin. To Szara, the city seemed dark and solemn, stiff, brooding. Whatever he scented in the streets was worse, much worse than Kristallnacht in November of 38. Now the nation was at risk. This business was no longer some political maneuver of the Nazi Party. France and England had declared war. The gall, the presumption of them. And the people had coalesced in the face of such an astonishing development. That civilized nations, the British at any rate, not the unbathed French, would side with the Poles and the Jews and the other Slavic trash was simply beyond comprehension. But it was a fact of life, and it had to be faced. They were equal to it. At the Potsdam terminal, a fleet of buses waited to transport the returning Volksdeutsch to the Olympic Stadium, where a crowd of 75,000 people awaited their arrival. A special section toward the front was reserved for the Baltic emigrants, and Adolf Hitler would address them later in the evening. Szara had no intention of going anywhere near the place. Security measures would be intensive wherever a national leader was expected, and in this instance would include the Gestapo, Berlin plainclothes detectives, identity checks, and imposter's nightmare. Though his thin cover had worked on the docks of Latvia, it would never stand up under that level of scrutiny. But there was an accursed absence of confusion as the buses were boarded. The Volksdeutsch were infuriatingly patient and malleable, organizing themselves into neat lines. Who, Szara tried to remember, had called the Germans carnivorous sheep. And when he tried to disappear between two buses, a young woman wearing an armband chased him down and courteously headed him back in the proper direction. In desperation, he doubled over, his free hand clutching his belly, and ran groaning back into the station. That they understood, and they let him go. He found a different exit, now simply a traveler with a valise. He spotted a sign for the number 24 tram, the Dahlem line, that would take him to Lehrter Bahnhof, where he could catch the late train to Hamburg. Things were looking up. But it was not to be. He walked about on the streets near the station for a half-hour or so, giving the busloads of Volksdeutsch time to depart, then re-entered Potsdam station. But he saw a uniformed policeman and a Gestapo functionary checking identification at every gate that led to the tramways, and realized that without the protective coloration of the immigrants, he was in some difficulty. He stood out. He could sense it. Who was this rather aristocratic-looking man in soiled clothing and a soft felt hat worn low over the eyes? Why did he carry a fine leather valise? Resisting the urge to panic, he walked away from the station and found himself in even worse trouble. Now he was alone, on deserted streets. The Berlin he'd known a year earlier still had its people of the night, those who liked darkness and the pleasures it implied. But no longer. The city was desolate. People stayed home, went to bed early.
Hitler had chased decadence indoors. Szara knew he had to get off the streets. He felt it was a matter of minutes. He walked quickly west to the Leipziger Platz, where he knew there was a public telephone. He'd memorized several telephone numbers in case he lost the valise, and the receiver was in his hand before he realized he had no German coins. He'd obtained Reichsmarks from Poles who'd fled into Lithuania, enough to buy a ticket on the Copenhagen steamer, but he'd not foreseen the need to use a telephone. Not like this. Not for such a stupid miscalculation. He pleaded silently. He saw a taxicab and waved it down. The driver was offended, declared himself no travelling change purse. But Szara bought 2 10 Reichsmark coins for 50 Reichsmarks, and the driver's attitude turned instantly to grave decency. "Can you wait?" Szara asked him, thumbing through his remaining bills. The driver nodded politely. Anything for a gentleman. The telephone rang for what seemed like a long time, then unexpectedly a man answered. Szara mentioned a name. The man's voice was terribly languid and world-weary. "Oh, she's not here," he said. Then, "I suppose you'll want the number." Szara said he did, fumbling in his pocket for a pencil and a matchbox. The man gave him the number, and Szara hung up. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the driver scowling at his watch. There was a police car on the other side of the Leipziger Platz. "Another minute," he called out. The driver noticed his odd German and stared. Szara dialed the new number, and a maid answered. Szara asked for Madame Nadia Cherova. Relief flooded over him when he heard her voice. "I find myself in Berlin," he said. "Would it be terribly inconvenient?" "What? Who is it?" "A backstage friend, remember? The terrible play. I brought you a present." "My God!" "May I come and see you?" "Well," she said. "Please." "I suppose." "Perhaps you'll tell me where." "How can you not know?" "The fact is, I don't." "Oh, well, it's a villa facing the Tiergarten just at the edge of Charlottenburg, on Schillerstrasse. The third from the end of the street. There's a— I'll have the coach lamps put on. When will you come?" "I have a taxi waiting for me." "Soon, then," she said, and hung up. He got into the cab and gave the driver directions. "What part of Germany do you come from?" asked the driver. "From Italy," Szara said. "From the Tyrol. Actually, we rarely speak German." "So you're Italian?" "Yes." "For an Italian you don't speak so badly." "Grazie." The driver laughed and pulled away as the police car began to circle slowly around the Leipziger Platz. "Dearest," she cried out in Russian. This was a different Nadia, affected, brittle. She threw an arm around his shoulders. Her other hand held a glass, drew him close, and kissed him full on the lips. The kiss tasted like wine. "What ingenious devil has cast you on my doorstep?" she said. The maid who'd shown him in curtsied, her starched uniform rustling, and left the room. "And go iron yourself," Cherova muttered to her back as she drew the tall door closed. "What sort of devil?" Szara asked. "It's from Koschennikov, The Merchant's Bride, Act 3. Szara raised an eyebrow. "Come upstairs," she said. He followed her through rooms of oiled walnut furniture and towering emerald draperies, then up a curving marble staircase with gilded banisters. "Well, you've certainly—" "Shut up," she whispered urgently. "They listen." "The servants?" "Yes." Sweeping up the stairs in ice-colored silk shirt and pants, voluminous lounging pajamas, she called out, "Last one up is a monkey." "Aren't you making it awfully obvious?" he said quietly. She snorted and danced up the last few steps. Her gold slippers had pom-poms on them, and the soles slapped against the marble. She paused for a sip of wine, then took his hand and towed him into a bedroom, kicking the door shut behind them. A fire burned in a marble fireplace.
The wallpaper was deep blue with white snowdrops, the cover on the huge bed was the same blue and white, and the carpet was thick, pale blue wool. "Oh, Seryoja," she said, her voice full of woe. A borzoi crept guiltily off a blue and white settee and slunk over to the fireplace, settling down on his side, with the mournful sigh of the dispossessed and a single swish of his feathery tail. Then he yawned, opened his long, graceful jaws to the limit, and snapped them shut with a brief whine. "What settee?" "Won't they suspect I'm your lover?" Szara asked. "Let them." Szara looked confused. "I can have all the lovers and generally strange guests that I want. What I can't have is spies." "They know Russian?" "Who knows what they know? From my émigré friends, they expect Russian, shouting and laughter. Anything political or confidential, keep your voice down or play the Victrola." "All this? It's yours?" "I will tell you everything, my dear, but first things first. Forgive me, but I do not know your name. That's going to become awkward. Would you like me to make something up?" "André," he said, in the French spelling. "Good. Now I must ask you, André, in the French spelling, if you have any idea what you smell like." "I'm sorry. I've been through hard times in Russia. Little rooms, long winters, everybody terrified, and no privacy. I'm no shrinking violet, believe me, but—" She opened a door with a full mirror on it and gestured toward the clawfoot tub within. "I lack nothing. You will find a sponge, bath salts, lavender soap or almond, washcloth, back brush, shampoo from Paris. You may give yourself a facial if you like, or powder yourself like a cruller from the Viennese bakery. Yes? You're not insulted?" "A long journey," he said, walking into the bathroom. He undressed, horrified at the condition of his clothing. In the scented air of the bathroom his own condition became, by contrast, all too evident. Still, when he looked in the mirror, he could see that he'd survived. A day's growth of beard. Was one side of his face still slightly swollen from the dive-bombing? Hair quite long, newly grey here, and here, and here. Eyes yellowish with fatigue. Not old, yet. And very lean and sharp, determined. He ran the steaming water into the tub and climbed in. The heat woke up various nicks and scrapes and bruises he'd acquired in his travels, and he grimaced. It felt as though he had 100 places that hurt, each in a different way. He watched the water darken, added a handful of crystals from a jar, and stirred them about. "That's the spirit," she called through the open door, smelling the bath salts. She hummed to herself, opened a bottle of wine, he heard the squeak of the cork being drawn, and put a record on the Victrola. Italian opera, sunny and sweet. On market day, peasants gather in the village square. "I like this for a bath, don't you?" she said from the bedroom. "Yes, just right." She sang along for a few bars, her voice lightly hoarse, hunting shamelessly for the proper notes. "May I have a cigarette?" A moment later her hand snaked around the door with a lit cigarette. He took it gratefully. "Smoking in the bath," she said. "You are truly Russian." The borzoi came padding in and lapped enthusiastically at the bathwater. "Seryoja!" she said. With his index finger, Szara rubbed the dog between the eyes. The borzoi raised its head and stared at him, soapy water running from its wet muzzle. "Go away, Seryoja," he said. Surprisingly, the dog actually turned and left. "Yes, good dog," he heard her say. "When I'm done, I don't have anything clean, I'm afraid." "I'll get you one of the general's bathrobes. Not the old rag he actually wears. His daughter gave him one for his birthday. It's still in the box, red satin. You'll look like Cary Grant." "Is he your lover?" "Cary Grant? I thought we'd been discreet." He waited. "No, not really. Nobody is my lover. When the general and I are together, the world thinks otherwise, but we don't fool ourselves or each other. It takes some explaining, but I can't imagine you're going anywhere else tonight, so there's time. But for one thing, I can't wait. You really have to tell me why you came here. If you are going to ask me to do all sorts of wretched things, I might as well hear about it and have it done with."
She turned the record over. There was a certain resignation in her voice, he thought, like a woman who dreads a squabble with the butcher, but knows it can't be avoided. "The truth?"
"Yes, why not?" Well, what have I done? I haven't defected. I guess I've run away." "Not really? You have?"
"Yes." She was silent for a moment, thinking it over.
"Run away to Berlin? Is that where one generally goes?"
"It was a rat's maze. I ran down the open passage."
"Well, if you say so."
She sounded dubious. He put his cigarette out in the bathwater, rested the butt on the edge of the tub, then pulled the plug and watched the grey water swirl above the drain.
"I'm going to have to fill up the tub again," he said. "I'll bring you a glass of wine if you like, and you can tell me about your travels, if it's allowed, that is."
"Anything's allowed now," he said. He burst out laughing.
"What?"
"Really, nothing." He laughed again. It was as though a genie had escaped. It was well past midnight when they tiptoed down the stairs to the kitchen, a narrow room with a lofty ceiling and porcelain worn dark on its curves by years of scrubbing. They made absurdly tall sandwiches of cheese and pickles and butter and stole back across the Bellucci carpets like thieves. Szara caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror, shaved, hair combed, wearing a red satin bathrobe with a shawl collar, a giant sandwich teetering on a plate. It was as though in headlong flight he'd stumbled through a secret door and landed in heaven. Back in Nadia's sanctuary, they settled on the carpet close to the dying fire, while Seryozha rested on crossed forepaws and waited alertly for his share of the kill. Szara watched her tear into the sandwich, a serious Russian eater, her hair falling around her face as she leaned over the plate. He simply could not stop looking at her. She apparently ignored it, was perhaps used to it. After all, the job of an actress was to be looked at. Still, he did not want to seem a goggling teenage dolt, and tried to be subtle, but that was a hopeless tactic, and he knew it. "This is God's work," he thought. Drifting hair the color of an almond shell, and the fragile blue of her eyes, the lines and planes, and light in her. There weren't words, he realized. Only the feeling inside him and the impulse to make sure again and again that he saw what he saw. Suddenly she looked up and stared back at him, blank-eyed, jaw muscles working away as she chewed until he sensed that she'd composed her expression into a reasonable imitation of his own. He turned away. "Yes?" she said, raising an eyebrow. "It's nothing." She poured wine into his glass. "Do we expect the general home at any moment?" he asked. "Do I hide in a closet?" "The general is in Poland," she said, "and if he were here, you would not have to hide. Kravitz comes to see me with his boyfriends. Lara Brozina and her brother. You know them in what we'll call a different setting. Others also. A little Russian colony, you see, émigré intellectuals, free thinkers, batty painters, and what have you. The general refers to us as an antidote to Frau Lumplich." "Who is she?" "A character he made up. Madame Lump, one would say in Russian." "An enlightened general." "An enlightened German general." "They exist," she said. She brushed crumbs from her hands and held a bite of sandwich out to Seryozha, who arched his neck forward and took it daintily between his small front teeth for a moment, then inhaled it. She rose and brought over a framed photograph from the night table next to her bed. "General Walter Boden," she said. A man in his late 60s, Szara thought, fleshless, ascetic face below a bald head, deep care lines, mouth a single brief line. Yet the look in his eyes told a slightly different story. At some point, in a life that left his face like stone, something had amused him. Permanently. "Extraordinary," Szara said.
"It pleases me you see that," she said with feeling.
"When I put this picture together with what you've told me, I would have to guess that this is not a man well loved by the Nazis."
"No. They know how he feels about them. In the general's world, the notion of beneath contempt is taken quite literally. He is rich, however, very, very rich. They do respect that. And his position with the general staff is not unimportant, though he speaks of it as the maid's room in the lion's den. His friends include the old aristocracy, the Metternichs and Bismarcks, princes and counts, the Prussian landholders. Hitler hates them, foams at the mouth because he can't get at them. They occupy two powerful fortresses in Germany, the army and the foreign ministry."
"Fortresses. Will they hold under siege?"
"We shall see."
"You don't," Szara reminded himself, "have to think about such things any more." "Is there another log for the fire?" he asked. The embers were dark red.
"No, not until the morning. One is a prisoner of servants in some ways."
"A long way from Rosenheim Passage, though, and that awful theatre." She nodded that it was. He stared at her, forced himself to look away. She yawned, took a foot out of her slipper and propped it inside her opposite knee. "How did you meet?" Szara said.
"At a reception. We went to dinner a few times, talked into the night. He speaks passable Russian. You yourself know what that feels like, especially when you have no country to go home to. A strange romance. I waited for the inevitable offer, a relaxing weekend in the country. But it never came. One night at a restaurant he simply said, 'Nadia, my girl, generals and actresses are nothing new in Berlin. A cliché of the nightclubs. But come along to my house, even so, and see how you like it.' I did. And in this room I asked, 'Whose bedroom is this?' for I'd already seen his, and everything was obviously new. 'I believe it is yours if you like,' he said. I had expected anything but this, and I was speechless. That strip of Persian carpet, the one by your hand? He'd meant it for Seryozha. Suddenly I started to cry. Inside, I didn't want him to see. And that was the end of the discussion. I came to live here, and it was a kind of salvation. I stopped doing all those other things, seeing those vile people. Now this is my life. When he wants to see me, I'm here. I sit across from him at dinner, we converse, my job is to be exactly who I am. Any affectation, to become what I imagine he might want, would break his heart. We have a life together. We go, what is the phrase, we go out in society. To his friends, sometimes to the country, to grand estates. In Germany, civilized life continues in such places, much as it does in the basements of Moscow. But no matter where we go, I am always at his shoulder. I take his arm. Now I could, and of course I would, nothing would be easier, make the world believe that he was a sublime lover. A few small signals and the tongues begin to wag. If he desired that, it would be little enough to ask, but he does not. He does not care what people think of him. I'm not here for his vanity, for his reputation. I'm here because it gives him pleasure to have me here." Her face was flushed. She drank the last of the wine in her glass. When she met his eyes, he saw anger and sorrow, and all the courage and defiance she could possibly summon. Not that it was overwhelming, it wasn't. But for her it was everything she possessed. "And God damn you, if you've come here to make me work again. No matter what you've said, for I won't. Won't betray this man in the way you want. I'll go where even your power does not reach. And we both know where that is. Szara took a deep breath and let the air between them cool a little. Then he said, "I've told only the truth." He looked at his watch. "Since 10:30 last night. Almost 6 hours. The way things are for me lately, I have a right to be proud of even that." She lowered her eyes. He stood, the carpet soft beneath his bare feet, and walked to a mirrored cabinet with glasses and a silver ice bucket on it. He opened the door and found a bottle of Saint-Estèphe, took a corkscrew and worked it open, then filled both their glasses. She had meanwhile found a newspaper, was bunching up wads of it and feeding it to the fire. "It looks warm, anyhow," she said. "I was wondering," he said, "what had become of the people in Paris in all this. Because if you'd let them know about an intimacy with a senior staff officer, they would have been inquisitive, to say the least. And something terrible would have happened. Because even if I'd tried to conceal everything, I don't trust my little friends in Berlin. They'd had to improvise their lives for too long. Not all humans are made stronger by that." "Very few." "Well, for me there is only one escape, and I was prepared to take it. I'd made my peace with the idea. In the beginning, when I stole away from Russia and came to live in Berlin, these people approached me, threatened me. But I gave them very little, only bits of gossip and what they could read in the newspapers if they wanted. Then they played a second card. 'Your brother Sasha is in a camp,' they said, 'where he deserves to be, but he's as comfortable as he can be under the circumstances. He works as a clerk in a heated room. If you want his situation to continue, you must be productive. It's up to you.' And you did what you had to do." "Yes, I did. In exile, I cared very little what I made of my life because I discovered I wasn't touched by it. Perhaps Russia has something to do with that. To be sensitive yet not at all delicate. A curious strength or weakness or whatever you want to call it. But then I met this man, and suddenly it was as though I'd woken from a long sleep. Every small thing now mattered. The weather, the way a vase stood on a table, meeting someone and wanting them to like me. I had built walls. Now they crumbled. And this I knew I could not survive, not for long. I could no longer do what I'd done for the people who came around with money, and once they began to press, I knew there would be only one way out. So I hadn't, as I saw it then, very long to live. Yet each day was vivid, and I trembled with life. They say it is the only gift, and now I came to understand that with all my heart. I never cried so hard, and never laughed so much as I did in those weeks. Perhaps it was a form of prayer, because what came next was a miracle. I know of no other word to describe it. It was in early August. A man came to see me, not here, at the theater, in the same way you did. Clearly he knew nothing of the general. A dreadful man, this one. Fair, wavy hair, thick glasses. A vile little chunk of a thing with no mercy anywhere in him. None. And what he mostly wanted to talk about was you. Something had gone wrong, something extremely serious, for nothing has happened since. No money, no demands, no couriers, nothing. She twisted the glass about in her hands, watching the light of the burning newspaper reflected in the red surface of the wine. "I've no idea what happened," she said. "I only know it saved my life, and that you seemed to be the cause of it." He woke up in a kind of heaven. He had no idea how he'd happened to wind up on her bed, but there he was, his face against the soft coverlet, his side a little sore from sleeping on the knot in the twisted belt of the bathrobe. He was in heaven, he decided, because it smelled exactly the way heaven, or his heaven at any rate, ought to smell. The perfume she wore, which reminded him of cinnamon, and scented soap as well as wine, cigarette smoke, the ashes of a dead fire, and the Swedish odor of a well-washed borzoi.
He could, he thought, detect Nadia herself, sweet in a different, a human way. For a time he simply lay there, suspended in a perfect darkness, and inhaled. When he felt himself slipping back into unconsciousness, he forced his eyes open. A knitted comforter was tossed carelessly on the settee. So that's where she'd slept. His suit, apparently the maids had cleaned it, hung from a hanger on the knob of the bathroom door, and the rest of his clothing was piled neatly on a dresser. Miraculously clean and dry. He struggled to sit up. Returning from the dead, it felt like. All those nights in Poland, lying on the ground on a blanket, followed by restless hours on a thin mattress in the Kovno apartment, people around him awake, coughing, talking in low voices. Now he hurt for every minute of it. He unhooked the white shutter that covered the lower half of the window and pushed it aside. An autumn garden, surrounded by high walls. Dead leaves had drifted across the paths and mounded at the foot of a hedge. Nadia sat at a weathered iron table. She was reading. You could not see her face, one hand dangling above the wolfhound stretched out at her side. Am I in Russia? Wrapped in a long black coat and a red wool scarf, she was lost in her book. The wind lifted her fall-colored hair, leaves spun down from the trees and rattled along the garden paths. The sky was at war. Broken towers of grey cloud, blown and battered, swept past a pale sun. Certainly it would rain. His heart ached for her. Later he sat in a garden chair across from her and saw that she was reading Babel's Red Cavalry. The wind was cool and damp, and he pulled his jacket tightly about him. For a long time they did not say anything. And she did not look away, did not deny him her eyes. If this is what you wish, she seemed to say, I will pose for you. She touched nothing, changed nothing, and did not defend herself. The wind blew her hair across her face. Seryoja sighed. The light shifted as the clouds crossed the sun. She never moved. Then he began to understand that he'd misread her. The stillness was not simply poise. What he saw in her eyes was precisely what was in his own. Could she be that deluded? To want somebody so lost and useless? Was she blind? No. From the moment he'd walked through the door of the dressing room, he had been in love with her. That it might be the same for her had never occurred to him, simply had not crossed his mind. But maybe it worked that way. Women always knew, men never did. Or maybe not. Maybe it all worked some other way. He didn't really care. Now he understood that everything had changed. And now he understood what, just exactly what, he had been offered. Sad, he thought, that he couldn't take it. They were castaways, both of them, marooned together on an exotic island, as it happened, the garden of a Florentine villa on the Schillerstrasse. But somewhere beyond the high walls, a military band was playing a march, and, he thought, the general will soon return from the wars. Only for a moment did he imagine a love affair in flight. The unspeakable hotel rooms, the secret police, the predators. No. She belonged in his imagination, not in his life. A memory. Met in the wrong way, in the wrong place, in the wrong year, in times when love wasn't possible. One remembers, and that's all. Something else that didn't happen in those days. "When will you leave?" she said. "Today?" "Tomorrow." Just for an instant he was clairvoyant. He could watch the question as it took shape in her mind. She leaned across the table until she was very close. He could see that her lips were dry from the wind, a red mark on the line of her jaw. Suddenly, she was out of perspective, too near to be beautiful. And when she spoke, it was a voice he didn't know, so soft he could barely hear what she said. "Why did this happen?" "I don't know," he said. "I don't." She pressed her lips together and nodded a little. She agreed. There was no answer. "There isn't anything we have to do, you know," he said. Her face changed, gracefully but completely, until he was confronted by the single great inquisitive look of his life. "No?" He had never in his life been the lover he was with her. They waited for nightfall. Only the first in a series of common consents that flowed to meet the occasion. Szara could not safely go out in the street, and Nadia knew it. So there was no point in raising the issue. They simply passed a rather 19th-century sort of day. They read, they talked, they cut clusters of fall berries from a shrub to make a table decoration, avoided the servants, played with the dog, touched only accidentally, and only now and then. And neither of them let on how it affected them. If living in the days of war demanded a love affair measured in hours and not in months, they discovered that a love affair was something that could be compressed in just that way. They could have looked from any of the windows in the front of the 3-story villa out on the Tiergarten and observed that day's life in Berlin. Strollers and idlers, officers and couples, old men reading newspapers on a park bench. But they declined to do so. The private world suited them. They did not, however, build sandcastles, did not pretend the present was anything other than what it was. And they tried to talk about the future. Difficult, though, Szara's plans focused vaguely on Denmark. From there he would extemporize. He had no idea how he might be able to earn a living. His writing languages, Russian and Polish, would not serve him very well anywhere he could think of. Emigre intellectuals lived in penury. Sometimes the little journal paid, sometimes it didn't. The former aristocrats gave parties. Everyone ate as much as they could, but even that tenuous existence was denied him. He was a fugitive, and the emigre communities were the first places they would look for him. Of course he could not go back to Paris, much too dangerous. Sad, because to be there with her. Sad because even to know him put her in danger. This he did not say, but she knew it anyhow. She'd seen enough of Soviet life to apprehend vulnerability in every one of its known forms. So she understood that one did what one had to do. Such realpolitik was very alchemical stuff. It started with politicians and their intellectuals, all this doing what had to be done, but it had a tendency to migrate, and the next time you looked, it was in bed with you. Still, they agreed one had to hope. Humans survived the most awful catastrophes. Walked away from the inferno with singed hair, missed the train that went over the cliff. Both felt they might just be owed a little luck from whatever divine agency kept those books. There were still places on earth where one could get irredeemably lost. It only took finding one. And how exactly did one go about herding sheep? Could it be all that difficult? In the end, they refused to let the future ruin their day, which made them heroes of a low order, but heroes nonetheless. And they had the past to fall back on, realizing almost immediately that the sort of lives they led created, if they did nothing else, long and luxuriant anecdotes. They discovered that they had on several occasions been within minutes of meeting each other, in Moscow, in Leningrad, had been in the same apartments, known some of the same people. Their trails through the snowy forest crossed and recrossed. What would have happened had they met? Everything? Nothing. Certainly something, they decided. They weren't very hungry. As the day wore on toward evening, and just after dark, they toyed with a light supper. Their conversation was somewhat forced, slightly tense in the dining room, with a ticking grandfather clock that made every silence ring with melodrama. Nadja said, "If it weren't for the General's feelings, I'd have poured soup in that monster long ago." They retired early. He, for form's sake, to a guest room, she to her blue and white sanctuary. When the noise in the kitchen subsided and the house grew quiet, Szara climbed the marble staircase. They lit a fire, turned out the lights, played the Victrola, drank wine. She surprised him. The way she moved through the daily world, fine-boned, on air, made her seem insubstantial. One could hold her only cautiously. But it wasn't so. With a dancer's pointed toe, she kicked the bottoms of her silk pajamas fully across the room, then melted out of the top and posed for him. She was full and lovely and curved, with smooth, taut skin colored by firelight. For a moment, he simply looked at her. He'd supposed their joined spirits might float to some unimagined romantic height. But now he fell on her like a wolf, and she yelped like a teenager. And what a good time they had. Much later, when they simply hadn't the strength to go on any longer, they fell sound asleep, still pressed together, the sheets tangled around their legs, drifting away in the midst of the most charming and vile conversation. It was not yet dawn when they woke up. He touched her. She flexed with pleasure and sighed, a pale shape in the darkness, eyes closed, mouth open, breasts rising and falling. Suddenly, he understood that sometimes there was no reaching the end of desire, no satisfying it. They simply would not, he realized, ever quite get enough of each other. Nonetheless, he thought, they could hope for the best. They could try. They could make a beginning. He could have crawled out of bed at dawn and set out into the cold world, but he didn't. They stole another day. And this time they didn't wait for nightfall. They disappeared in the middle of the afternoon. At 8 in the evening, a servant set out a tureen of soup at the long table in the dining room with the ticking grandfather clock. But nobody showed up. And at 8:30, she took it away. He left in the middle of the following day. A taxi was called. They stood in the vestibule together until it came. "Please don't cry," he said. "I won't," she promised, tears running everywhere. The taxi honked twice, and he left. The Gestapo had him an hour later. He never even got out of Berlin. To his credit, he sensed it. He did not enter the Lehrter Bahnhof immediately, but walked the streets for a while, trying to calm himself down, simply another traveler, a little bored, a little harassed, a man who had to take the train up to Hamburg on some prosaic and vastly uninteresting errand. But the passport control people at the staircase that led down to the platform didn't care what he looked like. A Berlin policeman took the Kringen identity papers and compared them to a typewritten list, looked over Szara's shoulder, made a gesture of the eyes and a motion of the head, and 2 men in suits closed in on either side of him. Very correct they were. "Can you come with us for a moment, please?" Only willpower and raw pride kept him from collapsing to his knees, and he felt the sweat break out at the roots of his hair. One of the men relieved him of his valise, the other frisked him, then they marched him, to the great interest of the passing crowd, toward the station police post. He wobbled once, and one of the detectives caught him by the arm. They took him down a long corridor and through an unmarked door where a uniformed SS officer was sitting behind a desk, a file open in front of him. Reading upside down, Szara could see a long list of names and descriptive paragraphs on a yellow sheet of teletype paper.
"Stand at attention," the man said coldly. Szara did as he was told. The officer concentrated on the Kringen identity documents and left him to stew, the standard procedure. "Herr Kringen?" he said at last. "Yes." "Yes, sir." "Yes, sir." "What did you use to obliterate the birth date? Lemon? Oxalic acid? Not urine. I hope for your sake I haven't touched your piss." "Lemon, sir," Szara said. The officer nodded. He tapped the Kringen name with the eraser at the end of a pencil. "The actual Herr Kringen went into the Lutheran hospital to have a bunion removed from his foot. And while this poor man lay in a hospital bed, some little sneak made off with his papers. Was that you?" "No, sir, it wasn't me. I bought the passport from an orderly at the hospital." The officer nodded. "And you are?" "My name is Bonot, Jean Bonot. I am of French nationality. My passport is hidden in the flap of my jacket." "Give it to me." Szara got his jacket off and with shaking hands tried to rip the seam open. It took a long time, but the heavy thread finally gave. He placed the passport on the desk and put his jacket back on, the torn flap of lining hanging ludicrously down the back of his leg. Behind him, one of the detectives snickered. The officer picked up the telephone and requested a number. He turned the pages of the Bonot passport with the pencil eraser. While he waited for his call to go through, he said, "What reason have you for your visit to Germany? A mad impulse?" The detective laughed. "I fled Poland, but could not find a way out of Lithuania." "So you obtained Kringen's passport and came out with the Volksdeutsch from Riga?" "Yes, sir." "Well, aren't you clever?" said the officer, looking at Szara carefully for the first time, and meaning what he said. They drove him to Columbia House, Gestapo headquarters in Berlin, and locked him in an isolation cell, small but clean, a cot and a bucket, a heavily grilled window 9 feet up, and a light bulb in the ceiling. They weren't entirely sure what they had, he guessed, not the sort of poor fish at whom they screamed, "Spy, you will be executed," but just maybe the real thing. And that had to be handled at length and in a very different way. Perhaps with delicacy, perhaps not. If the decision was not, the next step was no secret. Szara could hear the screaming from distant parts of the building, and it sickened him and weakened his will to resist, as it was intended to. Abramov, with evident distaste, had covered this possibility during the time of his training. Nobody resists torture. Don't try. Tell them what you have to. It's our job to keep you from knowing too much. There are 2 goals you must try to accomplish. 1, the less you say in the first 48 hours, the better. That gives us time. But in any event, feed them the least important material you can. You are just a low-level opportunist forced to work for the government. Contemptible, but not important. And 2, try to signal us that you've been caught. That's crucial. We can protect a network from damage, close down everything you touched, and rescue your associates while we work through channels to get you free, or at least to keep you from harm. The signals will change based on circumstance, a technical variation in wireless telegraphy, or simply vanishing from our sight while working in hostile territory. But there will certainly be a signal established and an appropriate way to deliver it. Remember, in this organization, there is always a chance. We can do almost anything. If you are taken, Abramov had said, you must cling to hope as a sailor cast into the sea clings to a spar. Szara closed his eyes and rested his head against the cold cement wall. "No, Sergei Yakubovich," he addressed Abramov's departed soul. "Not this time." Hope, despair, all such fancies were now entirely beside the point. He'd at last made the error that could not be overcome, had not sufficiently understood the capability, the magnitude of the German security machine, not until he'd seen the long sheet of yellow teletype paper with the name Kringen in the left-hand column. The identity that had been purchased in Paris would not hold up. Not once they went to work on it, it wouldn't. When he worked his way back through the last 2 years of his life, Chelidze,
Renata Braun, Bloch, Abramov, the Opel network, then de Montfried and the British, finally the assignment in eastern Poland, he saw himself as a man willing to do almost anything in order to stay alive. He'd not done badly, had lasted a long time compared to the others, the intellectuals, old Bolsheviks, Jews, foreign communists. Had outlived almost all of them, twisted and turned, lied and schemed, survived. But it was not meant to be. And this he faced. He suspected that what he'd almost done to himself in the Pripet marsh, the day he'd crossed into Lithuania, had been a shadow of the future. Somehow he'd sensed that he was living out his last few days, but he had slightly misread the omen. He wasn't done with life, that wasn't it. Life was done with him. And in his deepest heart, he wondered if he hadn't come to Berlin knowing that he would find a way to Cherova, an unconscious appeal to fate to let him passionately love a woman once more before he left the earth. If so, his wish had been granted. And now it was time to accept the inevitable cost of the bargain. He marveled at the coldness of his heart. The time of dreams and delusions was ended. He saw the world and himself in perfect clarity. Certain obligations remained, to protect Cherova principally, but there were others, and he would now plan how to sacrifice himself in the most effective way. How late, he thought, strength comes to some people. The interrogator was called Hartmann, an SS Obersturmbannführer, a major, a well-fed man with a placid face and small, carefully groomed hands, who addressed him politely. Hartmann was nothing more, Szara realized, than the intake valve of an information machine. He existed to acquire facts, perhaps a lawyer, or some functionary in a judicial system, before being called to his present duty by the Nazi Party. He did not process the information that happened elsewhere, far above him in the hierarchy, where an administrative panel, a directorate, made decisions. To begin with, Hartmann pointed out that if they were straightforward with each other, all would turn out for the best. He implied, without actually saying it, that his job was best done if Szara did not have to be taken to the cellars. They were, together, men who could proceed with their obligations, Szara's to confess, Hartmann's to certify the quality of that confession, while remaining innocent of such measures. That sort of thing was for another sort of person. Szara did not resist. He cooperated. By the afternoon of the first day, he had to admit he was not Jean Bonnot. Hartmann had provided paper and pencil and asked him to write a biography, beginning with his childhood in Marseille, names and places, schools and teachers. "I cannot write such a biography because I did not grow up there," Szara said, "and I am not named Jean Bonnot." "This passport is a forgery, then?" Hartmann said. "Yes, Herr Obersturmbannführer, it is." "Then will you tell me your true name and your nationality, if it is not French?" "I will," Szara said. "My real name is André Aronovich Szara. As for my nationality, I was born a Polish Jew when Poland was a province of Russia. By 1918 I was living in Odessa, and so remained a citizen of the Soviet Union, eventually becoming a journalist for the newspaper Pravda." Hartmann was puzzled. "Is it a newspaper that sent you to Berlin, with false identity? I wonder if you could clarify this." "I can. I obtained the false identity myself, and the newspaper has known nothing of me since I left Poland." Hartmann paused. Szara sensed discomfort. The interrogator took refuge in the notes he'd made to himself to guide him in the interview, but they were all wrong now. His Frenchman, trapped on the wrong side of the lines, had disappeared. In his place stood a Russian, a rather prominent one, he suspected, captured while in flight from the USSR, Germany's nominal ally. Hartmann cleared his throat, for him a gesture of irritation. He had to question his competence to work in such areas.
All sorts of intimidating issues suddenly made themselves felt. The prisoner's culpability under German law, possible extradition. Others he could not even imagine. All of them grave, difficult, complex, and ultimately to be resolved in a political, not a legal context. This was obviously not going to be a case he would be allowed to pursue. He could put himself in a good light only by presenting to his superiors the most precise information. Hartmann took up his pen and turned to a fresh page in his writing tablet. "Slowly and clearly," he said, "and beginning with your surname, you will please spell." It rained hard that night, for Szara a blessing. It reminded him that there was a world outside his cell, and the steady splash on the high-grilled window muted, if it could not quite obliterate, the sounds of a Gestapo prison. His plan was successfully launched. Hartmann had ended the interview with the utmost correctness. Szara suspected they would not see each other again, and in the event, this turned out to be the case. Szara's strategy of revelation without defiance had proceeded from one basic assumption. He could not be sure he would withstand what was euphemistically known as intensive interrogation. He feared he would first give up the existence of the Opal network, and that would lead inexorably to the exposure of Nadia Cherova. He had to avoid the cellars in Berlin, and then, if it came to that, the cellars in Moscow. The conventions of the German character first specified efficiency, thus they'd arrested him. A crucial component of that efficiency, however, was thoroughness, and this he perceived to be his possible ally. Now that they knew who he was, he expected they would want from him all they could get, essentially political intelligence. Who did he know? What were they like? How precisely was the political line of Pravda determined? What personalities were at play? For his part, he meant to make use of what he called the Scheherazade defense. As long as he intrigued them with stories, they would not execute him or send him back to Russia. In the normal interrogation process, where every statement raised questions, a cooperative subject might continue the discussion for a period of months. Szara's hope lay in the fact that Germany was at war, and in war it was a given that unpredictable things happened, including catastrophes of all sorts, invasions, raids, bombings, mass escapes, even negotiations, and peace. Any or all of it might be to his advantage. And if they should reach the end of the line with him and determine to ship him back to Russia, he then had one last move to make. He could contrive to take his life by attempted escape from the Germans or the Russians, whoever gave him the barest edge of an opportunity. It wasn't much of a plan, he knew, but in his circumstances it was all he had. It might have worked. He was never to find out, because there was one convention of the German character he'd neglected to include in the equation. They came for him after midnight, when the sounds of the Gestapo interrogations were impossible not to hear, and sleep was out of the question. First there was the clang of a gate, then approaching footsteps in the corridor. Szara gripped the frame of the cot with all the strength in his hands, but the footsteps halted outside his cell, and the door burst open. 2 SS troopers stood in the spill of strong light. Recruiting poster SS, tall and fair and sallow in their black uniforms. Then it was "Raus!" and all that, toothy grins, the silent sharing of the great joke that only they understood. Holding his beltless pants up with his hands, he hurried along the corridor as best he could, shuffling because they'd taken his shoelaces as well. His mind had gone numb, yet his senses seemed to operate independently. The troopers smelled like a gymnasium. A man in an isolation cell moaned as though in a dream. They went down several flights of stairs, at last arriving in a brightly lit office, filled with desks, the walls covered with beautifully drawn charts and lists. A little gnome of a man waited for him at a railing. In his hands, a wet hat dripped onto the linoleum. Eyes down, Szara thought he saw an edge of pajama bottom peeking out from one leg of the man's trousers. "Ah," said the man in a soft voice. "It's Herr Szara." "You'll have to sign for him," said the taller of the two SS. "It's what I do," said the man, almost to himself. Papers were produced and laid on a desk. The gnome carefully unscrewed the cap of a silver fountain pen. He began to scratch a well-flourished signature at the bottom of each page. "Have we all his things?" he asked as he wrote. The SS man pointed to the door where Szara's valise stood to one side with several envelopes stacked on top of it. When the last signature was executed, the gnome said, "Come along, then." Szara held the envelopes under one arm, picked up the valise, and used his free hand to hold his pants up. "Do you have an umbrella we can use?" the gnome asked the SS trooper. "1,000 apologies, mein Herr. It's something we don't have." The gnome sighed with resignation. "Good night, then. Heil Hitler. Thank you for your kind assistance." In the floodlit courtyard stood a small green Opel, its hood steaming in the rain. The man opened the door, and Szara climbed in and leaned back against the leather seat. Water sluiced down the windshield and blurred the floodlights to golden rivers. The little man slid behind the wheel, turned on the ignition, said, "Excuse me," and leaning across Szara, retrieved a Luger automatic pistol from the glove compartment. "Your forbearance," he said formally, "in not punching me will be appreciated. And please don't jump out of the car. I haven't run since childhood. Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't run then either." "May I ask where we're going?" Szara opened the envelopes, put his belt on, and laced up his shoes. "You certainly may," said the gnome, peering through the rain, "but it wouldn't mean anything even if I told you." Uncertainly, he steered the Opel across the broad courtyard, flipped a leather card case open and showed it to a guard, then drove ahead when the iron gate swung open. There was a sudden shout behind them. "What are they yelling about?" "To turn on the windshield wipers." "Yes, well," the gnome grumbled, turning on the wipers. "Wake a man up at midnight, and what do you expect?" The Opel turned the corner from Prince Albrechtstrasse to Saarlandstrasse. "So," he said, "you're the man who worked in Paris. You know what we Germans say, don't you? God lives in France. Some day I would like to go." "I'm sure you will," Szara said. "I really must insist on asking you where we are going." He didn't care if the man shot him. His fingers rested lightly on the door handle. "We're going to a place near Altenburg. There. Now the secret's out." "What's there?" "You ask entirely too many questions, if you'll permit me. Perhaps it's done in France. It isn't here. I can only say that I'm sure everything will be explained. It always is. After all, you're not handcuffed, and you've just left the worst place you could possibly be. Now doesn't that tell you something? You're being rescued. So be a gentleman, sit quietly, and think up some entertaining stories about Paris. We'll be driving for a few hours." They drove, according to the road signs, south, through Leipzig, in the general direction of Prague. Eventually the car entered a network of small roads, the engine whining as they climbed. At the top of a hill, the Opel entered the courtyard of a small inn surrounded by woods. A single light could be seen, illuminating a yellow room at the apex of the steeply slanted roof. The man who opened the door of the yellow room was not someone he'd met before, of that Szara was certain. Yet there was something strangely familiar about him. He was a tall, reedy fellow in his late 30s, balding, a few wisps of fragile blonde hair combed neatly to one side. He was chinless, unfortunately so, with a hesitant, almost apologetic little smile that suggested ancient family and rigid breeding, as though a guest had just broken a terribly valuable vase while the host, fearing only that he would be seen to be discourteously broken-hearted, smiled anxiously and swore it was nothing. "Please come in," the man said. The voice was intelligent and strong, entirely at odds with his physical presence.
He extended his hand to Szara and said, "I am Herbert von Polanyi." Now Szara understood at least his curious sense of recognition. Martha Hecht, describing Dr. Julius Baumann's luncheon companion at the Hotel Kaiserhof, had drawn a perfect verbal portrait of him. Szara evidently stared. Von Polanyi canted his head a little to one side and said, "You don't know who I am, of course." The statement was not entirely sure of itself. A tribute, Szara guessed, to the NKVD's reputation for omniscience. "No," Szara said, "I don't, but I am greatly in your debt, whoever you are, for getting me out of that very bad place. Apparently you must know who I am." "Well, yes, I do know who you are. You are the Soviet journalist Szara, André Szara. Formerly connected, I think, with a certain Soviet organization in Paris." Von Polanyi gazed at him for a moment. "Strange to meet you in person. You can't imagine how I studied you, trying to learn your character, trying to predict what you and your directors would do in certain situations. Sometimes I worried you would succeed. Other times I was terrified you might fail. The time one spends. But of course you know that. We were connected through Dr. Julius Baumann. I was his case officer, as were you. Two sides of the same game." Szara nodded, taking it all in as though for the first time. "You didn't know?" "No." Von Polanyi's face glowed with triumph. "It is nothing." He brushed victory away with a sweep of his hand. "Come in, for God's sake. Let's be comfortable. There's coffee waiting." It was a spacious room with a few pieces of sturdy old furniture. Two small couches stood perpendicular to the window, facing each other over a coffee table. Von Polanyi, slightly awkward and stork-like, arranged himself on one of the couches. He was dressed for the country, in wool pants and flannel blazer, with a broad, quiet tie. A coffee service was laid out on the table, and Von Polanyi performed the various rituals with pleasure, fussing with sugar lumps and warm milk. "This is something of an occasion," he said. "It's rare for two people like us to meet. But here we are. You are physically well, I hope?" His face showed real concern. "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" "No. They were very correct." "It isn't always so." Von Polanyi looked away, a man who knew more than was good for him. "May I ask," Szara said, "what has become of Dr. Baumann and his wife?" Von Polanyi nodded his approval of the question. That had to be cleared up immediately. "Dr. Baumann was against the wishes of the Foreign Ministry, which sponsored his relationship with the USSR, imprisoned in Sachsenhausen camp. Certain individuals insisted on this, and we were unable to stop it. There he spent 2 months before we found a way to intercede. He was mistreated, but he survived. Physically and, I am certain, psychologically. You would find him today much the same as he was. He and his wife were expelled from Germany, having forfeited their possessions, including the Baumann milling works, now owned by his former chief engineer. The Baumanns are at least safe and have established themselves in Amsterdam. As by now you are aware, all the information Dr. Baumann passed on to you was controlled by an office in the Foreign Ministry. It was, however, and I will discuss this further in a moment, correct information, to the centimeter. So in the end, you were not fooled. Did you suspect?" Szara answered thoughtfully. "Russians, Herr von Polanyi, suspect everyone, always. Doubly so in the espionage business. I can say Baumann's bona fides were permanently in question but never seriously challenged." "Well, then it only means we did our job properly. Of course he had no choice but to cooperate. Originally we were able to offer him continued ownership of the business. Later, after Czechoslovakia was taken, the Nazi Party gained confidence. The world's armies did not march, the American Neutrality Act was an inspiration, and the issue became life itself. I am not a sentimentalist, Herr Szara, but coercion on that level is disagreeable, and in the end, I suspect,
leads to betrayal, though Baumann, according to you, did keep his end of the bargain." "He did," Szara said. "Unless," he thought, "you count his hint in the final transmission and Frau Baumann's approach to Odile." "An honorable man. On the subject of Jews, the Nazis are like mad dogs. They will not be reasonable. And such blindness may ultimately destroy us all. I believe that could actually happen." This was treason, pure and simple. Szara felt his guard drop a notch. "On the same subject, I must say it's fortunate for you that you admitted your real identity, though not, I imagine, your vocation. When the information was disseminated to the various intelligence bureaus, we took immediate steps to secure your release. We're a small office at the Foreign Ministry, simply a group of educated German gentlemen. But we have the right to read everything. I believed that the Gestapo might use you against us, and that is the reason we agreed to spend various favors and obligations in order to have you released. In bureaucratic currency, it was quite costly." "But there's more to it than that," Szara said. "Yes, there is. A great deal more. I hope you'll indulge me and let me come at this in my own particular way." Von Poligny glanced at his watch. "You're to be taken across the border, but we have some few hours to ourselves. I've wanted to tell a certain story for a very long time, and what remains of this night may well be the only chance I'll ever have to tell it. So, do I have your permission to continue?" "Yes, of course," Szara said. "I want to hear it." "While the coffee's still warm," Von Poligny said, filling Szara's cup, then his own. He settled back and made himself comfortable on the couch. The room, Szara realized, was very nearly a stage set, and not by accident. The light was low and confidential. In the woods outside the window there was only darkness and silence and the steady drip of the rain. The man in the green opal had driven away. The sense of privacy was complete. "This is," Von Poligny said, "the story of a love affair. A love affair carried on at a distance over a long period of time, 6 years to date, and it continues. A love affair with roots in the personalities of two very different nations. A love affair in which you and I have both been intimately involved, a love affair, as it happens, between two powerful men. The reference is clear?" "I would think so." "Love affair is a dramatic term, isn't it? But what else could one call a relationship based on a deep and sympathetic understanding, a shared passion for certain ideals, a common view of the human race? Love affair describes it, especially when you include such elements as secrecy. There's always that in a love affair. Maybe one of the lovers is promised to somebody else, or it could be that the family doesn't approve. Or maybe it doesn't matter why. The two lovers want to meet, but everything is in their way. They're misunderstood, even hated. And all they want to do is unite, to become as one. It's all so unfair." Von Poligny paused, took a pack of Jutin from a wooden box on the coffee table, and offered one to Szara. The same kind he'd smoked when he'd visited Dr. Baumann, naturally. After he'd lit Szara's cigarette with a silver lighter, Von Poligny continued. "Now, if we are writing a play, the logical ending for such a love affair is doom. But if we leave the theatre and enter the world of politics, the doom may be for the world and not the lovers. Imagine that Shakespeare rewrote the final act of Romeo and Juliet. Now the lovers poison the wells of Verona, and in the final scene they're all alone and living happily ever after." "Well," Von Poligny said, "I suppose that's the end of my literary career, because the reality, I'm afraid, is not so amusing. The lovers, of course, are Joseph Stalin and Adolf Hitler. In August, their secret love affair ended with the announcement of an engagement, the Non-Aggression Pact, and a lavish engagement present, Poland. And this is merely the engagement. One may well ask, what splendors are planned for the wedding itself? But that's the future. For tonight, in the few hours we have, I want to talk about the past. But where to begin? Because this passion, this romance, does not confine itself to the lovers. It starts in the villages where they live, and it starts a long time ago. Germany has always needed what Russia has: her oil, iron ore, rare metals and grain. And Russia has always needed what Germany has: our science and technology, our skills, the simple ability to get something done. A German sees a job that needs doing, he thinks a minute, rolls up his sleeves, spits on his hands, and it's done. When we try to go it alone, alas, when we exclude the world outside our borders, things don't go so well. An example, our latest campaign is to get our people to eat rye bread. From grain we can grow ourselves, and to that end, the Ministry of Propaganda is claiming that white bread weakened our soldiers in the 1914 war. Of course no one believes it. Now, two countries like this, and practically next-door neighbors to boot, is it not a match that cries out to be made? It's been tried before, but somehow it never seems to take. Catherine the Great imported Germans by the wagon-load. They helped, but nothing really changed. A more recent example, in 1917, the German General Staff put old Lenin on an armored train and thus destroyed Imperial Russia. Yet even so, the minute the world settled down in 1922, they were at it again with the Treaty of Rapallo. Now we had the two most despised states in Europe rushing into each other's arms. If nobody else will love me, surely this ugly old thing will. Poor Rapallo. Another treaty, another date to torment the student suffering over his history text. But this marriage is a little more interesting if you look under the covers. The German War Ministry forms a development company called GEFO and funds it with 75 million gold Reichsmarks. This allows the Junkers Company to build 300 fighter aircraft at a Russian town called Fili, just outside Moscow. Germany receives 240 of them, the USSR gets 60 and the technology. Next comes a joint stock company called Bersol. By now our poor suffering student is surely reeling. Perhaps reeling in fact, since Bersol undertakes the manufacture of poison gas at Trotsk, in the province of Samara. In 1925, in Tambov province, near the town of Lipetsk, the Lipetsk Private Flying School comes into existence. Rather nebulous, though known today as the Luftwaffe. By September of 1926, Russian freighters deliver 300,000 shells plus gunpowder and fuses to Germany, disguised as pig iron and aluminum. Can the poor student stand any more of this? Once you add the fact that the heavy vehicle experimental and test station near the town of Kazan is in fact a site for Krupp and Daimler and Rheinmetall to build light tractors, tanks is a better description. Probably not. It's all so tiresome, unless of course the student goes to school in Prague. This goes on for 12 years. Germany rebuilds its forces. The two armies participate in exchanges of military officers, establishing facilities in both Berlin and Moscow. And that's just the secret part of Rapallo. In full view of the world, the Russian wheat and ore boats travel west, the German technicians pack their little black bags and head east. When Hitler came to power, though, in 1933, all had to end. Here was Germany's evil face, and the idealistic Soviet Union and its friends the wide world over had to be seen to turn away from it. Pity, because everything had been going so well. Any diplomat would say that such a moment, if nothing else can be done, is a time to keep a dialogue alive. But Hitler and Stalin shared a special and characteristic trait. They both believed that language was God's gift to liars. Words existed only to manipulate those who thought otherwise. Both these men had risen from the gutters of Europe. Here I am partial to a Russian saying, "Power is like a high, steep cliff. Only eagles and reptiles may ascend to it." and they believed diplomacy to be the tool of those who had historically kept them down, the intelligentsia, professors, Jews, all such people. But then, a problem. How could any sort of communication be achieved? Solution? Only by deeds, by gestures, by irrevocable actions that made one's intentions plain and clear. They certainly didn't invent this method. Since the first days of the newspaper, nations have communicated in this way, on the third page, on the second page, on the first page. We must admit, though, that Hitler and Stalin used the method with some particular flair. In 1933, Stalin wasn't quite sure what he was dealing with in Berlin. He'd read translations of Hitler's speeches, maybe even his book, but, as I've said, what did that mean? Then, in 1934, something even Stalin could understand. The Night of the Long Knives. Hitler had a rival, Ernst Röhm, who led the brown shirts. What did he do about it? Murdered them. All the important ones, and all in one night. And so much for rivals. Well, Stalin felt, apparently, the first stirrings of romantic passion, because by December of that year he answered in kind. The assassination of Kirov was organized, and Stalin's political rivals were eliminated in a purge that continued into 1936. Then it was Hitler's turn. In 1936 he marched into the Rhineland. He took territory. Once again Stalin sat up and took notice, found a way to express a kind of approval. The show trial of Kamenev and Zinoviev. That they were Jews is less important than Vyshinsky's statement at the trial that they were Jews. Here we see Stalin beginning to come to grips with his real problem, which was very simply this. The 12 years of Rapallo had taught both countries that they could cooperate. Now, how was that cooperation to be reinstated? Because, with Hitler in power, those two countries could rule the world if they worked together. They were, like lovers, made whole each by the other, and thus invincibly strong. But Stalin had a difficult problem. The fact that communism had traditionally been a religion of idealists. On one side of him was Tukhachevsky, Trotsky's protégé, and the most powerful figure in the Red Army. Tukhachevsky was young, handsome, brilliant, and courageous, proven in battle, beloved by his officers. At a show trial he would have made mincemeat of an oily little opportunist like Vyshinsky, and Stalin knew it. Now he needed help, and help was at hand. You'll recall the officer exchanges that went on during the Rapallo period? Letters, orders, communications of various sorts still existed in German files. At Stalin's behest, certainly through NKVD intermediaries of the most trusted sort, Reinhard Heydrich and the Gestapo SD intelligence service found Tukhachevsky's communications and remade them into forgeries, proving that Tukhachevsky and 4 other Soviet marshals, 2 of them Jews, had conspired with Hitler to overthrow the government of the USSR in a coup d'etat. Exit the marshals and most of the leadership of the Red Army. What did the world, the knowledgeable world, civil servants and journalists, think of this? That the conspiracy was born in Germany, a brilliant maneuver by the intelligence services to weaken the military leadership of the USSR. Certainly, except for Stalin at the bottom of it, it could seem that way. That left Stalin with one final but very grave difficulty. The intelligence services themselves, the real levers of his power. The NKVD and the GRU were staffed by thousands of old Bolsheviks and foreign communists, many of them Jews, every last one of them an ideologue. These people were concentrated in crucial positions, including the foreign departments of both services, and handled the most secret and sophisticated tasks. These were the people who'd bled in the revolution. These were the people who believed that whatever else might be wrong with the Soviet Union, at least it stood against Hitler's bully boys and Jew-baiters. Rapprochement with Germany under Nazi rule? Unthinkable. But, as I suspect you know,
a man in love will do almost anything. And Stalin craved Hitler as ally, accomplice, and friend. Perhaps he thought, there is one man in the world, and only one, with whom I could have a complete understanding. But here are all these stiff-necked romantics in my way. Will no one rid me of these meddlesome, well, one can't say priests, but it isn't so far from true. And there almost always is, someone at hand to take him up on it. On one level, the purge of 1936 to 1938 was seen as an elimination of those who knew too much. Those who knew where the bodies were buried, the final act of a criminal securing his crime. To those with an inside view, however, it seemed principally a war for power in the intelligence services. The so-called Ukrainian Khvost, Jews and Poles and Latvians, versus the Georgian Khvost, mostly those from Transcaucasia, Georgians, Armenians, Turks, with a few Jewish allies thrown in to muddy the issue. In fact, it was an extended pogrom, led by Beria, and when it was done, the stage was set for a public consummation of the love affair. Hitler certainly knew what was going on, because Kristallnacht, the world's first real taste of what Germany had in mind for the Jews of Europe, was then allowed to take place in late 1938. The former operatives of the NKVD would have assassinated him then and there, but they were either dead or working at the bottom of some gold mine in Siberia, and soon to be. Stalin, eternally shrewd, left a few showpieces alive to forestall the accusation that he'd done exactly what he did do. Lazar Kaganovich, for instance, Maxim Litvinov, for instance, some of the operatives in the European networks, for instance, and a few prominent journalists, for instance, Ilya Ehrenberg, for instance, André Szara. Von Poligny paused. Perhaps he expected Szara to sputter and curse, and in a rather studied way chose that moment to discover that he wanted more coffee. Szara found himself dispassionate, nodding in polite affirmation. Yes, it could have been like that. But he'd learned more about his own situation in that moment than he had about Joseph Stalin. He felt no anger at all. His mind was now ruled, he saw, by the suspended judgment of the intelligence officer. What he'd once pretended to be, he had, by necessity, become. For his principal reaction to von Poligny's revelation was, perhaps. It could be true. But more to the point, why was he being told this? What role was von Poligny assigning him? There had to be one. Von Poligny had known about him for a long time, as far back as 1937, when he'd come to Berlin to recruit Dr. Baumann, when the NKVD had agreed, far above his head, to receive strategic information by means of a clandestine network. Unwittingly, Szara had been an operative of the Reich Foreign Ministry's intelligence service. A small office, simply a group of educated German gentlemen. And he had no very good reason to believe that von Poligny wanted the relationship to end. As far as I can tell, Szara said carefully, everything you say is true. Can anything be done about it? Not immediately, von Poligny said. Tonight, the center of Europe runs on a line down the middle of Poland. And I believe the intention is to forge a Russo-German empire on either side of it. For Germany, there is Western Europe, France, Scandinavia, the Low Countries, Great Britain. Spain and Portugal will come along when they see how things are. Italy remains a junior partner. Stalin will expect to acquire a substantial part of the Balkans, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Turkey, Iran, and India, eventually a common border with the Japanese Empire in the Pacific. The United States is to be isolated, slowly squeezed to death, or invaded by 1,000 divisions. Both Hitler and Stalin prefer political conquest to actual war, so the former alternative is the more likely. For me, Szara said, a world in which I could not live.
But you are a German, Herr von Polanyi, a German patriot. Is it possible you dislike the present leader so deeply that you would damage your country in order to destroy him? I am a German, most certainly a German patriot. From that perspective, I will tell you that the damage has already been done, and a world has been created in which I refuse to live. If Germany loses this war, it will be devastating. Almost the worst thing that could happen, but not the very worst. The very worst would be for Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin and the people around them to win such a war. That I cannot permit. Von Polanyi's arrogance was stunning. Szara forced himself to look puzzled and a little lost. You have something particular in mind, then? At this moment, I frankly don't know what to do, not specifically. I do know, however, that a structure needs to be established, a structure with which Hitler's power may be damaged, perhaps destroyed, when the opportunity presents itself. Why would I want to create such a structure? I can only say, who will if I won't? I don't want to bore you with the history of the von Polanyi family. In a sense, you already know it. An old family, hundreds of years old, never peaceful. A war family, if you like, but always honorable, obsessed with honor. So, always, we die young. We also breed young, however, so the line continues, despite the inevitabilities of such a heritage. For me, honor lies in the sort of action I am proposing. I am not unaware that this thorn in the German character is despised by some, but I think you can find a way to see the use of it. Of course, Szara said. But my own situation. He didn't know where to begin. Von Polanyi leaned forward. To do what I have in mind, Herr Szara, I need a man outside Germany, a man not only in a neutral country but in a neutral state of being, a man without affiliation, a man not obligated to any particular state or political creed, a man who understands the value of information, a man who can direct this information where it will do the most good, which is to say, the most harm, and a man who can achieve that sort of liaison skillfully, in such a way that the source remains protected. Thus, a man with the technical ability to support an act inspired by ethics, honor, call it by any name you like. Briefly put, I need a man who can do good and not get caught at it. So I am described, Szara thought. And a strange conspiracy is proposed. A Polish Jew and a German aristocrat shall work together to push Adolf Hitler over the edge of some yet unseen cliff. The presumption of the idea! That two rather ordinary men in an inn near Altenburg would even dare to dream of opposing a state of the magnitude of Nazi Germany, with its Gestapo, its Abwehr, SS divisions, panzer tanks and Luftwaffe. Yet it was possible, and Szara knew it. The power of intelligence was such that two ordinary men in an inn near Altenburg could destroy a nation if they used it properly. You are attracted to the idea, von Polanyi said, an edge of excitement in his voice. Yes, Szara said. Perhaps it could be done. But I am officially a traitor to the Soviet Union, a network operative in flight, so my time on Earth is very limited. Weeks, probably. Nothing can change that. Herr Szara! Von Polanyi's feelings were clearly hurt. Please try to think better of me than that. We have a friend in the SD who is covertly a friend of the NKVD. With your permission, We are going to have you leave this troubled world tonight, one of the many who did not survive Gestapo interrogation. You may, if all goes smoothly, read your own obituary, should the Russians choose to proceed in that way. But you must not betray us, must not spring alive with your name at the foot of a newspaper column. Can you give me your word that it will be so? Forever? You have my word, Szara said. But it cannot be that simple. Off, von Poligny said in despair. Of course it isn't. Nothing is. You will live in mortal fear of chance recognition, but I do believe that a certain inertia will help to keep you safe. A Soviet officer will think a long time before insisting that an enemy declared dead by the NKVD is in fact still with us. To discredit the leadership of his own organization is something he will not do easily. Better to convince himself that he's seen a ghost, and that Moscow remains infallible. They'll want proof. The proof is that they've discovered the event by clandestine means, and that when a feeler is extended at some remote level, seen our man Szara anywhere? We'll deny we ever heard of you. Then they'll believe it. The real danger to you is gossip. A group of émigrés, for example, chattering about a Russian-speaking Frenchman who sneaks off to eat blini when he thinks no one's looking. You have a French passport, according to the Gestapo teletype. They describe it as valid. Use it. Be that Frenchman. But you must alter your appearance as best you can, and live the life of a Frenchman who best not return to France, a Jew from Marseille, mixed up in who knows what unsavory affair. Grow yourself a vulgar little moustache, grease your hair, gain weight. You won't fool the French. They'll know you're a fraud the minute you speak a word, but with luck, they'll take you for nothing more than a creature of the gutter. Just not their gutter. Put it about that you lived in Cairo and sold the wrong stocks to the chief of police. There is a bustling world at the margins of society. I'm sure you know it. It hides all sorts of people. It may possibly hide you. Well, what do you think? Szara didn't answer right away. He stared at his hands, and finally said, Maybe. The best deception is the one we ourselves believe in, and that is always the sort of deception that saves our lives, von Poligny said, a bit of the philosopher's gleam in his eye. Survive, Herr Szara. I think it's your gift in this life. Trust in the fact that most people are never very sure of themselves. Oh, but you do remind me of him, they'll say. You must, however, become the legend you create for yourself, and you may not take vacations from it. For you, perhaps a little job of some sort might make all the difference. Something not quite legitimate. Szara turned and looked out the window, but nothing had changed. A starless night, the steady rhythm of rain in the forest. Finally he said, How would we communicate? Von Poligny let the silence rest for a moment. It meant they had reached an understanding, the sort that does not require words. Then he went through the procedures. A postal card to a certain drapery shop, a poste restante return address, then contact. His tone was casual, almost dismissive, implying it was the sort of thing that Szara had done 1,000 times before. When he'd finished, Szara said, And if I simply vanish? We are equals in this affair, von Poligny said easily. If you don't want us, Herr Szara, then we don't want you. It's just that simple. They took him out of Germany in grand style, in a dark green Mercedes driven by a young man barely out of his teens, a naval officer, pink-cheeked, gangling, and endlessly solicitous. Every hour or so he would pull over, wait until the road was clear, then knock delicately on the lid of the trunk and whisper loudly, "All is well?" or some such thing. All was well enough. Szara lay on a saddle blanket, his valise beside him, surrounded by assorted tack that smelled richly of old leather and horse. They had fed him sumptuously at the inn, a tray left in front of the door bearing poached eggs and buttered bread and jam tarts. And the naval officer, somewhere outside Vienna, he guessed, slipped him half a cold roast duck in a napkin and a bottle of beer. In the horsey-smelling darkness, Szara felt a little seasick from the curves, but picked at it for form's sake and drank the beer. There were 3 stops. Each time he imagined papers being presented to the accompaniment of Hitler salutes and a rough joke and a laugh. By nightfall they were rumbling up the avenues of a city, and Szara was let out on a dark street in a pleasant neighborhood. "Welcome to Budapest," said the young officer. "The stamp is already in your passport. Good luck." Then he drove away. He was, in some sense, free. Jean Bonnet was abroad in the world and lived much as von Poligny had suggested he might, in shabby hotels near railroad stations, or in the narrow streets by the harbor where the air smelled like dead fish and diesel oil. He stayed nowhere very long, joined a restless army of lost souls, men and women without countries, not so very different from his days in Kovno. He stood with them on the long lines for registration at the police stations. "1 more week, sir, then out you go." Ate at the same cheap restaurants, sat with them in the parks when the pale winter sun lit up the statue of the national hero. He changed. The cracked mirrors in the numberless hotel rooms told the story. He did not, as von Poligny had suggested, gain weight. He lost it, his face lean and haunted beneath his awkward refugee haircut. He grew a natty moustache and trimmed it to perfection, the last vestige of self-respect in a world that had taken everything else away. A pair of faintly tinted eyeglasses gave him the look of a man who would be sinister if he dared, a weak, frightened man making a miserable pretense of strength. This message was not lost on the predators. Again and again the police of various cities took the little money he had in his pocket, and on 2 occasions he was beaten up. The second day in Budapest, when he hadn't quite got the hang of life in the alleys, a little fellow with a cap down over his eyes and a stub of cigarette stuck to his lip demanded money for entry into a certain neighborhood. Or, so Szara guessed from his gestures, for he understood not a word of Hungarian. Szara angrily brushed the impeding hand away, and the next thing he knew he'd been hit harder than ever before in his life. He barely saw it happen. This dog didn't growl before it bit. Szara simply found himself lying in the street, ears ringing, blood running in his mouth as he fumbled for money to offer. Fortunately, he'd left his valise in a hotel, or it would have been gone forever. The damage when he saw it was horrific. Both lips had been split to one side of his mouth, as well as the skin above and below. It healed poorly. A dark red scar remained. In his mismatched jacket and trousers, wearing a shirt bought purposely a size too large so that it stood out around his neck, he already looked like a man whose luck, if he ever had any, had run out a long time ago. The scar drew the eye, confirmed the image. If the NKVD was still hunting for André Szara, and he had to assume that they might be, they wouldn't look for him hiding inside this sad, battered fellow. Budapest, Belgrade, the Romanian port of Constanza, Salonika, where he sold lottery tickets in the streets of the large, prosperous Jewish community, Athens, Istanbul. The new year of 1940 he welcomed in Sofia, staring at a light bulb on a cord that dangled from the ceiling and thinking of Nadia Cherova. As he did every day, sometimes every hour. To the address in Schillerstrasse he sent postcards, signed B. A would have been for André, B was what he was now.
She would understand this immediately, he knew. This B was a wealthy sort of cad, travelling about southern Europe on business, who now and then gave a thought to his old girlfriend Nadia, who lived in Germany. "The sea is quite lovely," said B, from a town on the Black Sea coast of Turkey. In Bucharest he'd finally got over a beastly cold. In Zagreb, where he worked for two old Jewish brothers who had a market stall where they sold used pots and pans, B detected signs of spring in the air. "I am alive," he told her in this way. "I am not in Germany, not in Russia. I am free." But living a life in Varna, Corfu, Debrecen, that she could not possibly share. "Love always," said B, mailing his card an hour before he left the city. What love always really meant, the 10,000 words of it, he could only hope she understood. In the ruined beds of 100 rooms spread across the lost quarters of Europe, her ghost lay with him every night. When he worked, it was almost always in Yiddish. Even in the Sephardic communities where they spoke Ladino, somebody was sure to know it. In the outdoor markets, in the back streets of almost any city, he found Jews, and they almost always needed something done. He didn't ask very much, and they'd nod yes with a tight mouth. "Probably you'll rob me," they thought. It wasn't exactly charity, just something in the way they were that didn't like to say no. Maybe he was hungry. He didn't look strong enough to load or unload wagons, but he did it once or twice. Mostly he cleaned up, or ran errands, or sold things. The dented, blackened pots and pans in Zagreb, second-hand suits in Bucharest, used dishes, sheets, tools, books, even eyeglasses. "No?" he'd say. "Then try these. Can you see that girl over there? Perfect. That's silver in those frames. You look 10 years younger." It was easy to pick up. He had to wonder if it hadn't been there all the time. And it had to be done, a premium for the customer. Who wanted to buy from a stone? In these streets, money was earned and spent in the cheapest coin there was, a whole dinar, a lek or a lef that you never saw. But life was cheap. He lived on bread and tea, potatoes and onions, cabbage and garlic. A little piece of dried-up meat was a banquet. If it had a rim of fat at the edge, a feast. His skin grew red and rough from being outdoors in the winter, his hands hard as leather. He'd beckon a customer to him confidentially, look both ways to make sure no one was listening, slip a subtle finger beneath a lapel and say, "Listen, you got to buy from me today. You're not going to anybody else, so make a price. I don't care. I'm a desperate man." The owner of a stall that sold buttons and threads said to him in Constanza, "David," for so he called himself that week, "you're the best Luftmensch I ever had. Maybe you'll stay a while." He became, that spring, the other kind of Luftmensch as well. The man as inconspicuous as air, the operative. Privately at first, in the way he began to remember his past. It came back like an old love affair, the ashes of his former life, a little warmer than he'd thought. He found himself in Izmir, the old Greek city of Smyrna, now Turkish. Just by the old bazaar, on Kutufane Street, was a restaurant owned by a swarthy little Sephardic lady with shining black eyes. For her he scrubbed pots. It turned his hands and forearms crimson, and he earned almost nothing, but she was a provident feeder. He lived on lamb and pine nuts and groats, dried figs and apricots. And she had an unused room in the cellar with a dusty straw mattress on an old door that he could sleep on. There was even a table, the edges marked by forgotten cigarettes, and a kerosene lamp. Through a half-window at sidewalk level, he could see Katifekele, the velvet fortress, perched on top of its hill. He had a strong, intuitive feeling about the room. A writer had worked there. The old lady's son was something or other in the administrative section of the Izmir police, and for the first time in his travels Jean Bonot had an actual work permit, though not under that name. "Write down," she'd said, and he'd laboriously scrawled some concoction on a scrap of paper. A week later, a permit. "My son," she explained of the miracle.
Fortune smiled. Izmir wasn't a bad place. A sharp wind blew across the docks off the Aegean. The harbour was full of tramp freighters. The people were reserved, slightly inward, perhaps because not so many years earlier the blood had literally run in the streets here, Turks slaughtering Greeks, and the town couldn't quite put it in the past. From his meagre wages, Szara bought a notebook and pencils, and once the huge iron pots were dried and put away for the evening, began to write. This was night writing, writing for himself, with no audience in mind. It was March, a good writer's month, Szara felt, because writers like abundant weather, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, surging spring skies, not particularly caring if it's good or bad, just so there's a lot going on. He wrote about his life, his recent life. It was hard. He was surprised at the emotional aches and pains it cost him. But evidently he wanted to do it because he didn't stop. On the near horizon was what von Polanyi had said about the executions of the 1936 purge and the secret courtship of Hitler and Stalin. But it was life he wrote about, not so much politics. Izmir, he sensed, was not a place where you would want to write about politics. It was almost too old for that, had seen too much, lived somewhere beyond those kinds of explanations. Here and there the marble corner of a tumbled-down ruin had been worn to a curve by the incessant brush of clothing as people walked by for centuries. In such a place, the right thing to do was archaeology. Archaeology didn't have to be about the ancient world, he discovered. You could scrape the dirt away and sift the sand of more recent times. The point was to preserve, not to lose, what had happened. Working down through his life, beneath the common anarchy of existence, the misadventures, dreams, and passions, he found pattern. Rather, two patterns. If every life is a novel, his had two plots. He discovered he had, often at the same moment, both served and resisted the Hitler-Stalin affair, had worked for two masters, both in the Soviet special services, Bloch and Abramov. What General Bloch had done was both daring and ingenious, and, Szara came to believe, driven by desperation. He knew what was going on. He fought against it. And in this war, André Szara had been one of his soldiers. To Szara, the depth of the operation and his part in it became clear only when he applied the doctrine of chronology. The exercise in a cellar in Izmir no different than the one he'd undertaken in a hotel room in Prague, when he'd worked through Dubok's, Stalin's, History of Betrayal. Bloch had become aware of Stalin's move toward Hitler sometime before 1937, and had determined to prevent the alliance by naming Stalin as an Okhrana agent. He had somehow broken into Abramov's communication system and ordered Szara aboard the steamship, taking Grigory Khalidze from Piraeus to Ostend. Khalidze was on his way to Czechoslovakia to collect the Okhrana file hidden sometime earlier in a left luggage room in a Prague railway station. Szara had induced Khalidze to reveal his whereabouts in Ostend, then Bloch had ordered the courier's assassination. Then he'd used Szara as a substitute courier, used him to uncover Stalin's crimes in the Bolshevik underground, used him to publish the history of that treason in an American magazine. It had almost worked. The Georgian Furst, however, had somehow learned of the operation and prevented publication from taking place. Here, the chronology was productive. It revealed a mirror image of this event. Szara, while in Prague, had written a story for Pravda about the agony of the Czech people as Hitler closed in for the kill. That story was suppressed. It was not in Hitler's interest for it to appear. Evidently, it was not in Stalin's interest either. Ultimately, Britain and France were blamed for the loss of Czechoslovakia at Munich, but in the very same instant, Stalin and the Red Army stood quietly aside and permitted it to happen. Abramov had then protected Szara, his old friend and sometime operative, by absorbing him directly into the intelligence apparat. What better place to hide from the devil than in a remote corner of hell. In Paris, Szara had become Baumann's case officer. In fact, no more than one end of a secret communication system between Hitler and Stalin. Then, a chance event that neither the Gestapo nor the NKVD could have foreseen. The Paris Opel network had broken through the screen of secrecy hiding their ongoing cooperation. Through Seneschal's unwitting agent, the secretary Lotta Huber, Szara had discovered a meeting between Der Shani, Chalidze's superior in the Georgian Khvost, and Ulrich, a known SD officer, and photographed it. Seneschal had been murdered almost immediately because of this, and Abramov had died for it a year or so later. Abramov, Szara now believed, had changed sides, attempted to use the photographs as leverage, and they had eliminated him as he attempted to escape. There was more. Molotov's replacing Litvinov as the Hitler-Stalin courtship approached its moment of revelation, and Hitler's public approval of the change. Even Alexander Bloch's poem, The Scythians, seemed to have played a part in the operation. Here the analysis depended on audience. If, on the night of the actor Pozini's recitation, the message was to the British and French diplomats in attendance, the poem served as a plea and a warning, which was how Bloch had meant it. We ourselves henceforth shall be no shield of yours. We ourselves henceforth will enter no battle, nor shall we stir when the ferocious Hun rifles the pockets of the dead, burns down cities. To a German ear, however, at that particular moment in history, it might have meant something very different, something not unlike an invitation from Stalin to Hitler to do those very things. To bend Bloch's poem to such a purpose was, to Szara, a particularly evil act, and it touched him with horror as nothing else had. He himself knew better that compared to other evils the abuse of a poet's words oughtn't to have meant that much, yet somehow it did. Somehow it opened a door to what now happened in Europe, where, with Stalin's concurrence, the words became reality. The horror took place. Late at night in Izmir, the spring wind blowing hard off the Aegean Sea, André Szara stared sightlessly out the window above his writing table. He would never understand the mysteries that these two peoples, the Russian and the German, shared between them. Bloch had tried, as only a poet could, applying images, the inexplicable chemistry at the borders of language. Szara would not presume to go deeper. He could see where answers might be hidden, somewhere in what happened between him and Martha Hecht, somewhere in what happened between Nadia Cherova and her German general, somewhere in what happened between Hitler and Stalin, somewhere in what happened even between himself and von Polanyi. Trust and suspicion, love and hate, magnetism and repulsion. Was there a magic formula that drew all this together? He could not find it. Not that night in Izmir he couldn't. Perhaps he never would. He could think only of Bloch's final act in the drama, in which he had maneuvered Szara into the reach of de Montfried. It was as though Bloch, confronted by the certainty of failure, Beria ascendant, the murderers securely in power, a pact made with the devil, had sent one last message: save lives. Szara had done the best he could. And then the reality of circumstance had intervened. And soon enough, the reality of circumstance was that choices had to be made. Szara filled a score of notebooks before he was done. Messy, swollen things, pages front and back covered entirely in disregard of the ruled lines, in penciled Russian scrawl, erasures, scribbled out words from moments when the great impatience was on him. In time he began to live for the night, for the hours when the people of his life would come alive and speak. His memory astonished him. What Abramov said, the way Marta would put things, Weinstock's sarcasms, and what may have been the final gesture of his life, which Szara never really did come to understand. The potwasher's job took its toll. The skin of his hands dried out, cracked, and sometimes bled. Occasionally he left a blood spore at the margin where his hand rested as he wrote. Let them figure that out, he thought. Them? He didn't know who that was. Russians had become secret writers, in camps and basements and cells and 1,000 forms of exile, and they could only imagine secret readers. He was no different. Otherwise, the world was unreasonably kind to him. The old lady developed a theory that his aptitude lay beyond scouring burned buckwheat crusts from the sides of pots, and insisted, in the primitive one-word-at-a-time Yiddish they used between them, that he accompany her on the daily shopping expeditions. Here she performed a fluent pantomime, lugging an invisible weight and blowing with fatigue. And when they attacked the markets, she took him to school. Onions were to be oblong and hard. You sniffed a melon here. With that thief you counted change twice. She had plans for him. He sensed a change of fortune, an improvement, a possible solution. He was not the only one that spring who sought solutions. Far to the north of him, on Germany's western border, military intelligence officers were wondering exactly how they might penetrate France's Maginot Line, or, if it could not be overrun, how to turn its flank. At first this seemed impossible. Even if the Wehrmacht were to violate Belgian neutrality, how were the panzer tanks so critical to the German attack scenario to break through the dense Ardennes forest? To answer this question, the officers fixed lengths of pipe to the hoods of their cars, making them the width of a tank, and drove through the forest. You had to go slow, they found. You had to weave in and out among the trees. You might have to knock down a few of them here and there, but it could be done. It was done on May 10th. Along with glider and paratroop attacks to hold the Belgian bridges and subdue the Belgian forts. In the soft evening light on Izmir's seaside promenade, Szara came upon a group of French people, perhaps commercial travelers or employees of French companies, gathered around a single copy of Le Temps. The Aeolus blew hard at that hour, and the men were holding their hats with one hand and the pages of the wind-whipped newspaper with the other. One of the women had tears on her face. Szara stood at the edge of the group and read over their shoulders. He understood immediately what had happened. He had seen Poland. One of the men was wearing a flat-brimmed straw boater. He let it go in order to flatten a recalcitrant page. The wind immediately blew it off, and it rolled and skipped along the promenade. Szara packed the notebooks that night, wrapping them carefully in brown paper and tying the package with string. An old sweater, a few novels, Balzac, Stendhal, Conrad in French, extra shirt and socks, a photograph of a Paris bistro torn from a magazine, a street map of Sofia. All of that went on top. It was time for the refugee to disappear, and a false-bottom suitcase no longer served his purposes. Early the following morning, sleepless and pale, he stood in a long line at the central post office. When he reached the grilled window, he handed over a cable to be wired to de Montfried's office in Paris. He had an answer 24 hours later, was directed to a street of private banks where, beneath a vast, domed ceiling that assured a cool and perpetual dusk, a group of men in striped pants counted out thousands of French francs. Outside, Szara blinked in the hard sunlight and made his way to the office of the Denizcilik Bankası, the Turkish maritime lines, a venerable institution that had been calling at the ports of the Mediterranean for over a century. The clerks were deeply understanding. This French patriot would return to his homeland, sailing in a first-class stateroom to face his destiny in war. Each in turn, they shook his hand and looked into his eyes, then pointed out a hallway that led to the baggage room. Here, too, he found sympathy.
A supervisor stood with hands clasped behind his back and watched as his young assistant wrote out a claim ticket. With ritual care, a tag was tied to the handle. Then the supervisor tapped a bell, and a man in a blue uniform appeared and carried the valise away. Szara got a glimpse of the baggage room when he opened the door. Sturdy wooden shelves climbed to the ceiling. He saw old-fashioned Gladstones, steamer trunks, portmanteaus, wooden crates, even a few metal dispatch boxes with stenciled printing. The supervisor cleared his throat. "Do not trouble yourself," he said. "The trust of our clients is sacred, and this we maintain even in the most difficult times." Then he added, "Good luck. Godspeed." The German attack on France had flowed through the city like a current. War was now certain. It would surely be worse than 1914. All the citizens of Izmir Szara encountered that day were very formal and dignified. It was their particular way with tragedy. He sailed on May 14th and reached Marseille 5 days later. On the voyage he kept to his cabin and had his meals brought up by the steward. Even though future sailings had been suspended, there were few travelers on the ship, only those who felt they had to return to a country at war. By the time they docked, Antwerp had been captured, and the Wehrmacht had taken Amiens. Szara's steward told him confidentially that some of the passengers felt it was already too late, and they had decided not to disembark in France. The customs and passport officials took care of the first-class passengers in their staterooms. They asked no questions of Jean Bonnet. There could be only one reason he was returning to France. He was in Geneva a day later, traveling by hired car because the trains had become impossible. Many of the locomotives and wagons-lits shifted north under French military control. Jean Bonnet was admitted to Switzerland on a 5-day visa. In order to take care of banking business that had to be seen to in person. Again he wired de Montfried. Again de Montfried responded immediately, and once again he was directed to a street of private banks. In this instance the bankers were replaced in an elaborately furnished sitting room by attorneys. There were muted introductions, the fine weather was acknowledged. Then the concept of intervention, a soft, subtle, even a graceful expression, when purred a syllable at a time in French, was permitted to enter the conversation. Evidently it meant that certain officials would decide to intervene in Jean Bonnet's favor, for there could be no question but that he was the very sort of gentleman who should be resident in Switzerland. Szara said almost nothing. The Bonnet who sat at the table was virtually ignored. It was Bonnet, the legal entity, with whom they concerned themselves. These were gifted attorneys, with voices like cellos, who did not exactly ask questions. Instead, they provided answers, phrasing them for courtesy's sake in the interrogatory mood. Wouldn't it be much the best idea to inform the prefecture that— Szara followed along as best he could, soothed by the distant clacking of typewriters, warmed by the sun pouring in a leaded glass window. He might have fallen asleep if, every now and again, someone hadn't flourished a paper that needed signing. This is how, he thought, you climb over barbed wire without cutting your hands. And so it began again. An eternal craft, Szara realized, in this warm and grey and placid city, where the Rhone surged gently beneath stone bridges. Concessions were granted, money was earned, interest compounded, statements mailed in hand-addressed envelopes, and intelligence acquired, sold, traded, or simply locked away for later use. The city wasn't about secrecy. It was about privacy. Coat collars were worn flat. Szara found the usual small villa in the usual bland neighborhood, on the Chemin de Saussac, south of the city, and set aggressively about minding his own business, soon enough disappearing into the shadows of the daily and the expected. With his neighbors he practiced the single stiff nod, no more, no less.
He bought 3 brown suits, just barely different enough so the world might know he had more than one. Established a bank account, paid his bills, vanished. A most orderly and dignified city, wrote the Phantom Bee from Zurich. Something not unlike nostalgia attended Szara's hours on the train, all that effort to avoid a Geneva postmark while letting her know he was safe in Switzerland. Safe was, of course, a relative term. He remained a fugitive. But somewhere in his long odyssey through the back streets of southern Europe, Szara had learned to put aside his fear of inevitable retribution. Now he only hoped that if the NKVD discovered him, he would not be kidnapped and interrogated. If they were going to kill him, let them get it over with quickly. He maintained some features of his previous disguise, in defense of chance recognition more than anything else. A woman journalist he knew, a Belgian, stared at him on a street one day. Szara acted like a man receiving an unexpected, though not at all unwelcome, sexual advance, and she hurried off. On another occasion, an unknown man spoke to him, hesitantly in Russian. Szara looked puzzled and asked in French if he needed assistance. The man apologized with a little bow and turned away. What helped to protect him, Szara felt, was the attitude of the Swiss government toward the NKVD. The Soviet defector Ignaz Reiss had been gunned down quite openly by NKVD operatives in Switzerland in 1937. The Swiss didn't like that sort of thing at all. What the Russians now maintained, he guessed, were quiet diplomatic affiliations and a few Opel-style networks using former Communist Party members as agents. Moscow thought it best to respect the limits of Swiss patience. Any tolerance for revolutionary activity had long ago disappeared. The young Jews in flight from the Pale no longer argued the nights away, Hasidism, socialism, Bolshevism, Zionism, in Geneva cafes. Lenin, leaving exile in Switzerland in 1917, had left no statues of himself behind, and the Swiss seemed in no hurry to install them. It would now be necessary to go to war. This was his obligation, his heritage. It required no justification. "I need," von Poligny had said, "a man who can do good and not get caught at it." Very well. Szara was that man. In his desk drawer was the address of a certain drapery shop in Frankfurt. To complete the connection he needed only a poste restante address, and this he obtained in Thonon, a pleasant train ride up the southern shore of Lac Le Mans. A communication line was now established out of Germany. As to where von Poligny's information would go next, that depended on what he provided, and it was clearly Szara's choice to make. Geneva was rich with possibilities. Carefully, quietly, Szara built an inventory of candidates. The obvious, French and British political officers, and the not-so-obvious. Szara made contact with organizations interested in progressive political causes. He used the library, read old newspapers, identified journalists with strong contacts within the diplomatic community. Through one of de Montfried's attorneys he managed an introduction to one of them, now retired, who had written about the Swiss political world with extraordinary insight. He took a vanilla cake and a bottle of Kirschwasser to the man's home, and they spent the afternoon in conversation. Yes, information was considered a crucial resource in Switzerland. A good deal of buying and selling went on. A certain Swedish businessman, a French oil executive, a professor of linguistics at the university. On hearing the last, Szara feigned surprise. The old journalist grinned. "A terrific communist in the old days, but I guess he saw the light." The look on the man's face, cynical, amused, told Szara everything he needed to know. He'd turned up the corner of a network. Paris fell on June 14th. Szara saw the famous photograph of the Wehrmacht marching past the Arc de Triomphe. He had hoped desperately for a miracle. a British miracle, an American miracle. But none had been performed. Because all eyes were on France, the USSR chose that moment for the military occupation of Latvia and Estonia, then took the Romanian territories of Bessarabia and the northern Bukovina on the 26th. Szara mailed a postal card to a drapery shop in Frankfurt. "My wife and I plan to return home on the 3rd of July. Can new curtains be ready by that date?" 3 weeks later, a letter to Monsieur Jean Bonot, poste restante, Tonon. In response to his inquiry, Herr Dr. Brückmann would arrive at the Hotel Belvedere on the 10th of September. Patients wishing to consult with the doctor on neurological disorders should arrange appointments by reference from their local physicians. "Dear, dear," said the little man who'd driven him to the inn near Altenburg, "you seem to have had a difficult time of it." Szara fingered the scar, now turned white. "It could have been worse," he said. "We assume you are ready to cooperate with us." "I'm at your pleasure," Szara said, and outlined how he wished to proceed, particularly in the matter of couriers. He implied that a certain individual in Berlin would regularly perform such services. But here he was deceptive. That individual, Szara swore to himself, once in Switzerland, would never leave it, not as long as war continued. "I will save that life at least," he thought. Let them write it on his tomb. Von Poligny would have to make other arrangements in the future. "As you wish," said the little man, accepting his choice. "Now, I believe this will show our sincerity." He handed Szara a brown envelope. "Oh, yes, one thing more. On turning over this document, Herbert asked me to say, 'Now lovers quarrel.' I trust it makes some kind of sense to you." Until Szara, later that night, opened the envelope in his kitchen, it did not. Then it took his breath away. In his hand he had 2 pages of single-spaced typewriting on plain white paper of indifferent quality. The first item concerned a Berlin photography studio on the Unter den Linden owned by a man named Hoffmann. Herr Hoffmann was Hitler's favorite photographer. He took portraits of Eva Braun, Hitler's mistress, and other Nazi dignitaries. The month before Hitler attacked Poland, Hoffmann had used a large map of that country to decorate his shop window. In April of 1940, he displayed maps of Holland and Scandinavia. Just 1 week before, the 3rd of September, maps of the Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic countries had been posted. The second item stated that the German Transportation Ministry had been ordered to make a study of east-west rail capacities leading to Germany's eastern border. The ministry had been told to assume that troops in excess of 1 million, plus artillery and horses, would have to be moved east. The third item cited aviation and maintenance request for Luftwaffe reconnaissance aircraft operating over Liepaja, Tallinn, the island of Ussel, and the Monzont archipelago, all Soviet defense lines in the Baltic, as well as the road network leading to Odessa on the Black Sea. The fourth item described the German General Staff's planning process for replacing border guard units in the region of the River Bug, the dividing line in Poland between German and Russian forces, with attack divisions. A study of evacuation plans for civilians in the area had been accelerated. Military staff was to replace civilian directors of all hospitals. The final item stated simply that the operation was called Barbarossa, a full-scale attack on the Soviet Union, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, to take place in the late spring or early summer of 1941. Szara had to go outside, into the air. He opened his front door cautiously, but all the houses on the street were dark. Everyone was asleep. It was an overcast, warmish night, terribly still. He felt as though he'd been caught in amber, as though time had stopped dead on a wooded hill above Geneva.
He had never in his life wanted so badly to walk, he realized, but he couldn't. He could not. To walk aimlessly up and down these empty streets would be to call attention to himself. And the paper lying on the yellow oilcloth that covered his kitchen table forbade such a thing. Now, more than ever, he could not compromise the gentility that made him invisible. Just walking. It seemed so harmless. In fact, he wanted more, much more. He wanted what he thought of as life. And by life he meant Paris. A crush of people in a narrow street, dusk, perfume, unwashed bodies, the sharp reek of Gauloise tobacco and frying potatoes. He wanted people, all kinds, laughing and arguing and posing, flirting, unconsciously touching their hair. He ached for it. A lover's quarrel, von Poligny called it. And wasn't he glib? No, that was wisdom speaking. A way of not exactly facing what it meant. It meant millions would die, and nobody, not anybody in the world, could stop it. Madness, he thought. Then corrected himself. He had seen a newsreel of Hitler dancing a jig outside the railroad car in Compiègne, where the French had been forced to sign a peace treaty. A weird, hopping little dance like a madman. That was the line of the Western democracies. The man should be locked away somewhere. Szara had stayed to watch the newsreel a second time, then a third. The film had been altered, he was sure of it. One step of a jig had been turned into a lunatic's frenzy. Szara sensed an intelligence service at work. But Hitler wasn't mad, he was evil. And that was a notion educated people didn't like. It offended their sense of the rational world, yet it was true. And just as true of his mirror image, Stalin. God only knew how many millions he had murdered. A decent, normal human being would turn away in sickness from either one of these monsters. But not Szara, not now. The luxury of damnation was not his. The accidents of time and circumstance demanded he rush to the side of one of the killers and hand him a sharpened axe. For now it had to be pretended that his crimes did not matter, and Szara, knowing the truth long before others, would have to be one of the first to pretend. He did what had to be done. The linguistics professor was a short, angry man with a few brilliantined hairs pasted over a pink scalp. Szara understood him very well, combative, cocksure, vain, bathed in the arrogance of his theories, and, to be truthful, rather clever in his own devious way. The Communist Party had always drawn such types, conferring importance on those denied it by their fellow humans. The man's eyes glittered with a sense of mission. And he was, Szara had to admit, terribly sly about what he was doing. But Szara was the inheritor of a great tradition, Abramov's heir and Bloch's. One could trace it all the way back to the Ochrana officer and beyond. And he was more than a match for the professor. Szara wandered through the stacks of the university library, tracking his prey. Then he missed it the first time, but not the second. Just a slick little brush pass with a 40-ish woman in a dark knit suit. Szara, nudging a Victorian study of phonemes out of his field of vision, saw a matchbox change hands. And that was enough for him. When the professor next visited his office, an envelope had been slipped beneath his door. Von Poligny's second installment was scheduled for October, and Szara knew there would be more to come. He took a rather malicious glee in all the variations he would visit upon the professor. Perhaps next time he would mail him a key to a storage locker. But the professor would do his job. Of that Szara was certain. Passing the information up the network until some Kranov would tap out code on his wireless in the dead of night. So it would come to Moscow. In Szara's imagination, a welcome was prepared for the Wehrmacht. Red Army units brought secretly to the border in freight cars and covered trucks, tank traps dug in the dark hours when the Luftwaffe was blind, pillboxes reinforced, concrete poured, until the lesser demon broke the greater, and the world could go on about its business. October 18th, 1940. André Szara stood among the autumn-colored trees of a forest in the Alpine foothills and watched the waters of the Rhine curl white at the pillars of a bridge. On the other side of the river he could see the German village of Hohenhagen. The red and black flag moved lightly in the wind above the town hall. A pretty place at the southern extremity of the Black Forest, and quiet. On Szara's side of the Rhine, a few miles away, was the Swiss village of Kaiserstuhl, also pretty, also quiet. It was a peaceful border. Not much happened there. At the German end of the bridge 2 sentries stood guard over a wooden gate. A few log and barbed wire barriers had been positioned at the edge of the village to thwart escape by a speeding car, but that was all. He looked at his watch and saw that it was not yet 4 o'clock. Shifted his weight to lean against an oak tree, the dead leaves rustling at his feet as he changed position. It was deserted here. Only 15 miles from Zurich, but another world. In his imagination he tracked the courier. From Berlin south toward Munich, crossing the Danube in the province of Württemberg, heading for Lake Constance, then drifting toward Basel, where the Rhine turned north, at last a left at Hohenhagen, and across the Hohenhagen Bridge. Again he looked at his watch. The minute hand hadn't moved. A wisp of smoke curled from the chimney of a woodman's hut that housed the Swiss border guard. They, unlike their German counterparts across the bridge, did not have to stand guard with rifles in the chill mountain air. Now it came. Szara stiffened when he saw it. A huge, shiny black automobile with long curves up the front fenders and little swastika flags set above the headlamps. It moved carefully around the barriers, rolled to a stop at the gate. One of the guards leaned down to the driver's window, then stood to attention and saluted briskly. The other guard lifted the latch, then walked the gate open until he stood against the railing of the bridge. The car moved forward. Szara could just hear it bump across the uneven wooden boards of the surface. The door of the woodsman's hut opened, and a guard came halfway out and casually waved the automobile forward into Switzerland. Szara, hands thrust in pockets, set off on a dirt path that ran along the hillside, then descended to the road at a point where it left the view of the border guards. He had surveyed all the little bridges along this part of the Rhine and finally chosen the Hohenhagen, walking through the operation a week earlier. He was now certain the meeting would be unobserved. Skidding on wet leaves, he reached the surface of the road and moved toward the idling automobile, which had stopped by a road marker showing the distance to Kaiserstuhl. Through the windshield, Szara could just make out — the October light was fading quickly and the oblique angle made it difficult to see — the silhouette of a driver in uniform and military cap. The glass of the passenger windows was tinted for privacy. He saw only a reflected hillside and then his own image, a hand reaching to open the back door, a face cold and neutral, entirely at war with what went on inside him. The door swung open smoothly, but he did not find what he expected. He blinked in surprise. These were not pale blue eyes, and there was no affection in them. Curiosity, perhaps, but not much of that. These were the eyes of a hunter, a predator. They simply stared back at him, without feeling, without acknowledgment, as though he were no more than a moving shape in a world of moving shapes. "Oh, Seryoja," she said, and pulled the borzoi back on his silver chain. Szara must have looked surprised because Nadia said, "Why are you staring? I couldn't very well leave him in Berlin, now could I?"
They leaned across the dog's back to embrace. Szara's heart glowed within him. Seryoja's presence meant she had no intention of going back to Berlin. For her, life in the shadows was over. Of that, he was absolutely certain.
The End. You've been listening to Dark Star by Alan Furst, narrated by George Guidall. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends Kingdom of Shadows, also by Alan Furst and narrated by George Guidall. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, please call us using the toll-free number found on the back of the book. You can order by phone with any major credit card, or by faxing us. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. On our website, you can browse the catalog, hear about the latest releases, place orders, or tune into narrator profiles and author interviews. So visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.